Welcome to the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. This has been a 2-year journey of competitive Shadowverse, and now this weekend we have the 48 best players in the world. We're gonna be your host and casters for the first half of the show. Myself and East. How you doing, East?
Buddy, it's been 2 years in the making. They have denied us, but denied us no longer. We have the top 48 players in the world duking it out.
We're gonna see our SBO boys taking on the best players in the world. Do they have what it takes to get to the next step and make it to Japan for the finals in December?
You got it all wrong. All of the other regions of the world are playing the SVO regions, which are the best regions and players in the world. So we gotta start off strong. We gotta be like the cheerleaders for our boys.
Yeah, we'll do our best to not be too biased, but it's also kind of hard. We have watched these players fight, struggle, study the game, and to see them here today, honestly, I'm so proud of all the SBO representatives.
Yeah, man, it's, again, 2 years of SVO representatives. I feel like this 2021, we have the greatest shot of getting at least someone in the top 8 again, if not taking the entire tournament. The level of play, I've been watching some of the old West SVO videos over on your side. I've been taking a look at some of the SCAO stuff as well. These guys are insane. We have like the dream team for SVO this year.
Yeah, actually, 2 of our players, this is their second time making it to World Grand Prix. Both Noir and Hiro have been here before.
Yeah, but before
here we could see.
Before we get too far into the players, let's take a look at the actual overview for the weekend. So day 1, day 2 today, we're going to be having, you can see there, the Swiss style tournament for rotation. That middle pick 2, how do you feel about that?
Oh, you know I am all about that take 2. I cannot wait to see the players draft, fight it out in take 2. We're going to have 7 Swiss rounds. And day 1, you know, we have 24 players. Day 2, the other 24. So every day, the top 4 will advance to the grand finals, where it will just be a rotation, best of 5.
Yeah, keep in mind that, best of 5 for the rotation matches. The take 2 matches will be best of 3. And I think we'll have Chris and Igni take over for that last set of rotation matches, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, right now, Blood is very powerful in take 2. And I want to see some Dark Emperors show up and, you know, wreak havoc.
Now, I know we've harped on this all year. We've talked about it every single SVO, but we need to remind you folks the stakes that are on the line. 150 million yen. If you don't know how much that is, that's about 1.3 million USD.
That is a crazy amount of money for first place. But you can also see everybody else that's going to get 2nd, 3rd, 5th through 8th. They're still going to go home with a lot of money. So, well done by Side Games, you know, paying out to the best players for Shadowverse.
Dude, the prize money for just existing in this tournament, you can literally just pick the basic starter decks when you open up the game, 250,000 yen.
Yeah, I mean, maybe somebody will go 07. Could be rough. You'll still get something. Yeah. But obviously, we got to put emphasis on that first place, over $1 million. It's a ridiculous amount of prize money.
Yeah, everything else is just, the lower ones are just an appearance fee. But yeah, once you get to like the 5, 2, 4, 3, you're starting to get in the money. And then once we hit that top 8, which we'll have by the end of this weekend, woo, 3 million? 3 million yen? That's life-changing money, man. Just getting to the top 8 is enough.
Oh, for sure. And you know, there's all the money, but there's also the glory that comes with being a Shadowverse World Champion, you know? Just being in the top 8 is a huge accomplishment for his players. And you know, again, we have players like Hiro. He's been in the top 8 before. You know he's got to be hungry for more.
Right. We've got, I said it before, I think this year we have the strongest set of players. It looks like we're going to take a look at who those players are in just a few moments. But dudes like, you know, Osav, Dolan, Hiro, SadFeeder from the SEO region, KurriCari from 2020, that guy is like the brain of Shadowverse. Like if Shadowverse was just like a moving brain in a jar, that he would be that guy.
Yeah, for me, I think my number 1 pick, it has to be Noir. I think in the entirety of the SBO since its inception, he's just been the most consistent player. He was number 1 in the standings, you know, 2 years in a row. He's been to Worlds before. I think this is the year for Noir.
Really? Yeah, I mean, we had the prediction campaigns before, right? Who did you vote for? Who was your second pick?
So yeah, my first pick was Noir. Second pick was Psy, because this year it really felt like such an important year for Psy. Last year he was making it to top 8 and then getting kind of beat up. He made it to contenders and he did not do well. And then this year he just turned it up. This man leveled up. He got better and better. He won an SBO early on in the year, and by the end of the season, he was the #1 player in the West.
That is the kind of story that you would love to hear. You know, they try to rise the first time, they get beaten down, but then that second time they come back like 10 times stronger. That's exactly the kind of run you would love to see from a player. And I mean, if he continues that up this weekend, he might be in that top 8 spot. Me though, a guy like me, I gotta rep the SEO boys, man. I gotta do it. Me, I had SadFeeder, the guy who has been dominating the regions for 2 years straight, as well as S5's Bima. That guy, this year, has just turned it up to another level.
Yeah, on the other hand, we also have some overseas players like Senex. I'm really looking forward to him. This is his 3rd time making it to the World Championship. He's already been top 8. He's already been top 4. A guy like Senex, you know, he's got to be taking top 2, first place this year.
Right, he's just slowly like working his way up the ladder. All right, 8, 4, 2, next year 1. So at this point, he's got a competitive career in Shadowverse. Like, you could say that you my career is Shadowverse at this point.
Yeah, and we also gotta, bring up Shimon. He's like the player to beat. This has really been his year. Here you're gonna see some of the players we have for day 1. Shimon is there, like I was talking about. We have Negima as well, Nishino, Shin,
Pakarin, Gale, dude, these guys, the Raid Shadowverse winners, if these guys got through like 10,000 people, they are no slouches in the game at all.
Yeah, that is crazy. And for some players, again, like Shimon, he's got to the Rage Grand Finals like multiple times, not just once, right?
Yeah, last year, that guy, like I heard the whispers of like this guy named Shimon was like doing really well, and then he topped Rage a 2nd time, and then he did it a 3rd time. Like, stop it! You've won enough. Just calm down. Leave something for everybody else.
He qualified for the World Grand Prix like 3 times, which is absurd if you think about it, because most players can't even qualify once.
Again, I think that last year we set the record for largest open tournament, 10,000 entrants. Shimon took the top there. That's crazy, dude. You've got
that is insane. We also see Hanada as well as Jack. Pretty solid name. Sometimes you gotta just keep it clean. Let your play speak for itself.
Yeah, these guys qualified last year through the JCG online qualifiers. I believe Japan has 2 spots every year that are reserved for online players only. And so if you don't make it through Rage, then you can go through the JCG online qualifier and get out there, and those guys did.
Here we have CTY, Senex. I was talking about, again, very, very consistent. He might be the pick, the strongest player we have. We also have Kaga as well as Meow. It is also Meow's 2nd time at Worlds.
Is it really? Oh, so he's been here before. And then, coming out of the Korean region, Silver, who I believe is one of the newest players to the game out of the entire top 48 we've got here, hanging alongside Canned Coffee.
Yeah, Silver, this guy, he's the Take-Two master. He's known for his Take-Two play. We also have Older as well as G.
Oh yeah, these guys come from, again, what people could consider the strongest region, considering that's where Sasamulu came from, but look at here, there we go.
We got our boys, the SBO boys, Noir, Dolan, Osab, Hiro, qualifying through the 2020 Contenders Cup, and Noir qualifying being the #1 player in the West in 2020.
Why do these guys look like the 4 horsemen? Just like the 4 titans standing over everybody. And there we go right there. SEA boys as well. KurriCari, SadFeeder. If there was anybody I needed to rep our region, it's these 2 guys. These guys, so consistent, so strong.
Yeah, it might be too early to talk about deck list, but SadFeeder, he's bringing the Wrath Blood. And for that, I gotta root for this guy.
Oh, but don't tell him the spice yet, man. Come on, we gotta keep it secret. Well, you guys don't know this, but Luis and I were begging for deck lists the entire week. Like, please, just a crumb of deck lists. They're like, no, wait until the morning of.
We also had the Grand Finals 2021 prediction event. Let us know in the chat, who did you guys vote for? Who is your pick to make it to the finals in December.
Again, you guys, if you did enter this, you had a chance to win a couple of free card packs. Again, the mini expansion coming out next week, so you're gonna need those card packs real soon. But yeah, again, let us know in the chat who you guys chose and why wasn't it the SEAO boys.
I mean, you can only vote for 2 players, and we have so many very, very skilled Shadowverse players from the Shadowverse Open.
Yeah, it's honestly, I sat there and I looked at the West players. I'm like, honestly, I would pick some of these guys too. Like you said, like Hiro is one of my favorite players from the West. Dolan, incredibly strong. Noir has been, man, this year I feel like that guy has just been on another level.
Yeah, he's just Mr. Consistency, you know. And today, the format, we have 7 rounds of Swiss. Every round is gonna matter so much. You want to be in the top 4 at the end of 7 rounds. And again, 2 of those rounds are take 2. You can't just practice your constructed decks. You need to know what's gonna happen in take 2. Because a guy like Silver, he plays take 2 all the time.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, they come to Worlds with the expectation like, okay, I'm gonna choose the decks that I feel comfortable with, and then I'm just gonna run those, I'm gonna win. These take 2 rounds, these make or break dreams. We've seen it, we saw it 2 years ago when it happened. Players would just, they studied, grinded that rotation format, and then when the take 2 rounds came, things looked a little dicey.
Here we have the round 1 matchups. Jack going up against Dolan, Older going up against SadFeeder, Fee against Meow.
Jin versus Zenix here, Roaring Rum going up against Hanada, G going up against Hiro. Ooh, that's gonna be a good match. Oh man.
I mean, these are all gonna be great matches, yeah.
Oh, we got all of them? They're gonna show everything? Okay, Negima and Silver? Oh, Sabiko, come on! Wait, take each other out, that's not even fair.
We also have Machino against Gale, CTY against Canned Coffee, Shimon against Pakarin, and Kaga against Noir.
We need to call over a ref, man. That's not fair. Why is Osaka fighting KurriCari round 1? That's like suicide. These guys are crazy. Why do we have to kill each other? Can't we just all get along?
I mean, you know, it's bound to happen, right? Because we actually have a lot of SBO players in this day 1, which is exciting, right? I mean, eventually they'll fight each other, but it is what it is. This round 1 is going to be very exciting. We're going to have Older going up against SadFeeder with the Wrath Bloodcraft, like we were talking about.
Yeah, look at those deck lists. Those lineups: Forest, Rune, Portal on Older side, SadFeeder running Forest, Blood. One of the few players, like you said, to bring Blood today, and that Portal. But those Portal decks can be one of 2 variants, right?
Yeah. So SadFeeder, he's got the Artifact, such a powerful deck. But one that it's all about the player, you know? You need the biggest of brains to pilot this deck, but if you do it correctly, Artifact just feels unstoppable. On the other hand, Older, he's got the Machina Portal. This has got the Tolerance in there, and you know, you're good at drawing Tolerance, you're good at winning games.
Yeah, here you can see the player's deck list here. We got the Tolerance, we got the Machina Portal. The addition of Fudo was kind of nice. He's also running some weird, like, Genesis Artifact in the deck, which, I guess the
one of Genesis is just kind of nice. It's such a powerful card. A lot of the Machinas will still have it as a one-of. What I want to point out is the Forest Craft. Yes. So there's like 2 variations we have. On one hand, Seka Forest. On the other hand, Latika Forest. But a lot of these players are just like, you know what? We'll just do everything Forest. We'll play Latika and Seka in the same deck. So Older, he's got a 1 Seka, 3 Latika split. While SadFeeder, he's got 3 Sekas, no Latika.
Yeah, again, it feels like a slider, right? There's like Seka on one side, Latic on the other, and you just kind of just move between there. Again, like we said before, though, SadFeeder, one of the few players bringing that Bloodcraft here. This deck has tried and true, has been incredibly strong at the start, or the entire run of this expansion. This is also one of the decks that I believe he qualified with in SVO.
Yeah, and I mean, you got Urias in there. He's such a powerful card. You get these very powerful leader effects. The Wrath game plan is pretty solid. You get a lot of payoff for it. And he is one of 2 players bringing Bloodcraft. I want to see him do well with it.
Yeah, again, you talked about Urias. Urias' effect with the addition of Xeno Diablo being able to just do, I don't know, like 12 to 14 damage in a turn, yeah, is in a lot of cases backbreaking. If you try to build up a board, he'll just wipe it out entirely, and then because of the Urias spells, was it a Horrible Night? He can just ping off, you can get extra damage for each follow that gets destroyed, so you have to be really careful going up against this deck.
Yeah, and I wonder how the other players are prepared for Bloodcraft. You know, everyone's ready for the Forest, maybe the Evil Rune and the Portal, but not a lot of people bring in Bloodcraft. So are the other players ready for it?
I don't know, man. Again, he's one of the few who still believes in the class even after the nerfs hit it. Guys, this is the first match of Shadowverse of the WGP for 2021. Make some noise in the chat. Let me see your emotes wherever you got them from. Please, please.
Again, this
please
is,
give us support.
2 years in the making for these players, and it all comes down to this weekend. We're gonna have Older going up against SadFeeder, the SBO boy. We have to root for him, but I want to see what Older could do. You know, he didn't get here by being a mediocre player. He's got to be one of the best in the world.
Yeah, he definitely has to be. I mean, we say this every year, but SVO boys incredibly strong. But these guys from the other regions, they're definitely gonna test their mettle.
Yeah, I mean, usually we get.
Just woke up. No, he looks like he might be sleeping. Hold on a second. SadFeeder, we might just get him.
One SBO boy, you know, making it through the top 8 maybe, but it's really just up against a sea of the overseas players. The Japanese players very, very strong. This is best of 5. There are no bans. We're starting off with the rotation. We'll get to the take 2 later, which I'm sure you guys are very excited for.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, yeah, but again, this is gonna be conquest mode, so with the deck, that's it. But you can't ban anything. You can't just say, oh, this is a bad matchup, I don't want to deal with this. They just shut it. No. You have to go in. You have to deal with that every single problem. So these decks that these guys have brought, imagine, are pretty consistent, right? Against most other decks, you think?
I would think so, yeah. You know, this is a tournament where everything is on the line. Players are sticking to consistency. There's some crazy wild picks we might get to talk about, but for the most part, you know, it's pretty standard stuff. For me, the biggest thing that I want to see in this matchup is SadFeeder's ability to pilot the artifact deck. Overall, we have like a 50-50 split between the players. About half of them are bringing artifacts, half of them bringing the Machina Portal. And if you're one of the players that chose to bring artifact, then I need you to show me that you have the skill and the understanding to pilot that deck at its highest level. Yeah,
before we started the cast, Luis and I were just talking, and artifact is, you said it right again right before we started. It's one of those decks where you can lose to yourself, and if you lose that way, it weighs on your conscience. Yeah.
Here we have the first game of the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. Older going up against SadFeeder.
Ooh, the mulligan there for SadFeeder. Kind of weird. You got double Alberta. You would have hoped to just get one, maybe a nice gigantic blossom in the opening hand. Maybe a...
Yeah, so we're starting off Older with the Machina Runecraft, those Maries. I'm such a big fan of her. Such a very powerful card. Gives you everything you want. You know, those free evos, some clear, some rush. It starts off pretty strong. And on the other hand, SadFeeder starting with his Forestcraft. Again, he's one of those players that's playing 0 Latica in his build.
Yeah, so this is all Sekka. So he's hoping for the burst damage off of Sekka, and just he takes out one ward if he needs to with the evolve, and then just goes face for like 1,000 damage.
Yeah, but honestly, not the greatest start. The Forest decks, you know, they're considered aggro decks for the most part. They're like aggro combo decks. And SadFeeder going first, not having a turn 1 play, not having a turn 2 play. He's finally going to get to the belt of the Alberta here, but like he should have been doing this on top of other momentum, right?
Exactly. Yeah, again, to start the game off, you really want to see that gigantic blossom, fuse in a fairy to the tree, and then play the tree down so you can start to get card draw, start to build board, and it just isn't happening for him right now.
And Magical Gunslinger coming out from Older. I'm such a big fan of this card. It's got such good voice lines, amazing art, and it's so good for this deck. We finally see the Blossom. Fairies coming out, and there's Walder, Ranger of the Forest.
There we go. There's a little bit of chip damage on the board. Okay, and plays the Fairy out. Kind of surprising here. Oh, he wants the Alberta.
Yeah, makes sense. Gotta start getting that chip damage because, again, he didn't have the strongest start. Now Older gets the first Evo turn. We're gonna see what he wants. The Gunslinger has the nice Evo effect. You know, he has Maria available as well.
Yeah, I worry, man. Fighting against runes specifically, things like Guild Assembly are pretty rough to overcome, I feel, as Forest.
Yeah, once you get to that point where the rune player has Evo'd enough times, Guild Assembly is just insane. They have access to the like boosted Jupiter and like the deck gets very strong as time goes on, right? While the Forest deck is supposed to start very aggressive and then finish with this massive combo, but we'll see if SadFeeder could do that, because right now, Older, he's got the first Evo.
I'd imagine he played the second Gunslinger here, and nothing else really seems that
yeah, the Gunslinger will draw the Benson from the deck, which is pretty good. Just get that. He's already gotten all his Maries, so that should be the only target left in there. You can Evo it and clear the board. He has a play point left over to set up the Steed for that free Evo on the Benson, but maybe he has other plans.
He keeps hovering over the Parasol, which seems like a really weird choice to me, but...
Oh, but the clock is ticking. This is something I believe we're going to see a lot this weekend. You know, players are going to take their time, but you only have so much time in that turn. Looks like he's going for a Dog Detective play, but did he do it in time?
Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh, he did get it. Okay. Woo. I like that he's prioritizing his actual game plan rather than trying to find Vincent and get his effect active. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna race to as many evolves as possible.
Yeah, he's already evoed 3 times on his first evo turn, which is pretty good. Like, sure, manually when the Marie doesn't feel that great, but sometimes you just have to do that. And honestly, he's going second. He's got the 3 evo points. That gets a bunch of free evos anyway, so it feels like a fine way to spend it. On the other hand, we have SadFeeder gonna fight back, keep up that aggression with the Phantom Bloom.
Yeah, he has to be worried about this Dog Detective. That is a threat on the board.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to go face, though. Oh, you can see it on it. He's like, I want to put the damage face. Yeah, it's kind of awkward here. He has a lot of pings that are just 3 damage, so it's 1 off of the...
I mean, he is going to get the Alberta again, which is kind of nice. One thing, SadFeeder, he's done an amazing job of getting as much value as possible out of that Alberta. And by value, I mean face damage, because let's be real, it's going face.
You know what? You can have the 5 piddly damage. That's
There
great.
is the Jupiter. Jupiter is one of those cards that's going to help the Machina Evo Ruin, you know, stabilize, get that heal. But he needs to have, you know, 5 Evos for it. He's currently only at 3.
I mean, he could do... I'm trying to think, is there a way he can get the Marie down, plus maybe just, like, raw evolve either a Parasol Witch or an Awakened Robot?
Yeah, he's just kind of missing like those cheap spells to get that Marie Evo going, right? Marie usually very, very strong, getting that free Evo when you play a spell, but if you don't have those spells, then it's kind of hard to work with.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree there. It's... An Insight would have been nice. Yeah.
They'll draw him a card, they'll give him some life back. All of those things are pretty good. He's not going to get the Storm, but... Okay, gonna go with the Robin instead. I think this is because he's like, hey, I don't have spells. You know what gives him spells? The Robot gets us repair modes. Now Marie will be infinitely better to work with. And hey, repair mode is good because you definitely want that life as well.
He has the option here to also fuse them in with Fruits of Wisdom.
Yeah. Once again, we see Older taking the entire time in his turn. Gonna set up the Steed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and just Evo the Maria. So Ops not to fuse, he just wants to get the Evos. Because now he's at 5 Evos, the Jupiter is online, and he has those defensive tools. There's the Sekka picked up by SadFeeder though.
Yeah, SadFeeder, he's already got Older down to just about half of his defense, but this is like there's an easy way to clear out the game this turn. Alberta
yeah, like he's got to
here.
know that this is that point where if he doesn't end the game, Older's gonna start, you know, that heal.
Yeah,
the
that's
Sekka
where
comes
things
out,
get rough.
But there's no way we're at 20. He's 10 out of 20, so
yeah,
halfway there.
Halfway there. Oh.
Sekka can clear the board. It's not the worst, but it looks like he's running out of resources.
Yeah, I think he wants to use a Sekka just as a way to clear and get another Alberta back onto the board so he can just put more pressure on Older. So
yeah, I mean, that seems great. The problem is that now look at his hand. He basically doesn't have one. And now Older is definitely going to slam that Jupiter. And oh, he picks up Guild Assembly too. The heal is just going to be way too much. This is where it's going to start turning.
Yeah, the draw there is goated with the Guild Assembly off the top. Is what at 5 allows you to restore 5 defense if
5
necessary.
Life. That's a lot of defense to your leader.
You see on the screen there as well, Parasol Witch also being able to restore 3 at the same time.
I mean, at this point, his deck is fully online basically, and he's just gonna get so many free effects, and a lot of those are just like, hey, extra life.
Oh, picks up the Vincent there. Not necessary, but...
yeah, at this point, doesn't even need it. Even has Meiser. Meiser's still a pretty good Shadowverse card.
Still, he's always been, yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, there was that one adjustment, and then he just... Meiser's just too good. Yeah, there it is. The Meiser Evo picks up the 0 play point rapid fire. Can even start being aggressive at 14 defense with a ward on the board and more healing in hand. This game looks pretty good for Older.
Okay, hold on.
With the Raccoon draws 1, picks up another Sekka.
But yeah, he can't get past the ward. Older's already starting to heal at 14. Yeah, looks like that's the concession pass there.
Yeah, he just knows there's really not much he could do. He needs more of the combo pieces. He's got the elemental slash, but you know, no way to like really take advantage of it.
Fruits of Wisdom plus Guild Assembly here is pretty backbreaking.
Yep, Guild Assembly. +2/+2 to his squad. And that's gonna be game number 1 going to Older.
Yeah, hats off to Older there in that first game. He was able to... He had the line of, I can either go with my Vincent, or I can just turbo out Evolves. He played the Marie down, then got the Dog Detective in that same turn. Very, very smart play.
Yeah, I like the way he utilized his Marie. Even though he had to manually evo it, it was the correct play. He was able to withstand that early aggression from SadFeeder and then make the comeback. SadFeeder, you know, he did the best with his hand, but going first, not having a turn 1 or turn 2 play with the aggro deck, a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that really made a huge difference. Not being able to put out some early aggression and put Older on the back foot, especially going first with Forest, was kind of rough.
Yeah, again, I was saying, like, sure, the Forest could be seen as a combo deck, but it's really like an aggro combo deck, right? You need that chip damage early on to make it easy for you to close the game out, especially because he's not even playing the Latika build, so he can't just rely on a 16 damage Latika later on.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, you know, the Latika deck, it's a case where you can just kind of like burst out a ton of damage in like mid-game, where most decks are still trying to set up, you could just straight out win. Second, you have to go the distance, but you have to put on the pressure from the very beginning.
Yeah, and a lot of the decks we're seeing from the players, it's a combination of both, so that you still have the potential for this big Latika combo, but by having Sekka, your opponent will still be like, oh man, he's got a 1 of Sekka, 2 of Sekka. Like, I have to respect that possibility as well.
You know what's really scary about that, though? The fact that if you do run both, there's a chance that you can trip yourself up by trying to play one game plan, it doesn't work out, and then you try to switch the other, and you've already spent all your resources. A lot of the test games where I was just trying it out on ladder, if you get greedy and try to take a Latika turn and try to close the game up, but you realize you're 1 or 2 cards short too late.
I've been there before, yeah. You're doing the math, you know, have the calculator out, the protractor, and then you're like, oh wait, I'm at 11 cards played, the Latika's wasted, and then that's the end for sure. Yeah, but at this level, you know, these are the best players in the world. I expect to see nothing but the best. That said, at this stage, there is so much pressure on these guys. Yeah. This is for sure the most pressure they've ever played with.
Yeah, we've talked about, you know, the SVOs every month, the Contenders Cup, but compared to this, again, $1.3 million on the line, the pressure is on a completely different plane.
Yeah, it is wild. It is, as you said, life-changing money. We have Older taking the early lead, and now we're going to a Forest mirror match. Although Older, he does have the Latika. In fact, he's got 3 Latikas in his deck and only 1 Sekka.
He's also going first here, which is, and the hand is actually not that bad. He's already found his Aria too. Oh man.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about that. Where was the Aria from SadFeeder, right?
Oh, that's
he's
true.
Got the Send as well. You know, I'm a huge fan of that young cat.
Looks like SadFeeder gonna start out though. He's gonna put out the early aggression, just getting the fairy in hand from the Blast Fairy.
Yeah, this will guarantee him a fusion target for the Trio of Wonders. Can start, you know, getting value out of that amulet. We're gonna see if he could find his Aria because.
Oh, I like it.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah, and there's the Aria too, like you said.
Okay, well, 3 playing points, Alberta in hand. Just seems like a nice turn to love that. SadFeeder, he already showed us how much value a Forest player can get out of that Alberta. Such a powerful card. And hey, he draws one of his own as well.
Yeah, we're gonna trade Alberta's here. The difference on these boards is that SadFeeder has the fairy fused to that tree, which means he's gonna get more value out of it than Older did, who just played it out raw. Wow, triple blossom, back to back.
It's gonna be a lot of fairies.
All right, so he's gonna. Yep.
There's the Walder. Use it to trade. You know, the 1 damage may not be a lot. Just get the blast fairy off the board. And already, immediately the next turn getting value out of the Alberta.
Yeah, that's crazy. All 3 of his blossoms were stuck together in the deck. Yep. That's crazy.
Sometimes they're just kind of like, you know, glued together in the deck, right? Now we're gonna have Arya coming out from SadFeeder, and you gotta assume that Older's gonna respond with the Arya of his own. Getting that leader effect is so crucial for the forest. We're talking about the chip damage, and hey, when all your fairies do 1 damage on last words, that chip damage will really add up.
SadFeeder opted not to spin the Fairy Wisp there and just take the aggression on board. Interesting, he didn't clear out one of the fairies.
Yeah, and you know, he's the player that's not playing Latika. Like, if you have Latika, you're more likely to hold on to those 0-cost cards because you need them for your big combo turn. While SadFeeder, he doesn't have the Latika, like, he's more free to commit those wisps to the board, but there's still key pieces for those, like Alberta, Elemental Slashes, and so on.
Yeah, we're not going to see Alberta this turn, but with the amount of fairies and the remaining Blossom that Older has, we can definitely expect to see her within the next one.
Yeah, and you see Older has drawn his 1 of Sekka. Only 1 in the deck, but hey, he only needs 1, right?
Hey, you're right. It's weird though, I feel like you draw Sekka more than you draw Arya, despite the fact that everybody runs 3 Aryas.
Well, I mean, players better be drawing Arya this weekend if they want to win.
That's for sure.
Takes the trade, and again, that chip damage is going to continue.
Yeah, he's probably going to hold on to the Wisp, just because it would get banished as soon as it was played, and he wants to hold on to it for a potential Alberta turn later on.
Yeah, he wants to hold on to his turn. You can even see the style of player Older is. He really values that time, often letting the clock tick, making use of that time he has.
What is it? You've got 90 seconds, right? Spend them wisely.
Yeah, the one thing is that time you spend, you're also giving your opponent extra time as well, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you give them time to think, especially with those crazier, like, artifact portal decks.
Okay, well, this could be a big turn for SadFeeder, starting off with the Wisp.
Oh,
Gonna clear with the Blast Fairy. Now he still has 3 playables left over, 2 Evos, 3 cards played already. Let's see how much he can get out of this hand.
Alberta,
how much does he want to commit?
I like the Walder here. That's a good choice. Hold on to the fairies for clear.
Walder, Alberta, that's 3 damage already. He still has 2 play points. Gonna even commit an Evo. I mean, I like it. Sometimes Evo's just more damage. And I'll say what I told Noir in the Contenders Cup. At this level, the players that are Evoing to the face, they're doing it for a very precise reason. You don't just throw your Evo away. If he's committed to it, he knows exactly he needs that damage.
Surprising he didn't evolve the Walder there, though. You imagine you want to keep the stats on board rather than having them rotate out with the Alberta, yeah. But still, ton of damage that turn. Great showing from SadFeeder.
Older now down to 10 HP. We'll see how he's going to respond. Definitely feels like he's the one that's under pressure because now he has to respond to the board. And even though he went first, you know, SadFeeder's done a good job of taking the initiative this game.
Yeah, let's see. He's got Sekka's definitely not at 20. But
no, there's no way. A bit too early for that.
Yeah, the damage that SadFeeder's presenting on board isn't too crazy, but at 10 defense, you have to be a little wary.
Yeah, especially when you know your opponent, he with the phase, he has a Fairy Wisp in hand, he has Alberta, like, you know he's going to be able to output that damage. And as good as the Force is at putting under pressure, defensively it's really not that great, right? There's not a lot of wards or there's no heals, so we'll see how Older can fight back here.
Alright, Predator here. Does he run this in?
Or is he going face?
I don't blame him.
Okay, Evo the
send for free.
Gotta get that young cat.
Yes, sir. There's the buffs at the end of the turn. And then
he's going face.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he can just clear. He wants to make sure that he's not just focused on answering the board. He's got to focus on, like, how's he going to win the game. And once again, taking the turn to the absolute limit, almost ran out of time.
Hey, Fairy got the buff there from the young cat in hand.
Yep. Okay, is there lethal for SadFeeder?
Let's see, Wisp here, Alberta.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
he's got
I think that's
Evo.
game. Yeah, he's got Alberta.
Yeah, it's gotta be
he's
enough,
got
right? You got chip damage. Now we're at the point where like the damage just starts flowing from everywhere for the Force Craft. Everything goes phase, everything does damage.
Nice clear with the Colossus here. Alberta Colossus doing work. There's Alberta. Shama back again. Evo, the Alberta. Game. Oh,
well played from SadFeeder. Again, you know, he's going second here. You would think that the player that went first would be the one that leads the aggression, but it was SadFeeder that was doing so from, you know, going second.
Yeah, I think that we can attribute that to the fact that SadFeeder just got maximum value out of his turns from the get-go, right? We saw in the early game, Older, he played out the Tree of Wonders a little early. Next turn, immediately drew the Gigantic Blossom, which would have been so great to have a fairy to fuse to. Didn't get as much value off the tree. SadFeeder got the fairies from he spent the Blast Fairy early, got one in hand, turn 2, dropped down the Tree of Wonders, and immediately got a ton more value. Card draw, followers on board, heal from the very start of the game.
It really feels like there was no wasted movement, no wasted play from SadFeeder, utilizing all his resources, cashing out on his damage. The force is out of the way for him. Will he go to the Wrath Blood or the Artifacts next?
Ooh, I'm wondering. Wrath Blood, it's kind of scary going up against Force because you could just die trying to get to Wrath.
I mean, on the other hand, the Artifacts is one of those decks that could really just do it all. So, kind of like we saw with the Rune, if he gets to enough play points and resources, he could stabilize with War, it's healing. Like the Artifact that could do it all.
Yeah, actually taking a look at both of these guys' deck lists, they're quite similar for the Portal. The only difference
Older
is
should have the Machina Portal as opposed to the Artifacts, I believe.
I'm sorry, yeah, I got hung up on the Genesis Artifact there, my bad. Yeah, that's
it's just the one of Genesis,
these guys runs
but
Tolerance, the other one doesn't.
Yeah, that tells you all you need to know, right? Okay, so SadFeeder is going with the Artifacts, and like I was saying, Artifacts is going to be a key deck for the entire weekend. A deck that has such a high skill cap. If you have enough brain power, the deck could go a lot of places.
The thing that's going to be a little bit scary here for SadFeeder is he's got to get his paradigm shifts online before he dies. That way he can spend them to get the heal back from the drain.
Yeah, the paradigm shift is very flexible, whether you need damage, the life gain, or the ward. You know, so definitely a key card here for SadFeeder. Gonna start off with the Axel on the Spinaria.
Yeah, actually, outside of those cards, there is no other heal in the deck, so he has to be very, very careful.
Well, he does play Retrace in the past. That's a little bit of heal.
Oh yeah, that's
it might like mitigate the Aria damage, basically, and that might be good enough.
You might
The
actually buy him a turn.
Puppet's got to be great in this matchup, right? You want those 1/1 rush, clear all those pesky fairies.
Yeah, Young Threadmaster is such a good card. You know, you just get 2 bodies, 2/2 off of a single play point is
pretty
rare in Shadowverse.
Sometimes fanfare put a puppet into your hand is exactly what you need.
Oh, rest in peace, Converter Manipulation, man. I wanted that card to be good so badly, and it rotated out before its time.
The Raccoon getting some value.
Yeah, it looks like Older's hand a little bit better this time. He's got the Alberta in hand, he's got the tree in hand. Still no. Oh, he's got the Blast Fairy.
No Aria though.
Yeah, he has Latica, so there's an option
that's
there.
something, yeah. U1 kind of nice, and SadFeeder picks up the Factory. One thing that I haven't really spoken about, but it's absolutely huge for the Artifact deck, is having the Factory. Most importantly is when you play it down, you know, whether you're just slamming it on turn 5, hoping that it's okay, or the Artifact player can wait, play it on turn 6 or 7, and immediately combo it with some Artifact cards to get, you know, immediate value.
Yeah, like you said, whenever you play that Factory is really important, and it changes, you know, matchup to matchup. In decks that are a little less aggressive and maybe just trying to get their combo pieces in the mid game, you can slam it down on 5 and then start to get immediate value. But against really aggressive decks like this 4-stick right here, he's probably not going to play that factory until the turn where he can actually win the game with it. Maybe turn 6, turn 7, drop it down, and then start playing artifacts at a cheap cost.
Yeah, because if you play Factor in 5, you're not doing anything else. And if you give a deck like Forest a free turn, essentially, you best believe Older would take, you know, full advantage of that situation. Exactly. We're going to see the Genesis artifact. This card is pretty good. Gets full evil stats. 2 bodies, extra, you know, 8 worth of stats, wards. That card's pretty good. Also, that's a fanfare that's like pretty relevant because the cannon artifacts are pretty good as well.
Yeah, late game you get the 6 different artifacts played during the game, and then you get some free storm damage.
Yeah, so although SadFeeder, he's not been able to generate those paradigm shifts. He's found his other key cards in the Genesis and the Factory. While on the other hand, we're now coming into Older's first evil turn, and there is no Aria in sight.
Yeah, he has the Latica in hand, but honestly, the cards he has are a bit too expensive. To get the Latica really online, you need a couple of 0-cost cards, 2 or 3, a couple of bounces at the same time, and he just doesn't really have that.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Older to be in. Just the Genesis artifact, one card put in an immense amount of pressure. We're going to see the Phantom Moon Predator being used to bounce the Blast Fairy. That could be used for some clear.
That's good, yeah. He plays the Gigantic Boss and get more fairies in hand so he can get rid of at least one of these wards.
Yeah, 3 damage, not bad. 1 play point left over, though. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a full clear. But he's going to have to spend some resources. And again, he didn't get to develop that Aria leader effect.
He might have to play the Shamu Shamu to just clear the 3-1 and then evolve. Oh, he can't even evolve the Predator.
And once again, Older letting, you know, the turn go all the way to the clock. We're seeing this so many times from him. You can even see it in his expression. He looks a bit like nervous, and rightly so. Yeah. This is, again, a lot of pressure for these players. They are tied 1-1, and whoever wins this match is going to be in a great position to take the set.
Yeah, all right, SadFeeder gets the Artifact Impulse, which is a great pickup there. He could opt to... He saw how much Older struggled to clear the first Genesis artifact. The second one might be backbreaking.
But, or does that mean that's like, hey, he didn't have a lot of pressure. Is this the factory turn? No. It's another Genesis artifact. He couldn't answer one. Why not drop a second one?
I like that. I like it a lot. Now he's like, all right, I can clear your little piddly board.
Yeah, and the Miriam there getting some great synergy. You can't destroy the artifact, but you still get the paradigm shift.
Like his opts to ignore going face and just clear the board. I was like, all right, can you do it again?
Yeah, I don't think SadFeeder needs that chip damage because once the game gets to the point where he's set up, like he's gonna be good. He's gonna have the damage. So just taking full control of the board, it seems like the correct play. Older, he looks like he's struggling. Once again, does not have the Aria leader effect. And now, how does he respond to this board?
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty rough. He's got to take out the 3-1 so that doesn't soak up damage. He's got to get rid of the 1-3, and then there's 8 stats, 9 defense still left on the board. How do you get past that?
Yeah, what's the point where you're just like, okay, you know what? This is not a good spot. I'll just use my Latica to clear the board. Now, Latica is the finisher of the deck, the combo, but she's also good at fighting for the board. It's going to be a 5-5 that can attack twice. You get her 0-cost spell that can do damage and clear as well. It is a huge resource to be spent, but is that where Older is? Is that what he has to do?
I think that is. Yeah, we're going to see the Latica come down here. He has to use this as a defensive tech.
Oh, that's not the hit he wanted. That's kind of sad. It's still evil. He's got the Elemental Slash. This is still, honestly, all things considered, not a bad turn. Latica getting a good amount of value here. It definitely seemed like it was the correct choice.
She can attack twice. Keep that in mind on the ball.
Yeah, might as well go face for her. Yeah, at least get some face damage.
Did lose out on the Warded Fairy, though.
Look at his hand. The Latica play was forced. Resources were spent. Older now has no evil points. Almost no cards in hand. And this is the time for SadFeeder to take control of this game.
Yes, the Gizmo enthusiast here. Probably going to evolve that. Oh!
Another.
Okay, you're going to have to hold on to the Genesis artifact there.
Okay. Now you still want to get the differently named artifacts. It's a good answer to the Latica, and now the 2 fairies are really not that much pressure. There's the Keen Edge for the drain we were talking about. That's a full clear and some face damage.
To be fair though, SadFeeder, well, I guess he's got the factory in hand, so
I mean, he's got factory, he's got Genesis.
Yeah,
he's had 5 out of 6. So as soon as the Keenach is destroyed, he's gonna be fine. Ooh, oh, they're going with the gigantic blossom. This is definitely not the primary way to use the card, but it is an option. It's gonna freeze the followers, but that just means that's a good turn for SadFeeder to develop the factory.
He wants the face damage off of the artifact impulse, so he's gonna play the Threadmaster out here. Ooh. Alright,
okay,
can Ult stabilize here?
Another Latica, but see, now he doesn't have the cards to follow up that Latica, does he? Let's see what he could do. He does have 4 damage on the board.
Right,
there is Alberta. How much damage can he do? Wait a second. Saka's Embrace. He gets the play points back. Alberta is there.
Is this enough?
That should be enough.
Oh,
how did he do it? Boulder with the surprise comeback. Gonna take game number 3 and move on to a 2-1 lead.
The come from behind victory there. The second Latica pickup was actually what he needed. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was forced to commit that first Latica, but it was the correct play. It bought him just enough time, and then the second Latica came through. He had the bounce, he had the damage. Well played from Older, who now only needs 1 more win to defeat SadFeeder in round 1.
Yeah, it's going down 1 game, especially in this kind of situation, is really scary. You don't want to start your day on a loss. You've got to get it together, SadFeeder. The next deck might be the last one you pick for this round, buddy. Be careful.
So with that said, do you think he goes for his Wrath Bloodcraft, or do you run it back with the artifacts?
It's scary, man. Just knowing that, you know, tolerance is always right around the corner.
Oh, yeah. It could all come down to 1 or 2 tolerances. 0 play point, 9/9 Storm. That's a good Shadowverse card if you ask me.
I mean, you have to win with all your decks, so he might just opt to go with, I think, what is the harder matchup in the Blood. But I don't know, man. It's scary.
It's a tough moment for SadFeeder. Yeah, potentially 1 game away from starting the day 0-1, like you said. Not how you like to start. Getting that first win could be huge for the confidence of the player. You know, somebody like Older who looks extremely nervous, I feel like if he got this win, it might just turn him around. And even though he's nervous, I gotta say, Older's been playing very, very well.
Yeah, despite the fact that, especially in that last game, he was on the back foot the entire time, he still found a way to inch ahead every single turn and keep himself alive until he could find some wow.
The mission is
okay, here we go. Game number 4. SadFeeder sticking with the artifacts. Older just needs 1 more win. And he's going to try and do it with his Machina Portal.
God.
Tolerance in the opening hand.
That's so terrifying. And he's got the Island Remains early on. Ramiel on 2 if he needs it. And then he draws Spinari's artifact. Oh.
Ooh.
Things are looking up for
with the
him.
Remains. Yeah, off to a pretty good start. He's got to be happy about that.
SadFeeder, buddy, I need you to bring it together this game more than I've ever needed you to take a dub in the history of SVO.
Okay, Older going first. You know, he doesn't need the Ramiel for the ramp, so it's a pretty good 2-drop. Just throw it out there.
Oh, off for the Gizmo Enthusiast here. Ooh, alright, gets another one. Not bad.
Another
no.
tolerance picked up.
This is rough.
Oh, this is scary. When you play against the Machina Portal, you just don't know. You're like, does he have 0 tolerance or 3, right? Like, you don't know. Right now, Older's got 2 of them.
I'm telling you, tolerance is always just around the corner. Is he going to play the Island Remains out here?
He does have that 1 play point remaining. It could be this Spinaria.
Okay, that's an option too. Wants a little bit of card
not
draw.
Bad. A 1/1, yeah, some card draw. Could potentially draw the Genesis artifact. Tolerance down to 28 play points. Nice top deck from SadFeeder though. The carrier picks up the Mystic, gets a Paradigm Shift.
Yeah, a lot of the Paradigm Shift generating cards have been set to like 2 or 3 play points, so it's kind of hard to get to them in the early game. So finding them early on like you did here is actually pretty important.
And the Mega Enforcer, a pretty good pickup, but you know, it's one of those cards that you might want to hold on until you have that Evo available.
Yeah, free Evos is so nice, man.
Yeah, you know, doing damage on Evo, drawing cards on Fanfare, just like such a good card and very well statted.
The Dispernic Artifact in this deck will pull which artifacts?
It's just the
out?
Genesis. There's the one of Genesis.
Just Genesis, okay. So it's a
Yeah,
tutor
I mean,
for the Genesis, basically.
It's just a good standalone card. We saw the power of it, you know, last game from SadFeeder, right? Like, you don't need the artifact synergy. It's just a good card.
Yeah, we saw, in I guess earlier builds of this deck, we saw a couple folks running the multi-arm artifact, which also could get procced. But yeah, removing that, you have a clean Genesis pull on 4.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the Machina portal has, you know, developed over time, because now it's almost like a just good portal card deck. You have Tolerance, which is not a Machina card, but it's an insane portal card, so you're playing it. You have the Genesis, you still have the Machina package, and then you have just other generically good cards, like, for example, Fudo.
Plays the Genesis, no evolve. Very risky move here.
I think he's happy to just commit Evos to the Mega Enforcer. Again, the Genesis is not like a huge key part of his game plan, like it is for SadFeeder, who has one of his own, but he does get to Evo it.
Yeah, the scary thing here, I think, for Older is the fact that he's playing the Genesis out now means he can't use that to reduce the cost of Tolerance later on.
Well, funny enough, he's not actually able to clear
yeah.
it, so he can Evo it if he wants, but he also has both the Enforcers available. And
Yeah,
those
now
Tolerance are, you know, they're ticking. What is the
he's-
play here for Older?
If he spins the Mega Enforcer, he can't spin the regular Enforcer, right? He wants to probably have a turn where he can evolve Genesis Artifact and then play the Enforcer out.
Yeah, how much does he value his own Genesis Artifact Evo is the question. And maybe the answer is not at all.
Oh, wow.
Gonna
Also
just go with the Mega
the,
Enforcer?
picks up the Maisha, which is nice.
Ooh, yeah, that's again, that's just another like generically good card, right? It doesn't have any like huge synergy with Machina, but it doesn't matter. It's just so good by itself.
Oh, looked like he actually had to spin the Enforcer.
Okay, that's a full clear and a lot of damage being dealt by his followers. So watch the tolerances. Currently at 25, and they're about to get
or
down to 11.
That's terrifying.
I also want
just...
to. I want to point out SadFeeder's at 18 life, and that's, you know, 2 tolerances.
No, don't say that.
Just
Don't say
plays
that.
the factory. We talked about the factory and when was the correct time to play it, when was it not. I don't know if this is correct, but SadFeeder, he just played it.
It's interesting though. You play out the factory now, knowing that Older cannot commit any more damage to reduce his tolerance. So you technically buy yourself a little bit more time here.
Yeah,
you take
well,
the
I mean,
5 damage, but
It's still 5 that he's gonna get to discount.
Destroying target.
that's true.
And oh man, it's tough. Okay, Older 4 play points left. Looking at those tolerances. This could be it
evolve
for
the UN.
SadFeeder.
He can't evolve the UN here. He's probably gonna hold on to the Combustion Demon for next turn. If anything goes sideways. Yeah, things are looking good here for Older.
SadFeeder, he's gonna get at least one more turn. And in that one more turn, he has the factory online, he's got paradigm shifts, he's got cards that can generate artifacts. So we need to see something huge for him. He needs to have like a crazy artifact turn that's gonna turn this game around.
He technically has to win in 2 turns if Older can hold
Basically.
out. Yeah, hold out.
But
and
I mean,
keep that evolution
if
point.
any deck could do it, it's gotta be the artifacts, right?
Yeah. All right, Ewan comes down. That's maybe for a little bit of extra damage. How many times has Resonance been activated?
Sequence.
Not 10 times, I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
So Tolerance down to 6 play points, enough to play 1. Okay, let's see. What is the turn for SadFeeder? You can see that he starts right away with plays because Artifact is one of those decks where you can't just sit there and think as you're going to be drawing cards over the course of a turn. You need to start taking actions and over those actions realize what is the correct play, which is not easy to do at all.
Throws away the Genesis Artifact there. Pulls another Ewan. Miriam here.
Okay, Miriam
Zero.
Getting board space is crucial for him. Gonna even U1, gonna pick up the Analyzing. Again, more card draw, more play points being generated.
Oh, thank God. Retracing. Retrace.
Yeah,
Retrace.
get that heal, right? Every point of life matters.
Please.
And
Here's
now
what's
he's at
really
the point
tough
where
about the deck.
Yeah, go ahead.
His hand size is just
Yeah.
too big.
everything is just getting burned, and you know, if what you have in hand is good enough, it's fine. But it is tough to maneuver.
Oh no, I don't think he has enough here. Yeah. Oh no.
Okay, at least, you know, he gets the U1 clear. He holds onto the 0-cost Paradigm Shift. I think this is actually fine because by only leaving up a 4-4, you mitigate the damage that can be dealt to and, you know, discounted from the tolerance.
That's true. But well, I guess for next turn he's in a really good spot. I don't know if he can win though. That's what I'm worried about. He's got to be able to take a W. Like,
right, because at this
turn.
point, if Older does 4 damage to the U1, then his tolerances go to 2 play points, and he can just play 2 tolerance next turn and win the game, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's the damage from the Master Chef here.
The battlefield is my cutting
Gonna
board.
get a lot of maximum life.
24.
Get some card draw as well. 4 damage dealt.
And heal. You know what? Free up the hand a little bit.
Is it just gonna come down to 2 tolerances going
Does
face?
he leave the board open so SadFeeder? Oh, that's so clever.
Yes. You know, there is like board lock, and then there's the opposite where you just leave your board open. Can SadFeeder do 24 damage this turn? We're about to find out.
All right, let's see.
How much damage does he have? He does have the cannon artifacts. There's gonna be a lot of damage to the face.
There goes the pew pews.
No impulse though.
Yeah, I would have hoped for an impulse here.
Honestly, Older played that very smart, getting the Master Chefs, just getting as much life as possible, right?
Even with an Evo here, he puts Older at what, 12?
It's just
Gives
not
me,
enough
6.
damage.
Yeah.
There's nothing for him to trade into to, you know, generate more cards or draw more, anything like that. He could just put a lot of damage, but Older, he's got double tolerance, and with them, he's gonna take the game and take the set 3-1 over SadFeeder.
SadFeeder, no!
Will have my victory one
He said he was gonna come down to the tolerance, and with 2 drawn at the beginning of the game, Older's gonna execute the game plan and finish out the set 3-1.
All right, now, completely unbiased commentary. SadFeeder, you're watching this right now, buddy. It's fine. You got your game 1 jitters out of the way. You know, shake it off. You're done. We're done with that. Don't let it weigh on your mind. Look forward. We have 6 more games. Yeah, 6 more games to go for the rest of the day. And you are a guy who's definitely shown that he can go the distance. Now's the time to wake up. You've seen what the other level of what the other players are capable of doing. Get out there, take some dubs, buddy.
We didn't get to see his Wrath Blood, but hopefully SadFeeder does well in his other games. On the other hand, I'm very impressed by Older. He played that series very, very well, making those comebacks, even when things looked like they weren't going his way. I don't know where he had, you know, great display of the Forest, and he was able to make those comebacks.
Yeah, like you said, that Forest game was just incredible. We, you know, every turn leading up to just about the end, we were like, all right, SadFeeder's in control. He's controlling the board out. He's doing everything he needs to win. And then out of nowhere, he just pulls out the Latica play, grabs another Alberta, grabs the Shamu Shama, and just goes in for the victory. Older is definitely a guy to be taken seriously.
Yeah, we saw him. He had to utilize that first Latica. It didn't look initially like it was a play that he wanted to do, but he got so much out of it. And then he was skilled enough to top deck the second Latica, which was enough to close out the game. So again, very well played from Older. Gonna, you know, start the day with a 1-0 record.
And you gotta feel good about that.
Yeah, 7 rounds of Swiss. Round 1, we saw Older looking pretty good.
Now, I mean, that means that I gotta know how these other matches turned out, but looks like we're not gonna have that until after our first break. It looks like we might be going to break quite soon, guys. I mean, can I get production on my ear? Are we gonna do an interview? Can we do an interview? Oh,
Well,
all right.
I hope you guys have been enjoying the Shadowverse World Grand Prix action. We have a lot more games coming out. Stay tuned. We're going to a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are now joined by KurriCari, who apparently we're being told won his first round. How are you feeling?
Actually, I'm not feel so great because I beat my own teammate. I'm glad I win, but it is not the kind of win you expecting on round 1.
Yeah, that's rough going up against your own teammate round 1 in OSAV over there with the Team S5. But you have to feel good to start the day off with a win. Is that right?
I do, because the pressure is really high. In this tournament, like, your only chance is 7-0 or 6-1, so every win actually count.
Can you the match went down?
It is start with OSAP opening with sword, I think, yeah, and then I just open with portal because it's like the deck that against his lineup, it's kind of okay against the 3 of his deck, so I'm fine with that. So I won the first match. The second match is actually mirror. It's a forest against forest. Oh wait, it is where I lost. I think it is portal from OSAP against Myrun.
Oh,
The game actually won like until turn 11 with
one.
double bell format from his side until I like out of resource cannot clear the second bell format.
That's wild stuff. What about the last?
It
the
is
last two
wild
games?
stuff. The third game is Forest Mirror. I don't think you guys like to hear about this, so we will just keep this one.
Aggro. I got you. Yeah.
This one. And then the last one is...
Oh, I think we might have lost you there, Kari. Can you repeat that one more time, buddy?
Okay, the last match is Myrun against his Forest. The game ended up on my turn 8 because he cannot find the last combo piece on his OTK Ladika.
Oh, that's painful. Oh man. So how do you feel? How did you feel going up against this crazy sword deck? He's bringing a pretty off the wall sword deck in OSAM.
It is pretty crazy. It's like it. I don't want to tell the detail further, but
Fair.
the deck is actually playable. It's like it is the off meta deck that can able to beat some of the tier 1 deck.
Oh, I see. So mostly just kind of a counter for some of the stronger stuff out there. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh. Any questions on your side, Luis?
Yeah, so now you're 1-0. As you said, the goal is to be 6-1 or 7-0. Do you have any strategy, any game plan? What's the thought? How are you feeling?
It is my advent office. Please, I just need to draw my advent office again every artifact out there.
Well, hopefully luck is on your side, buddy. Any message you want to leave to the viewers out there watching and the rest of the SVO competitors that you're competing alongside this weekend?
Please enjoy the show and please encourage us while watching it. I really appreciate it. I'm going to watch the stream after the entire tournament ends.
Yeah, I think I'll be doing the same. I think in the afternoon, Chris and Different Fight and Igni will be taking over, so I'll be hanging out and chat with the rest of those folks as well. But from us over here as the commentators, for me especially, good luck for the rest of the day, man.
Thank you.
Whew,
right.
Luis, he sounded
was-
nervous.
I mean, they all have to be very nervous, right? Again, that was KurriCari. He won his first set. Looking pretty good at 1-0. We're going to see if he can continue that streak. We are going to go back on another break. But when we come back, we'll have more matches for you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. Round 1 has just concluded and we're moving on to round 2 of Swiss, which is still rotation.
Man, that break, I was on Twitter, I was on Twitch, I was on every system I could think of trying to find where all the streams are. I'm like, who's still playing? Who won? Who lost? I'm happy to say very soon we'll have all the results in from round 1 like Lewis just mentioned, and then we'll know where our boys stand.
Yeah, that was a very exciting round 1, and this is just the beginning of a great weekend of Shadowverse. Again, we have the best players in the world. They fought for over 2 years to get here, and we're cutting down to, you know, the top 8 that are going to move on to the finals in Japan in December.
Yeah, it's a shame that, we had the interview with KurriCari. He had to fight Osab round 1. You know, you don't want to see the SVO boys play each other like right now, but you made a good point during the break that they do, or they don't really play each other that often anyway. So it's kind of nice to see, you know, we got the small rivalry here, but at the end of the day, we want to get at least one of our boys into the top 8.
Yeah, we're going to be cheering for the SBO guys no matter what. But at the same time, we're seeing guys like Older, and man, when he played that well, it's hard to not want to cheer for him as well.
Yeah, I was taking a look during the break of some of the other streams, like the Korean stream, the Japanese stream, and the level of play in this competition is insane. Games that we think are completely one-sided and are done, the player finds a line and somehow takes victory in that turn and just turns it around.
Yeah, we were really hyping up Silver for his Take-Two skills, and we're joking like, we want to see him play Take-Two. It would be a shame if he lost in the constructed side of it. So, let's take a look at the results of round 1. You can see Gale, Hanada, G, number 1.
Yeah, Jax, ETX, Zenix also that 1-0.
Not surprising.
KurriCari, let's go! As you'd expect, Shimon is there as well.
On the other hand, we could see Noir, Dolan, and Hiro, the Temple Storm boys, all 0-1.
No! How? How's that possible? How are there not just 2 places, first place and second place at this point?
Yeah, so after round 1, KurriCari is actually the only SBO player that is still undefeated.
Now we had talked about this before, but if you don't go 6-1, it's pretty hard to make it to that top 4 spot for the day. So if you go 5-2, your dreams might be over.
You can also see that even though, say, Noir and Hiro, they're both 0-1, Noir is on 13th. I assume that's because he must have won more games in his set. And here we have the round 2 matchups. We're going to see Jack going up against Older, who we just saw in round 1. Gale against KurriCari. Shimon going up against G.
Dude, there's so many good matches. Zenix going up against Meow. Oh my god.
Those are 2 World Grand Prix veterans. We're also going to see Dolan going up against Hiro, Roaring Rum against Osab, Fee against Noir.
SadFeeder versus Silver. Ooh, that's going to be a good one. Looks like we're getting the guys set up here. Ooh, Shimon and G, Dolan and Hiro. There we go.
Okay, yeah, here's going to be our matchup. We have another team kill in a way. We have Dolan going up against Hiro. So they're both 0-1, which means winning this round is absolutely crucial for both of these guys. They have similar lineups. Both are piloting the artifacts. The difference is that Hiro, he's got the last word shadow, still believing in that shadow, while Dolan has Evo Rune.
I like that Hishiro's picture, his camera looks like he's being blessed right now. Like he's coming down from on high to bless us with good Shadowverse play today.
Yeah, I mean, Hiro, he already has a world's top 8 under his belt, but we could not sleep on Dolan. Dolan got here by winning the 2020 Contenders Cup. He's had an amazing year as well, and these are both 2 of the best players in the West.
Yeah, this
tough matchup.
Yeah, this round 2 is definitely the showcase for the West. It's a shame these guys have to fight against one another, because honestly, the person who loses this might not be able to make it out for the day. So this is a rough match for these guys.
Yeah, they're both playing Forest. We can see the lineups here. For Dolan, his Forest list, he's one of those players that believes in this Sekka combined with the Latika, so he's running 2 Sekkas, 3 Latikas.
Yeah, taking a look at the Runecraft list again. It's pretty standard Evo Rune, nothing too wild here. But the Portalcraft list, He is running again that artifact portal. Got the factories online. Get the Genesis artifact out there, and then artifact impulse. Close the game out.
Yeah, we saw the power of artifact portal, and Dolan is definitely one of the players that can power this deck at the highest level. Again, the winner of the 2020 Contenders Cup, and a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the text in the deck. Two dual swords of longing. Interesting choice there. I guess maybe he wants some easy clear plus a little bit of face damage. One copy for tracing, and then the unnamed determination.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got the unnamed determination, which is a card that we're gonna see dominate in the Take Two side of things. But Dolan says it's good enough for constructed.
Yeah, I mean, free evolution points are free evolution points, you know.
Card draw evos, why not, right?
And take a look at Hishiro's side here again. He's also running in Forge Craft, but this one, I believe, is just raw. Oh, so he does have the Latica here. I think it's just raw Latica.
Yeah, he's got 3 Laticas, but no Sekkas. And as I was saying, Hishiro is one of the players that still believes in the Shadowcraft. Although what's interesting is that some of the other players that are bringing Shadowcraft, you know, Ceres was adjusted, and they're not even playing her anymore. Hishiro is still playing the Ceres. You know, her spell is not quite as powerful, but it might still be a solid part of his game plan.
Yeah, I mean, you take Ceres and you put Darkest Desire on something like an Ominous Tyrant. That's still 6 damage face. Additionally, you can just still put it on the Link Staff, and you're not going to get the 5 damage, but you'll get 3 damage plus whatever damage the Link Staff does to face as well. It's not an awful card. It's a little
we've seen Shadow like dominate the Shadowverse Open for so long. It would kind of be weird if we didn't see it in the World Grand Prix. And for his last deck, Hishiro also has artifacts. Nothing too crazy there though, and again, I'd like to see what he could do with it. Both of these guys, they lost round 1. Again, they really need this win here. Dolan going up against Hishiro.
Yeah, it's a shame that the loser of this match likely will not qualify. So you hate to do it to your own boys, but that like we talked about before the break or during the break, at least one of them gets to move forward.
Yeah. Somebody will move forward. In 7 rounds of Swiss, we saw from the prize pool, like every win is going to get you a bigger prize pool, which is fantastic. But for you to qualify into day 2, we're looking at the players that are going to end the day 7-0 or maybe 6-1. But a 5-2 record is probably not going to get you into the top 4 and qualify you for the top 8.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are getting ready. We're going to hop into the game very soon. I wonder what the leads are for both of these guys.
Yeah, we're going to see what they lead with. You know, from the players we could see in round 1, like Older, he looks so nervous. But Dolan and Hishiro, they look more like fierce and determined, I want to say. Like they know it's go time. They cannot afford to make any mistakes at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's back against the wall. So you've got, adrenaline must be, you know, on high. You've got to have all your plays set. You've got to be in top physical and mental condition at this point. Looks like we're going to see the rune coming out against Hishiro's Forest in the opening game here.
Here we go. This is round 2 of the 2021 Shadowverse World Grand Prix. Hishiro going up against Dolan.
Ooh, all right. Dolan, the opening hand. Miser's nice. Guild Assembly, yeah, could have waited.
Meister is always nice, and he's one of those cards where like one Meister is nice, but if you're able to combo 2 Meisters together, oh, it can get out of control very quickly.
Gigantic Blossom is nice here. That's going to give him an answer to the early Misers from Dolan.
Yeah, we've seen the Forest players so far. They've always had the Alberta, and she's been such a key component in Forest getting that chip damage.
Uh-oh, back to Reveal. Triple Miser in the opening hand here.
That is pretty scary, especially because Hishiro, he doesn't have a card like that can answer the Meister right away. The Tree of Wonders is a nice pickup. It's going to give him a strong turn 2, and he does have the Alberta to follow it up, but we're going to see just how much can Dolan get out of these Meisters.
The pickup on Arya from Hishiro. Everything is going his way right now.
Yeah, those are like exactly the draws that he needed, right?
Yeah.
This is definitely gonna be the second Meister though. Gonna get buffed up by the Steed. So as a 2-3, now Alberta can't even clear that one. He already generated 2 rapid fires, and with the 3rd Meister in hand, he can then get those rapid fires down to 0 play points.
Well, he did draw the Raccoon Enchanter. There's an option here that also affords him a little bit of card draw. He might have to forego his Autumn Blade for this turn, but
it's a tough choice because, like, yes, the Raccoon answers the Meister, but then you still live up the other Meister anyway, so you don't really take that threat off the board. And at the same time, playing Raccoon means that he's not developing his Alberta leader effect.
That is true. Okay. Picks up the Sagittarius there.
Okay, so at this point, this is actually a little bit weird for Dolan because, like, you want to hold that Meister for the Evo. You want to guarantee that you're going to be able to Evo the Meister and get the discounts on rapid fires. So if he's not playing Meister this turn, then, I mean, Fruits of Wisdom without the fusion, just not as good.
Yeah, he will burn his next card, which could be pretty big.
Yeah, but now Hiro gets to develop the Alberta if that's the play he wants. He did pick up the Aria, but going first, he won't be able to Evo until the next turn.
Yeah, I think Alberta here is an easy answer. Oh, he's gonna opt to trade because he doesn't want the Evolve to come out and then pop back in.
Yeah, for sure. The Meister is just too scary. We also see the Sagittarius. I believe that's, you know, not a common card these days for Forest and one of the sort of techs that Hiro is playing.
I honestly love this tech. You know, in a lot of cases, Forest just can't deal with some of the really big boards with things like Guild Assembly for a Maroon, and so Xeno Sagittarius in the late game is just an awesome answer to just get rid of that one time over, and in the early game, it's a little bit of free card draw.
Well, get your speedy boots ready because it's Meister time. Double Steed, Marie coming out. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rapid fires for 0 play points. This man is gonna be blasting.
That fairy got blasted indeed, buddy. The problem is now, turn 5 seems kind of awkward.
Yeah, so Hiro knows, like, whatever he has left on the board, it's definitely gonna get rapid fire. But luckily for him, it's not like he needs a board to win. He could just get a lot of damage from his hand in the form of Storm and effects. He has the area available for that very, very powerful leader effect.
Yeah, so he has the Aria in hand. He has to keep in mind, though, he needs low-cost cards to fuel his win condition of using Latica. So he's kind of pensive to use maybe the Fairy in hand. Looks like he's gonna opt to evolve here.
Yeah, you gotta get that leader effect online. And I do want to remind you guys, Hiro's build, he does not have any Sekkas, so he is going to rely on those combo pieces for the Latica.
Yep.
So getting those Fairy Whiz, he's gotta hold on to them.
All right. Ooh, plays the Fairy out here.
It's
Yeah, he
not a
wants
full
to take
clear,
Whiz.
but he did develop the leader effect, which is crucial for him. And we're gonna see how Dolan responds. He
Yeah,
needs
this
to get
turn
more
5.
Evos.
Yeah, this turn 5 is really awkward, man. I don't really know what to do. The Parasol Witch, I guess, is okay, but it's at 1 evolve.
I
Or
mean,
2
he gets to
evolves,
tackle a
excuse me.
card, picks up Tetra.
Oh, Tetra's
The
actually a
fact
good
that
pickup here.
his wisdom didn't get the fusion is kind of hurting him right now. But I mean, when you have so many rapid fires,
Oh,
can't
for
feel
sure.
that bad.
Yeah, start blasting, man. Ari is nothing. I like the Tetra pickup though. I don't see a reason not to just evolve here. Yeah.
Yeah, seems pretty solid. Tetra, a very powerful card. That Evo effect, you know, so good. 5/5 Delta Cannon, 2 play points back.
And we're blasting. Does he save the Delta Cannon here?
I'm gonna spend the Guild Assembly.
Interesting.
I guess it makes sense because
that's not that bad because he knows he's going to just die in 1 turn to Latica. So
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. In the context of this matchup, he can get low, and then the heal won't matter if Latica's gonna one-shot him, right?
yeah.
Okay, well, Hishiro's gonna start comboing with the Fairy Whiz, gonna bounce it back with a Phantom Blue Predator, get that Storm, +1 attack.
Still no Latica in hand though, but I'm really worried about his hand size here.
Yeah, he
He's
can
gonna
spend the Fairy,
up-
clear the board, get a little bit of chip damage. He also does have the Alberta to work with.
Play the 1/1 Fairy. Oh, really? I thought he might trade that into the Parasol Witch. But he wants to just push
I
it
think
fast.
he wants to keep the pressure. Make sure he doesn't have a lot of followers left on the board after his turn, since they're all gonna get cleaned up by the rapid fires anyway. There's a Walder from the deck.
Not bad, not bad.
This world is filled with mystery.
Man, that Maria is
man.
definitely overstayed her welcome at this point. She's
Yeah.
gotta go, man.
But now he's got a choice. You know, Evo, trade, go face.
Pipe down.
While they're going face, pipe down.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
Okay, puts Dolan down to 11 life.
Hiro is at 1 evolution point left. Is that correct?
I believe so. And the Marie might be a key pickup for Dolan here. With Marie and the Dog Detective, he can easily get to 5 Evos.
Oh yeah, with 0
And
cost
then
rapid
double
fires.
Jupiter, you know, might be able to stay alive.
My thunderbolt.
And a Jupiter right away, though.
That's
Interesting.
fine. Yeah, I mean, he gets the big body on board.
Some things are worth
Oh, he's gonna offer the rope? Oh, wait, what?
You don't stand
I didn't see
a
this line of play
Okay.
at all.
I think this is the line of play where he's saying, like, I will need to ensure that I don't lose next turn, right? The way Hiro was playing that, he doesn't know what's in his hand, and like, hey, there could be a Latika, and then maybe that's his last turn, right? So Jupiter to heal pre-evo is the most defensive line that he has, and then next turn he could still do something with the Marie and a 0 cost rapid fire.
Yeah, he has to respect the Latica play. And speaking of, there she is, drawn right off the top there. The thing is, I don't think he has enough bounces here to get Latica online.
Well, he's starting off with the Wisp. Let's see what Hiro could do. This is where, you know, the Forest player has to really think about how much damage they can output through the wards. You only have so many play points to work with. These are the tough turns.
Part of me wanted to believe in the Primordial Colossus play there, and then very wisely get back 2 more play points. But yeah, I think you just have to Latica here. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, in preparation, I was asking some players like, hey, do we ever drop the Primordial as a 7-drop? And they're like, no, you never do that. Yeah. Okay, Latica coming down. We see the Alberta coming back as well.
He's gotta be careful
5
of board
cards
space
played. 3 play points left over.
He's definitely going to clear. The problem is,
But is
can
he
get
committing all his resources right now? Because, like, can he win this turn? The clock is ticking, and he's far from 12 cards played.
Oh, did he manually evolve the Latica there?
Yeah. Okay, now I guess he's on trade duty. Just gonna stabilize the board, cash in a good amount of damage, but it is not enough.
Oh.
And now we're gonna see Marie rapid fire that gets him to 5 evos. The Jupiter will be fully online, and this is where Dolan is going to make that comeback because Hiro, he spent a lot of resources on that last turn.
Man, the rapid fire is just paying off in spades here for the free evolves of Marie. Double Jupiter, I think, might be backbreaking for Hiro here.
Yeah, I really like Dolan's play with the turn 6 Jupiter because, like, it didn't seem amazing at start, but because he had the Maria and the 0 play from Rapid Fire, it still leads him into a second Jupiter on 7, and now he's in a great spot.
Ooh, the wisdom there.
Picks up a Guild Assembly. That's gotta be the best draw by far. At 12 life with a 4/6 ward.
Yeah,
Oh, wait a
his other
second, Latika top deck.
Uh-oh.
But it's just, there's not enough fuel at this point.
Let's see, Latica, you can play the Fairy out, you can play... Yeah, Sand doesn't do much here. You can bounce the Fairy for...
Yeah, he just doesn't have the
Primordial
resources
Colossus.
that he had last turn, you know, the bounces, the wisp. And
Yeah,
man,
with-
Dolan, he just barely was able to stabilize.
My blade is autumn.
There's Alberta here.
Fallen leaf.
I'll do my best.
Okay, Sen gonna show up for the free Evo, pick up that young cat.
Yes,
But the
sir.
young cat is facing an army here.
Alright, this plus Fair... Oh, excuse me. Yeah, this plus... Oh, Fairy and Alberta? Ugh.
Yeah,
gonna-
it's just a little awkward, right?
He's gonna opt... Okay. Wow, actually hits the mark there. That was amazing.
Fallen leaf.
Right, but the problem is that at this point he's forced to trade. He can't just ignore the board, and he doesn't have the
Yeah.
damage, he doesn't have the cards in hand to follow it up.
Fallen leaf fall.
Oof.
Okay, ignore,
Oof.
get the damage that he can. The young cat shows up, but there's nothing to buff.
Yeah, there's not... I mean,
And
his
the
hand
witch
is pretty
is
light, too. Is
Not
the
a
witch
bad top
enough?
deck. I mean, it gives him more life and another card. Maybe that gives him enough.
You
Yes,
can't...
3 damage on the board. Gunslinger.
Yeah, picks up the Vincent
Oh,
there.
with the steed. Very smart. Yes, enough
hey.
play points. The
Found it.
steed gives him the damage he was missing. And just like that, Dolan taking game number 1 against Hiro.
You gotta respect that. Dolan really played to his outs there. He opted to go for the Fruits of Wisdom, which got him the Guild Assembly to get the extra heal, which actually ended up saving him. Very, very clever stuff from that guy.
Yeah, the Jupiter plays were on point. He was able to withstand that early aggression from Hiro and then stabilize, make the comeback with the Jupiter heal and ward.
Yeah, I mean, he played to his outs there. Hiro had a great start too. That's crazy. He had the Blossom, he had the Trio line, he had Alberto on 3, he found Arya on 4, and despite all that, double Jupiter was the answer.
Yeah, he was having like a chain of good draws, getting what he needed, but at the end it just wasn't enough, right? When he went to cash out his big Latika turn, it wasn't to win the game. He was forced to sort of stabilize, and then it just was not enough.
All right, that means that Hiro here down 1 in this second round today. He's got to make a comeback with the Forest, Last Word Shadow, and the Portal here.
Yeah, Hiro in a tough spot right now. He still has all his decks that he must win with. We're going to see if he's going to stick with the Forest or switch to something else. I'd like to see his artifacts.
Yeah, the artifact, I feel like we've seen like a taste of what it can do. We really haven't seen too many of the factory plays yet, and I kind of want to see those go off, because those are where players really get their mettle tested. Can you manage your hand size, the board size, finding the cards you need without burning the stuff that you don't? That's what's like peak Portal play.
Yeah, and these are the guys that are going to show us how to do it. You know, players of Dolan, Hiro's caliber. Again, Hiro, he's been in the World Grand Prix before. He has made top 8. For Dolan, this might be his first time. And he's, you know, not off to a great start, losing round 1, but picking up this round 2 win would be massive for him. Here we go, game number 2.
Ooh, the Portal mirror
Fate
here.
cannot shackle me. The mission is all that matters.
Okay, I can only say this is gonna get real crazy real soon.
Like the first couple turns is just setup. You want to find your paradigm shifts, and then you want to find the time to play that factory. The way this works, though, typically once one player drops their factory, the other player uses that tempo to just drop theirs as well.
Yeah, it's still gonna come down to when is the correct time to drop the factory. And we're gonna see what they choose to do with that. Hiro already has it in hand. Dolan, he's gonna have to draw and find it, but the artifact deck does have a good amount of card draw with the Gizmo Enthusiast and the U1. They both cycle.
Ooh, Plucky Coil Wrangler is actually a really good pickup. It curves him right into 3 really nicely, gets a shift in hand.
And Dolan's gonna answer with his very own Plucky Coil Wrangler.
Ooh, yeah, actually the hands are pretty similar. This is going to be a rough one. Hiro does have the advantage of going first, though. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, he's getting in that chip damage, putting on that pressure. But Don's going to answer with his very own Before Carrying Artifact.
Yeah, is there a way to clear these and then still push damage face? I'm trying to see. I don't think there is, unfortunately.
The Artifact deck is a very flexible deck in that it could, you know, really do a lot. And if Hiro wants, he could take an aggressive stance here, but we're going to see how he wants to navigate this turn. Going to generate yet another paradigm shift, and he still has 2 playpoints left over.
I'm wondering if he plays that portal, using that puppet, and just runs the Threadmaster and the puppet in, and then just trade. Or just go face with everything else, leaves the 1 by Fear Creating Artifact up.
He could also just hold the puppets. The puppets could be key in those later turns when you're trying to empty your hand to generate space for the stuff you're drawing and generating.
That is true. All right,
Okay, gonna go with the second Threadmaster. Takes the trades.
Oh, really?
And
So-
yeah, he's gonna hold
okay,
on to
wow.
the puppets. I like this.
Yeah, again, managing your hand size once you drop the factory. Speaking of, drawn there by Dolan
Yeah.
is so important.
But since Hiro's the one that's kind of going aggressive here, I feel like it might be easier for him to find the time to drop the factory, because if Dolan is forced to respond to Ishiro's board, then when is he going to have the time to set up his factory?
Yeah, I like that you point that out. If you're on the back foot and you can't find the time to play the factory, that really hampers your ability to find a W in this game.
Gizmo Enthusiast, a pretty solid Evo effect,
Uh-oh.
and he
This
has
is
the puppet as well.
Well, I like this. Use the Miriam on the Threadmaster.
Like very back and forth early game here. Both players are walking out with 2 paradigm shifts. and they both have factory. Dolan's gonna end with only a 4-3, and I wonder if Hishiro's gonna play the factory because the 4-3 is really just not that much pressure, right? If there was a turn to go factory in 5, is this it?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he could drop his factory, and the next turn, Dolan would likely respond by just dropping his own, so Hiro doesn't really lose much. 4 damage you can heal back from using some of the paradigm shifts, potentially the keen edges, but I don't see a reason not to use it.
You have to make those key decisions that are going to impact the entire game. Whether you drop the factory or just hold on for a little bit more setup. What is Hiro going to choose to do?
If he doesn't opt to go for factory right here, what else can he do? Bifurcating artifact, Gizmo, enthusiast, doesn't really seem like a great play, but
I mean, if you drop the bifurcating, you're going to keep discounting your paradigm shifts because getting paradigm shift down to like 0 is how you can drop the factory and then immediately get value on that same turn.
Ooh, Elemental Brink. No, he's gonna play the bifurcating now.
Now is the time to
Yeah, just get more artifacts. With 3 artifacts on the board, his paradigm shifts are going to be pretty cheap.
At this point, though, once he plays the factory, what does he do? Like,
And maybe
really
his line of play here is that, like you said, if he had just dropped the factory in 5, then it's easy for him to be like, okay, I'll drop my factory. But instead, by having the 4-4 and 2-2-2s, now Dolan, he's still going to play the factory.
Oh, he wants
Okay,
it.
let's go. Ooh, artifact impulse.
Oh my god, how many have been destroyed? It hasn't been 6 for sure.
Okay, well now
Yeah.
Hishiro's going to match factory. I wonder if he would be able to phase. He's not going to.
What's to push
All
the
right,
damage?
well, Genesis artifact, that's a good pickup.
That's a
Pretty
very good
powerful
pickup.
combined with the factory.
That'll
Oh,
go
he's
back
gonna
to
go for it.
4.
Yeah, it's just too
Oh, for
good.
sure.
And you're gonna see his hand. He's gonna just burn cards left and right.
He's got to be careful here. Does he play out the air shift? Or should he do the air shift for the paradigm shift? Hand size.
This is where the artifact starts to get very complex. Where your turn is dependent on what you're top decking. Everything's getting discounted. You're drawing cards, and you have so many options. Gonna get enough play points to go into the mechanic here.
Yeah,
You
ooh,
won't
burns a
burn.
Ewan.
Yeah, gonna burn a lot of his deck.
Okay. Keen edge? Yes. Oh,
Ooh,
he's keen.
draws impulse. He doesn't burn that. That's absolutely key.
Yeah,
Carrier, a
paradigm
little bit of
shift.
defense. And
Oh,
I
this-
like the way that Dolan is playing this. Like, you have to go fast. With Artifact, you can't just sit around and wait too long because you will run out of time.
Yeah, there's the air shift.
Wait.
Ooh, plus the...
Ooh.
Find it! That is
Close.
6, yeah.
Yeah, 6 damage to the face. Okay, Hiro, now it's your turn. You have 7 play points, your factors online, you have double paradigm shift. Show us what you could do.
I like that. Use the elemental brink at the beginning of the turn. That way...
A second factory?
Hey, what?
Oh, that's is
No.
unheard of, but it's crazy enough to work. He's gonna
He's a
get so
wow
many
boy.
play points. Oh man, he's gonna go in.
Oh.
And
He
he
has to
better
be
go
careful about his
fast.
hand, his deck size at this point.
Yeah, he's gonna just burn through his deck. But with double impulse in hand, he's gonna have the damage. He just has to find the clear.
Find Genesis. He had, yeah, double impulse.
I mean,
Can
when every
he-
card you play gives you 2 play points, draws you 2 cards, like,
Feels pretty good.
yeah. Just has to try and clear,
Alright, this
and
will
then
clear.
impulse will finish it.
He's 17, 16, there's 17 cards in the deck. Jesus, so much draw.
Well, the double factory. Surely this is Hashiro's game.
Yeah, I think there's a,
Airstrike, get some damage, trade.
yeah, then run this in.
He has 7 play points after playing all
Oh
those
my
cards.
god.
Just to clear the 1/2, he's got puppets to do it, and then Artifact Impulse is gonna finish it off.
Double
And Hashiro's
impulse.
gonna tie the set. We are now 1-1.
Man, that double factory play seemed like a wild boy for sure.
Yeah, it definitely came down to when you're going to play the factory and how much you can get out of it. Hiro opted not to slam it on 5, and man, did it pay off for him.
That was crazy. He's like, you know what? A regular artifact player plays 1 factory, but me, a gentleman, Hiro, I play 2.
And I want to say that's Hishiro's first win here in the World Grand Prix, and that's probably a huge momentum boost for him.
Yeah, he saw after he found lethal there. He felt really good about that. That's the
Yeah,
kind
now
of
you can see
confidence in
big
your
smile
pocket.
on his face. You can see it's a lot more animated. Show us what you can do, Hiro. We know he has the skill to be here. One of the best players in the world.
Yep, double wind fairy is kind of nice for the Latica. He does need a couple of, 2 drops, 3 drops. So yikes!
Oh, he's got a lot of 4 drops.
You saw the top deck. His eyebrows just immediately like, huh? Oh, I found Aria. Great. That's awesome.
Oh, man. On the other hand, Dolan, he's got place, he's got factory. You want for that nice early game curve. You put the mechanic in the deck.
Ooh, Wrangler's pretty good pickup as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo,
Ooh, Hishiro's hand literally
come on.
unplayable.
Literally nothing.
He could think, and maybe he needs to just get some good top decks like Alberta on 3. He is gonna have the Aria on 4, so he just has to hold on a little bit.
I would love
But
to
as the
see
aggressive deck,
Yeah, I would love to see maybe a Raccoon Enchanter here on 3.
Alberta
Somebody gets some
probably
hard draw.
the best.
Yeah, Alberta would probably be best. Raccoon Enchanter would be nice. Blossom, I guess you could.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. He could play it,
Yeah.
but
I don't
it's
think
not
he
gonna
wants to
impact the
still.
board too much.
You want to keep your hand size in check, so you hold the fairies there until maybe next turn when you can just play out the Aria. Because
And
you
he's
know
your-
that Benari's artifacts aren't going to be going in.
Can he find a way to turn this hand around?
So once next turn happens,
I mean, the Arias, it's gonna be a good start, but he's definitely gonna be way behind.
you are correct there, my friend. Although he has some great combo pieces for Latica. I'm just saying.
Yeah. From Dolan's perspective, he must be so curious as to what Hijiro's hand is, right? When you see your opponent with an aggressive deck not play anything, he must be sitting there like, wow, what is his hand, right?
He's either A, saving for a win on like turn 6 or something, or he doesn't have anything at all.
And Dolan's going to continue the pressure here. Get the card draw, picks up double Genesis. Okay, surely this is the Aria turn.
Yup. And then with the... He's going to save the Wisp likely, so he'll play out maybe a Fairy. Oh, sorry, he doesn't even have the play points, excuse me. He doesn't have the luxury of maybe not playing the Wisp.
I mean, it's tough because he really needs to hold on to his 0-cost cards.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's a bit behind. He is going to hold on to it. So is this the factory turn for Dolan? He
I
could
think
just
it's-
like slam factory, double trade, and then he's good to go next turn.
Yeah, I think Factory would be a great... Okay, maybe he wants to
No.
push the advantage, though. Here comes Genesis
Yeah.
Artifact.
I mean, it's so much board for one card. It's also going to, wow, he's going to use the False Lash and
Really?
maintain Genesis as a 4-7.
With this kind of pressure on board, I think next turn is definitely Factory time.
I mean, honestly, Hishiro's down to 12 lives because he just didn't have early game. And Dolan, like I said, the artifact deck is flexible. Maybe you just say, you know what, I don't need the full factory combo. Like, just go face a couple times. You still have Paradigm Shift. You can eventually go face as well. The other Slash also is able to go face eventually.
Let's see here. The Latica in hand. He can Latica. Trying to think, can he get to 4 cards to get the play points back for Latica?
Okay, Latica is going to replay. We've seen so many times where the Latica is just used to stabilize the board because, like, yeah, she's an insane combo piece, but she's also just good at fighting for that board.
Yeah. All right, Fairy comes out here. Gonna do some clearing. Get that guy out of the way. Run this. Latica can't attack twice.
Okay,
Now, how do
but
you get rid of this pesky 4/7?
yeah, that 4-7, when Hishiro's at 12 life, that's a third of his health bar, basically.
He could... He wants to save the Fairy Wisp, but he could have traded in a different way to actually get rid of the Fairy Wisp there. And
It's
maybe
hard
play
because
Genesis.
you need to, use the resource to stabilize, but at the same time, the way he wins is by holding on to those key combo cards.
Yeah. With a Latica in hand, Fairy Wisp in hand. Let's see, that's 1, 2... he's got the bounces, so 3, 4, 5,
Another
6,
Genesis.
7, 8.
You can
He
see
showed
the
actually quite
power
close.
of the Genesis artifact.
That's how the catnip crumbles.
You can even follow it up with the Paradigm Shift.
Oh, Oh yeah, the barrier artifact there to close it.
Man,
He
what a
tr-
board.
Trying to narrow that window of victory there for Hiro. He does have, yeah, pretty good Lanica turn here.
He's starting with the Whiz. Like you said, he has a lot of combo pieces. The double Wind Fairy can generate more Fairy Whiz. How much can he get with this Latica? 4 cards played.
Walder to run into the 3-1, yeah.
Yeah, very good use of the Walder. The Embrace, gonna clean up. Another Embrace.
Hey.
6 cards played. He's got 2 Wisp.
Yeah, Shama maybe bounce it with your Primordial Colossus.
It's the full effect.
Oh. Wisp here, that's gonna vanish, yep.
Okay, Latica
Shield
is free
ball.
Evo. Whisper being played.
Yeah, Wind
Bounce
Fairy
it back.
here, you pull her back. You can
It's
get
another
past the
Wisp. That's
4-3.
11. Shama, that's 12.
Is that enough? 3-3 plus Shama?
Ready to pounce.
Or maybe not.
Okay, so Latica gets the full effects.
But
It's not enough to win the game, though.
yeah, and
See, no, he ignores the 4-7.
Hiro is at 8 defense here.
Wow. Very, like, all-in play from Hiro, but he's left with that 8-8 Latica, and he got so much face damage. Checking the U1, seeing if he has the damage for it. He does not. The Genesis artifact with the cannon artifacts.
Is that enough? I think it is.
Gonna be face.
Yeah,
True
there it is.
Strike, gonna close it out. Dolan taking game number 3. He got so much value out of those Genesis artifacts. Turn after turn, he did not need the factory. Like I said, the artifact deck, very flexible. And at the end, he just has so many sources of damage.
Yeah, in that game, Hiro really put him on the back with all the pressure. I mean, his first couple turns weren't that great, but then once the Latica started dropping, Hiro had enough combo pieces to really make some big plays. But Dolan, again, with his barrier artifacts, he's kind of just like narrowed the window of Hiro's victory there.
And it all comes down to this for Hiro. If he wants to get to day 2, if he wants another top 8, he cannot lose another game here.
This is a scary, scary position if you're Hiro. Dolan, you gotta feel pretty good. All you gotta do is win with your forest deck. You got 2 chances. One of those is Last Word Shadow. I don't know, man.
Yeah?
It's an uphill
And
climb for
Dolan-
Hiro.
He's got that build where he does play the Sekka. He's got a 2 Sekka, 3 Latica split.
Speaking of Shadow, we're gonna see it come up here.
Okay.
This is a rough one, man.
No
He's
more
got to race to 10 last words. Meanwhile, Dolan's is like, you know what? I'm trying to swing.
Yeah. And swing he will.
Oh, man. He's got to be careful. Final Latica can end the game as early as turn 6, and I don't know if Hiro can get to 10 last words that quickly.
Yeah, Shadow, the Last Word Shadow deck really dominated most of the year for competitive Shadowverse. But now, can it still hang on against the Titan that is now Forestcraft?
Yeah, let's get the double Luna in the early hand, which is give him at least 1 last word from the doll.
Yeah, he's also got the Tyrant if he wants to crystallize that on 2, which is kind of nice. Set up those early amulets. The last fairy.
All right, literally a slap fight right now. Like, neither of these guys can kill each other.
You can tell a lot about a player by whether they attack with their 0 attack followers or not.
Yes, you're so right, though. You're so right. That or they're
It
just
is going to be
ignorant.
Tyrant. See, he's going to swing. Gives them a friendly, they're fighting here, but they're still teammates.
I just
The
want you to
Raccoon
know,
Enchanter, though.
if I could, I would. Uh-oh, the trace, the trace.
The answer's back. I like how, it's very playful, but if you look at their faces, oh man, it's so serious right now.
You love to see that. Players who, they have fun, but at the same time, they can compete at the highest level.
Not with everyone around me.
Another Luna coming out from Hiro here. Gonna cycle the Dole,
Oh my God.
rack up those last words,
2,
get
3,
that card
4,
draw. Ooh, Aria, a key pickup for Dolan.
That's so good. Next turn, that is an immediate slam. The
But what
question
is his
is, what do you
turn
do
now?
before that? Yeah.
Yeah, It could be Bounce Raccoon, Play Raccoon.
You could. You're also spinning one of your Wind Fairies, which you likely want to save for last. I guess not. Okay.
Okay, take back the Blast Fairy.
Blast Fairy's an interesting choice.
Yeah, he is going to spend the Wisp.
Really?
Oh, he's going for
Oh, Walder here.
Walder. He's at
He wants
3
the
cards
pressure?
played, so the Slash, oh, it would have been so good if he could have had it, but he's just a little bit shy of it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he wants the slash effect, but he's a little short.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he was calculating that it was not going to be enough, but... Okay, just keep up the pressure. We do say the Forest deck is an aggro deck at its core, right? And Dolan showing right now how much damage he can do.
Ooh, the Psychopomp Tour Guide is such a good card in Hiro's hand. The Tyrant will pop here. We get a ton of card draw.
Yeah, gets the heal as well. Very, very relevant.
Oh, Necro Impulse.
Necro Impulse, that's a Shadowverse card if I've ever seen one.
Hey, Storm is a pretty good effect, I've heard.
Yeah, and the Rebirth also, you know, such a strong card for Last Word Shadow. One of those cards that really enables the deck.
All right, gets the Lich out here. Gonna Wicked Rebirth.
It's a lot
Clear
of followers
follower.
on Dolan's side of the board, but, you know, they're mostly like 1/1s. It's actually not that much pressure, and yet
Yeah.
it's not like you can ignore those followers.
Well, the fact that he does have the Elemental Slash in hand means they're a little scarier than they normally would be
for
without.
sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, you ignore that 1/1, it's gonna become a
What,
big
2-1?
fairy.
2-2? A big
Yeah, it gets
fairy.
+2/+1.
What is it? If like the Swordcraft, like Knights are to be, is it called a heavy fairy? Is that what it is?
Yeah, a heavy fairy. Hiro thinking here. He still has a lot of resources to spend this turn. He's got the Evo. He can Necromancer, Bone Fanatic.
I believe he's at 5 last words at this point.
Got a lot of shadows, a lot of cards in hand, right? So like, he's full of resources. It's about
Yeah.
how he wants to spend them. But the clock is ticking. He needs to make a play, and it's Bone Fanatic Evo.
Evo, Bone Fanatic can't run in with the other guy there, so this will have to do. Get the Skeleton Force trouble though.
Yeah. So surely this is the Aria turn for Dolan, and then after that, he's gonna have, you know, a lot of different options in his next turn.
Want to see fairies do cool things? Check it out.
Yeah, fairies, you know, 2/1 rush, get that last words. We'll see how he wants to trade here. Does he want to answer the Lurching Corpse? 4/2 is kind of annoying.
That's true. He needs to push the fairy in the Fairy Wisp face before he runs in.
Yeah.
Okay, little save it for last maybe.
Of course I do.
Maybe
There
just
it is.
ignore it. Okay, yeah, he says 4/2.
Wow.
Doesn't matter.
4 damage, whatever, man. I don't care.
Yeah, and the corpse, it literally cannot trade, right? It's forced to go face.
Yeah. Such a weird line, but
Hiro can't destroy it on his own if he wants. He's got Chris here, but that's definitely not at the, you know, 10 last words. And Ceres is available as well. Like we said, Ceres has been adjusted. A lot of Last Word Shadow players, they don't even play her anymore.
ooh, I didn't think about this, but Celeste is a very interesting card in this matchup. Being able to deny potentially a Latica lethal with Celeste Omega is interesting.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
gonna
see a
go
little
with
bit later to hold on to it.
the Chris. You know, doesn't need to be the full leader effect to get value out of it. 4/4 summon a 5/5 ward, like that's pretty good tempo wise.
Yeah, and you still get a chance to push damage face. You've got huge stats on board.
Again, keep in mind, you know, Hiro, he needs to win this game.
Yeah.
If he loses this, he would be 0-2 essentially. Wow, he's gonna Evil Lurching Corpse to
Oh
the
my God.
face. He's telling Dolan, like, hey, you want to ignore my 4/2? Well, are you gonna ignore a 6/4?
I'm interested to know why he didn't play the Bone.
Yeah, he didn't even play the Bone Fanatic. Okay, well, Dolan gonna start with the Wisp.
Yeah, Aria effect gonna be
This
coming in
could
clutch
be-
right here.
That's Slash turn.
Oh, nice.
Very. Oh man, that Slash is gonna do a lot.
Yeah, Shamu Shama here.
Now the Chris is gonna get the ward once it's cleared, but even so, there's so much. Wait,
Is that
that's
it?
gonna be it. Dolan
Oh
is
my
gonna
God.
take it.
Oh,
Wow,
no.
just like that, we finally see the forest show up like as a true aggro deck. Turn 6, just way too much burst, and Dolan takes it over Hiro.
That was... Hiro looked like a deer in headlights when that lethal came out. Oh, that was painful.
Yeah, it was a tough game for Hiro, but Dolan looked pretty good. I did like the artifact play from Hiro, but Dolan played artifacts really well as well.
Yeah. It's crazy, that last game, Hiro was off to such a good start. He had like 6 last words, it was like turn 4, turn 5. He had tons of stats on board. Even playing the Chris to get himself some wards wasn't enough. Aria effect 2 buff. They say you don't need it. Imagine that.
He was working with that Lurching Corpse, trying to get as much as he could out of it, but ultimately it just did not go his way. The Corpse did not want to help him out, and Dolan's gonna take it 3-1.
Yeah, that's a shame, especially considering, you know, your teammates, you probably trained for this together, you kind of knew the lines from each other's decks. But yeah, that means that Dolan's gonna be moving forward with a 1-1 record, and that means that Hiro unfortunately drops down 0-2 and will likely not be able to qualify for the top.
Yeah, it's a bit bittersweet because on one hand, like you said, they're definitely teammates, they're practicing together, and sure, Dolan wins that, but like 1-1 record is still a bit shaky for him since you want to end the day 7-0 or 6-1. So Hiro, I mean, he's still going to play it out. Getting wins is going to give him more prize pool, but his chances of getting top 8 are pretty much gone. And for Dolan, he continues, but he cannot take another loss either.
It's also important to note that, you know, you go down 2 and you still need to go and play every game as hard as you possibly can, because your ability to stop other players from getting wins might help your teammates actually make it to top 8. So something
True, and you know, there's been a journey of 2 years for these players to qualify. Somebody like Hiro, I know he really wanted to get that top 8, that win even, but it's tough, man. You have the 48 best players in the world, and no game is going to be easy.
Yeah, well, anyway, guys, do us a favor. Take this short break time to go and grab some tissues, wipe those tears up, because when we come back, we're going to have more Shadowverse action at round 3 of this year's WGP. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. This time we were joined by Dolan. We just saw him beat Hiro. Dolan, how are you feeling? You had your first victory here, but you had to take out Hiro. What's going through your mind? How do you feel, man?
Yeah, I definitely feel relieved. Like, the way I lost the first round was like really unfortunate, and that really like I felt really bad after losing the first round, and I definitely didn't want to go 0-2. It was unfortunate that I had to play against Hiro now, but like I was also used to playing against him already because I played him so many times, right? Like I even played him in Contenders Cup this year already. So it was also like unfortunate that I had to face him because like I talked to him obviously before this tournament to prepare a bit and stuff, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, typically you want to have to fight against your teammate in the finals, right? So that that the only person that you lost to was like the guy that you trained with. But in this case, unfortunately, it had to come really early in the day, and you had to unfortunately serve that 0-2, which means his chances of qualifying are likely 0.
I mean, you can go 5-2, but yeah,
really unlikely. So, during your interview, you mentioned that you usually have a pretty good sense of what the meta is, and going into this WGP, the nerf happened, and then a lot of players were really quiet about what the decks they thought were strong. Taking a look at the deck list that got revealed today, how do you feel about your picks?
I definitely feel good about the picks. I first was thinking about not playing Evo Rune, but I just played like so much and figured out there's just no better third deck right now, because Evo Rune just beats the third decks mostly, and it's also decent versus the quote-unquote 2 best decks because of the high roll potential it has in the early game. As you saw, like against Hiro in game 1, like if they don't have like Ladika in time, you can steal games sometimes. And like also just Artifact Portal, that's just the deck I've been comfortable with for 2 years now, or almost, like, so that's why I definitely wanted to bring it.
And can you tell us specifically in the Forest lineup, where we see a lot of players that are bringing, Ladika and Sekka, or Sekka no Ladika, like Hiro didn't have Sekka but he has Ladika. What makes you, bring both Ladika and Sekka? What is that decision like?
Okay, so when I talked to some of my Japanese friends, like one of them told me that like Ladika and Sekka are just 2 cards that fit really well together, because like on turns where you try to go for the Ladika OTK, right? Usually what happens is if they develop multiple wards in one turn, you might have a hard time or have to pray that the Ladika spell hits the ward. But however, like with the Sekka, you can definitely guarantee to clear 1 ward at least, and that should also most of the times like guarantee the lethal, and that's why they fit so well together. It also, like, you sometimes might struggle to like find 12 cards, but because Sekka gives you the spell, right, you can get to enough play counts without like having Shamu Shama sometimes, because like for Shamu and Shama you also need a target on your opponent's board, but like if you have Sekka, you also like avoid that sometimes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So then, I guess before we wrap up here, let's you get ready for the third round, which I think is going to be take 2.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to say to the folks watching, or your teammates or anyone supporting you out there?
About take 2?
About the entire tournament, man. We got to get you all the way to top 8. What are you talking about?
I mean, like, thank you to everyone living in Europe who's cheering for me and watching this right now. Everyone who voted for me, and also my Japanese friends, like everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Dolan. We're going to be cheering for you as you continue on. Hopefully you can make the top 8. It would be awesome to see you make it that far.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thanks for your time, buddy. Good luck for the rest of the tournament, and we'll hopefully catch you in top 8. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, so the next round is going to be the Take 2 round. I'm very excited for it. I cannot wait.
About to make fire with my hands over here. I'm so excited, man. Oh. But before we do that, though, we're going to take a short break while we finish up some of the rest of the second round matches. We'll come back with the results of those, and then we'll get into that top 2, that pick 2 action later on.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix. This is round 3, which is the beginning of the Take-Two section of the tournament.
We've had 2 incredible rounds of rotation here. We watched some crazy games. We watched Dolan take it over Hiro. We watched SadFeeder unfortunately lose out. But I gotta know, Lewis, how are our boys in SVO doing? I need to know.
We need to know because they need some big victories. And again, this round is going to be Take-Two, which is a different beast from Constructed. It's still the Shadowverse you know and love, but things are a little bit different.
Yeah, rather than, build a deck and then come with it, you have to build a deck on the spot and then pilot it to victory. Not once, but for 2 full rounds. In a lot of cases, this is where a lot of players in previous tournaments, their dreams have been shattered.
Yeah, because you don't have... Okay, well, here we go. This is the results from round 2. We see Senex 2-0. I mean, he's just so consistent. Honestly, the favorite to win the tournament at this point.
Yeah, he's doing really well. KurriCari is also up there in 3rd place. Ooh, let's go SVO, boys!
Okay, we also see Older 2-0 as well. Down at the bottom, we see Noir 0-2. Hiro, we did see lose as well, 0-2 as well. Dolan 1-1. SadFeeder 1-1 as well.
Oh yeah, Sad there is also sticking around with the 1 loss, 1 win. As well as, like you said, SadFeeder. Oh man, Meow dropped 14 spots.
Yeah, and you see some of those players we expected to do so well. Senex, Shimon, 2-0, off to a fantastic start.
Alright, so looks like the next round for Take-Two, Xenix versus KurriCari is gonna be insane!
Ooh, that's gonna be a crazy game. CTY against Older, Shimon against Kaga.
Meow against G. Dolan versus Jack. Noir versus Silver. Ooh.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. Against Silver, he's known for his Take-Two skills. Also, we have Can Coffee going up against Hiro.
Oh man. These games are gonna be wild, man.
Yeah, so in Take-Two, you don't have that guaranteed combo from your deck. Shadowverse, you have very strong combos that just win the game. But in Take-Two, you have to draft a deck. And the game changes because you're going to play for resources. We're going to see Silver going up against Noir in this round.
Yeah, like you said, rather than being able to just pick a deck, practice with it, and then just grind out the games and win to try and find lethals. In this case, you're trying to find or build a deck that has the most value. Being able to
you have to play for
value ability, or see how well someone can look at cards and check their value is so important here.
Yeah, the battle of the resources really comes into play in Take-Two. You want cards that can, give you card advantage so you can out-resource your opponent. And, the classes that are good are a little bit different. We're looking at Bloodcraft to be the key class here with some insane cards such as Dark Emperor, which if anybody drafts, I'm going to go a little bit nuts.
Or Halicina.
Oh, yeah, she could just win games on her own.
Just drop her on the board yep, that's it right there. That's the win con. That's it.
We also have Portal, very strong class in Take-Two, and then Sword and Rune are very solid picks as well.
So what we're going to see here is we're actually going to watch one of the players, hopefully Noir, actually construct their deck, and then once they're done constructing that deck, we'll have a chance to see the other player's deck outright. So we'll watch one of the players draft here, and then the other player will watch them, or we'll see them rather with their full deck afterward.
Yeah, so like I've been saying the entire time, Silver, this guy is known for his Take-Two skills. He plays the format a lot. He's very confident in it. We interviewed the players, and when asked about the strategies for the whole tournament, his strategy was, I'll just win the Take-Two section of the stream.
There you go. Easy. No problems.
On the other
Just
hand,
win.
he lost his first 2 rounds, so he's, kind of in a rough spot. As for Noir, I wish he had started off a bit stronger. He's 0-2 now. And I believe in 2019, Take-Two was where he struggled. Silver starting with the Bloodcraft.
Yo, are you
this
kidding?
is what you want to see. First pick, Dark Emperor. Oh, man. I see why he's the Take-Two guide. I see it.
Was it even a choice?
Oh, man. Off to a fantastic start. Look at how fast he's drafting.
Wow.
He knows the picks We're going to see if he's going to focus on a Wrath game plan, or does he want to try and draft the Vengeance. We see some great Wrath cards here in the necklace, as well as the Trampling Terror.
There, yeah, the other side, the Razorry Claw is also a pretty good pickup. Especially if you can find a Urias.
Oh man, you know he knows exactly what he's looking for, because there's times where he's like deciding, and there's some picks where like he picked it so fast I didn't even see what it was.
Yeah. Just to give you guys a heads up, the players have a total of 5 minutes to actually draft their deck here, but it looks like Silver's not going to need all that time.
Yeah, he's going fast in some picks, taking his time in the other. You want to make sure in take 2 that you have a strong early game curve, having a good amount of 2-drops. Oh, he takes a Scarlet Vampire.
Yup.
His draft already has Vampire into Dark Emperor. Like, that combo alone just wins games.
Ooh. This is a toughie. Fudo's really good.
The neutrals, yeah, Fudo
Yeah,
is a
the
solid
neutrals are
pick. Another Terror comes with a Razor Claw. Yeah, it's got to be the pick. And there's Halisa as well.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Although Corrupting Bloodlust is really solid, you know, it goes face, clears the board, and helps you in the Wrath, but you just cannot pass up the Halasina. And a Wicked Wolf, another key card for Bloodcraft.
Blood is goated, man. This is crazy.
He's just getting everything.
Skull Freedom Raider is a good card as well.
Takes the Axe
God.
Devil.
Ooh, Seox.
Oh man, you said he had 5 minutes, but that was like 1 minute, and he has an insane blood deck. The Dark Emperor first pick, say less.
Yeah, so while Noir is finishing up his draft here, we're going to take a look at Silver's full deck list here. Pretty good, man. He's got a bunch of good stuff here. A couple Razorry Claws. He's got the Halasena. Seox is a great way to clean up.
Yeah, he's got like a good amount of Wrath cards, and if all else fails, like you can just, you know, fall back on the Halanista game plan. You have the 6 to follow it up if he wants to be aggressive. Looking really good for Silver here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Noir picked up. It'd be crazy if we had a mirror game like the first match.
I mean, I think if a player can draft Blood, it is going to be the go-to.
Yeah.
That said, this is best of 3, and if you win with a class, I believe you are not allowed to draft that same class again.
Yeah, I think so. In the future, if Silver picks up or pulls out Blood, he can't use this, use one of the other 2 classes.
Yeah, so we also asked the players, you know, what card they wanted to draft most in Take 2, and an overall majority, they said they really wanted that Dark Emperor, so I'm sure it's Silver. As soon as he saw it first pick, he must have been so relieved. And he's got, you know, essentially what is the best class, and a pretty good deck to back it up.
Yeah, let me take a look here. Actually, what did he choose for, what did he take?
But he's got a good amount of just solid standalone cards. The Eugene, the Fudo, like solid neutrals, triple Trampling Terror, you know, 1 Ball and Chain Ogre. These are cards that have like really good accelerate effects, and they're also good standalone followers.
Yeah. I gotta know what Noir picked, man. What's he at?
Yeah, you could see Noir, you know, taking his time. His draft might not have been as clean, because again, Silver, he saw some cards and he just instantly picked them.
Yeah, at this point, you have to imagine Noir being at an 0-2 record for the day means that he's solely fighting to help his brethren who are still trying to get to the top 4 spot. He needs to reduce as many players' win record as possible, so that if it comes down to a tiebreaker, the players that he fought against have a lower win record overall, and that might help his teammates actually get to the top 4 spot.
On top of that, every win is going to give him a bigger prize pool, so getting, you know, those wins matters. You see Silver also has the Mabella. I definitely want to talk about this card. It's an absolute beast in Take 2. Being able to get, you know, so much board clear in 1 card. Free Evo, clears AoE damage, just very, very powerful.
Yeah, man, his math game plan looks so.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of everything. I like his curve as well. Good amount of 2-drops. And then I think he's going to have just enough late game cards.
I think that's a really big pitfall that a lot of new players just trying out Take 2 fall into, and that you see a bunch of really good like 2-drops, 1-drops, 3-drops, like, oh yeah, this will help me out in the early game. I'll do great in the early game. And then you realize that the game goes long and you're like, wait a second, these aren't useful anymore. So being able to find that good balance between late game cards and early game cards is really what separates like Take 2 masters from just, you know, neophytes.
For sure, like I said, you want to make sure you have good amount of 2-drops and good early game, but you still need that late game fuel, and that's where those expensive blood followers that have the axe will come into play. Because early on, you know, you're happy to accelerate the Ball and Chain Ogre or the Trampling Terror, and then late game they become their own threats as like big followers that come into play. They have immediate impact. So having 3 of those and 1 of the Ball and Chain Ogre, pretty good for his draft.
What does the Arc Demon pull out? It's not the.
Well,
it's not the Dark Emperor, right? Be the Ball and Chain Ogre exactly? Is that a?
Yeah, the most expensive follower is the Ball and Chain Ogre. It's the 1 of 8 cost. And honestly, I cannot stress enough how strong Dark Emperor is in this format. That card by itself can just absolutely win the game. You play it, it can clear followers, get a free evo, heal you, push damage. If your opponent doesn't have an evo, they just might never be able to answer it. Just such a strong follower.
Yeah, the fact that he has so many negates, he negates damage done to him, he negates destruction effects done to him. He pops little followers for 3 so you can't run in a bunch of weenies. He requires a big answer, and a lot of decks sometimes don't even find that in Take 2.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy for Silver here to go into Wrath. You should be able to get that Wrath, to get that free evo, and 5 life on top of that. So honestly, his deck looks pretty good. Silver, we've been told he is the Take 2 master, so I want to see what he could do.
Well, I mean, he's off to a pretty good start just choosing Blood outright, getting the Dark Emperor online, and the Halicina. For folks who are really new to Take 2, maybe this is your first time kind of seeing Take 2, especially on a big stage like this, keep in mind that this is not the full set of cards in rotation or the full set of cards in Limited. It's actually the most recent 4 expansions that have come out. So basically everything that's in rotation minus the Reveal cards. So no Miser, no Vincent, nothing like that.
But there's still a lot of very powerful cards. Halanis is one we're talking about. This card is insane because in this limited format where you're drafting, you might not have an answer to her, and you can't attack her. She's gonna get stronger when she attacks. She comes with a damage shield. She could just win games by herself.
Man, do you remember what was the last expansion when Portal had virtually no answer to Halicina? They would just drop her on 3, and they was like, well, I guess I lose this game. Well, all right.
Yeah, and we might see that here from Silver.
Yikes! What is Noir picking over there? He's taking his sweet time.
It's tough, In Take 2, you have to take the pairs, right? So sometimes you get these very difficult choices where you might have one really good card on one side and another really good card on the other side. And it's tough to make the right decision, especially at this level where, you're playing at the World Championship with so much at stake.
Yeah, I'd also have to wonder how did Noir go about actually training for this Take 2?
Yeah, it's an excellent question because his players are spending a lot of time practicing Constructed, and that's what they're used to, right? In their entire Shadowverse competitive career, you just practice for Constructed. But now the World Championship, to be the best Shadowverse player, you must also have those Take 2 skills.
Ooh, yeah, I can't. It's so scary. It's 2 rounds is enough where you can't ignore it, but at the same time, you have to prioritize rotation, which is 4 out of the 6 rounds. Excuse me, 4 out of the 7. Excuse me, 5 out of the 7 rounds. 4 to 7 rounds. Wow, numbers are hard.
Yeah, and a lot of the skills that work in Constructor are definitely going to apply in Take 2. But it is definitely a different beast and a different way to play Shadowverse. Because Shadowverse Constructed decks are just very, very strong in general. They always have insane combos, and as we talk about, the decks are very flexible in what they could do. And in Take 2, you don't have that same power level, but sometimes you can still have those very single cards that don't need those combo pieces. Like for example, the Dark Emperor, who is just absolutely insane here.
I feel so bad, man. I've had so many chances to just go through Take 2, maybe try out Open 6, but I'm looking at my game screen right now. I have 105 challenge tickets unused.
I enjoy Take 2. It's a nice way to play Shadowverse. I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, Take 2 is pretty fun. Open 6 is also a really interesting format that they recently came out with not too long ago. But the cool thing about Open 6 is that the cards that you pull out of the packs, most of those you get to keep. So if you're trying to get cards as well as play a couple of games, that's one way to do it.
And you can see here, Silver is ranked 20th. Noir is ranked 19, so they're literally like right next to each other. And they're both 0-2. They both really need this victory here.
Yeah, they need a W to at least start the day. At this point, they're both just getting the appearance fee here of what was it, $2,500 USD about. So.
It's pretty nice, but like I was saying, every single win is going to increase that. So even though they might have had a rough start, they still want to perform well. And you start 0-2, but maybe Silver or Noir could end the day 5-2.
Yeah, there are definitely those players who are slow starters, right? They start out, maybe they're trying to wake up, they're not really there, all their mental faculties aren't there. But towards the end of the day, they really get revved up, they get started, and if you can go 5-2 here, you can walk away with a cool $12.5 thousand USD. That's what we're playing for, man. That's
honestly,
that's 3 or 4 SBOs.
It's such a hard tournament because, like, you know, Noir, we've seen him like dominate the West region like 2 years in a row. But still, you come here to the World Grand Prix and it's the best players in the world. And next thing you know, he's sitting here 0-2, sadly. But I mean, he's playing against the absolute best, right?
Here we go. So we're gonna take a look at Noir's deck. So Swordcraft.
Swordcraft, yeah. So he does have some big power play cards. We see one Victorious Blader, Ida God of the Blade as well. These are very impactful cards.
Has Leod, alright, that's what's up. It's got
maybe
Victorious Blader.
He could try and be a bit aggressive. The Blood is taking quite a bit of self-damage while they try and activate the Wrath. And maybe with the right start, Noir can use that to his advantage. Try and close the game out early. We see, you know, the classic Quick Blader, for example.
Quick Blader on 1 always feels good.
But at the same time, the Blood is just so strong in Take 2 right now. And then handles Silver, a Take 2 specialist who drafted an amazing deck, honestly. His deck looks so good right now.
Ada does handle the Dark Emperor, doesn't he? That might be Noir's answer to Blood's Dark Emperor Slam on 7 with Wrath.
Yeah, and in general, the Take-Two games are a bit slower than we're used to in Constructed. So, you know, while a card like Ida, you might be like, okay, I might not get to turn any Constructed. But in Take-Two, you should get there. And that's the type of card that can generate enough value in its own to potentially, you know, give Noir what he needs to close the game out.
Yeah, I think something that I've learned just kind of over the time playing the game, it's like, all right, Unlimited is the Wild West, so the games can end whenever. But rotation, games end around turn 7, turn 8. Take 2, probably 9, 10, 11. They're going to go the distance.
Perish in my
And
flame.
here we go. This is round 3 of the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2021. Noir going up against Silver.
Ooh, the mulligan there, not kind to Silver. Pretty clunky hand, picking up the Fudo and the Seox. This gives Noir a really good chance to put on some early game aggression.
Yeah, at least he has the Lissalet to have some early game. This is what I was saying. You absolutely need a good amount of 2-drops. You want to have a good early game curve. In Noir, you could see he kind of has pretty aggressive cards. Leon could sit in ambush, push face damage. The Starfall Princess, she has that Storm, can, you know, be used very aggressively.
Do you think he tosses back the Starfall Princess and the Armed Butler there?
Yeah, I think it's a card where he might want to have it to close the game out, and you want to have a good curve early on.
All right. Ooh, unfortunately.
Are you prepared?
And opening sequence for Noir. No Quick Blader. What happened?
I hope he can draw a 2-drop because when you go first... Oh, okay, at least you get a 2-drop, yeah. I was gonna say, if you don't play a 2-drop turn 2, you're just giving up so much momentum, and going second, you're gonna get an extra card, extra evil point, and those are the type of resources that in Take 2 actually matters so much.
Ooh, alright, turn 3. He could play Armed Butler, but he wouldn't get the clear.
It would draw him a card.
That's true.
On the other hand, there's Leod, but Leod is one of those like high value cards that you can get so much more out of it if he just waits a little bit.
He's gonna trade here.
And just pass. He wants more value out of both his 3-drops.
I like it. He knows this game's gonna go the distance, so why not just let it go the distance?
Just like
Yeah, Silver actually doesn't have the greatest early game here either. You can see a lot of his expensive cards drawn, and like we're saying, we might just be going into those slower turns.
go. Yeah, this point, yeah, 4, you gotta play something.
Yeah, Noir did pick up the Flowing Lancer. This is one of the absolutely key cards for Swordcraft. It has Rush, you know, Strike is going to deal 1 damage to everybody, and then has a fantastic Enhance for 7 play points to get 2 more. So a really solid card.
Cool. Trying to take a look at what Silver's next following turns are going to be. Fudo.
Yeah,
But
he's
then
just getting
after
that card draw. We're really off to a slow start. They don't have the greatest opening hands and trying to get the most value out of their cards, right?
Exactly
Noir here.
that.
His first Evo turn if he wants it.
Yeah, Silver really constructed a deck that was, I guess, built to take advantage of Wrath, but he's barely done any pinging.
Yeah, early on, like he didn't get any of the expensive cards talking about. You can Axel for a play point and start to get that Wrath activation.
Really is a shame.
Yeah, and Noir, I mean, right now it's like a pretty even game. No player has a huge lead. We both still have full resources in terms of, you know, hands and Evo points. We are going to see the Fudo come along
I
for
like
Noir.
this. I like this a lot. He starts to push that advantage. He
Wow,
spins
okay,
an
he's
Evo
going
point.
aggressive.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he is putting quite a bit of pressure here, cashing a lot of damage, and actually putting Silver at 11 is quite relevant because being in Vengeance actually does matter so much here.
Oh, that's a great point.
Oh,
He's gonna
Fudo,
evolve
his
here.
Fudo doesn't snipe the other Fudo though, but with the Evo it's still going to be a full clear. It just, he has to train and take the damage while it could have potentially been, you know, free.
Yeah, Fudo's such a great, like, just clear card in general.
I don't know why, going
That evolve.
very aggressive. I wonder what his game plan is. You know, he does have that Leot to get some sneaky ambush damage, maybe. That's his game plan. Like a turn off, you know, you have Leot, it survives, and you put the coronation on him, like, that's a lot of damage.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, so maybe...
He's a king! He's a king!
Yeah, I wonder if, like, just play Leot pre-void, it's 3 damage, you follow it up, and maybe that's...
Technically, I mean, if there's nothing on board, you can just run that 3 face, and then it's 6 damage, which is
Yeah, that's
nice.
what I'm saying, like, is that the way to go? Because sometimes you just need a little bit of damage, take a little bit of risk. Legendary Tome, another fantastic just take 2 card in general. It does so much for so cheap.
Age 1 weaponry? Is it? Wow, such a long time since I've seen that card.
Yeah, I like this. Yes, the pre-evo, let's go, Noir. I think he realizes, you know, he's not going to beat the Blood long term, so just cash out some damage now, because if this Leot is unchecked, that's going to be game.
Wait, Silver can't answer that, right? Silverbolt Hail isn't enough.
Especially because, like, he just played the Fudo, right? So Fudo is the primary way that you could answer a card like Leo. And Noir, it's like, hey, you already played it, he might not have an answer to it.
Trampling Tear only draws him a card, but does put him in Vengeance, which is important to note.
Yeah, he pings the Leo 4 times, but he still would have to do damage, and he can commit the Mabella and, you know, spend the Evo on it. The Leo there putting so much pressure on him. It's gonna force the Mabella, yeah. It's maybe not the way you'd like to utilize it because, you know, you can get the free one and all that. But it does answer, and now Noir is in trouble.
No Evo points. Evolution points, especially in Take 2, are super important. You have to use those very wisely. Noir committed them really aggressively, and now if he gets put on the back, which he kind of is at this point, it's going to be really rough for him.
But I do like Noir's play because his play was a play to win, right? If that Leo was unchecked, it would have ended the game. So while it may have been a risk, he had just in the foot of play, and I think it was the correct choice.
Next turn, Garvin is on the play. Is that 8 damage?
Yeah, it's kind of tough. He still has the coronation, the 1/1, but it's not going to be enough damage. But he's getting close.
He has to answer this board, otherwise it's game over for him.
At this point you can't just ignore the board either, so he's got to make a decision. The Lancer is very powerful. Gives them a board, a lot of followers that can answer.
Remember,
Yeah, Lancer is just hard for Swordcraft in Take 2.
Nice. Get some get a nice little clear here. Has to be careful. Silver in hand has that Seance, so I believe on turn 8 would be active.
Yeah, and he also does have the Evo. Like you're saying, Evos matter so much in Take Two. And going second, Silver just naturally has one more.
Yeah,
Oh man, Noir could do a play here to try and save as many followers as possible, but the Scarlet Vampire would just answer the board.
Yeah. All right.
I'll train harder.
Okay, I like this. This is definitely the correct trade. He keeps as many answers as possible, and he doesn't go face with the 1/1 because he is respecting the Benjans there. There's actually so many cards in Take Two that care about Benjans for Bloodcraft.
Demonic Assault.
Yeah, that's one for sure. Arc Demon, you know, Benja's snacking for you, right? Well, he doesn't have Benjans, but he's gonna force it. Get the play points back. The Scarlet Vampire, you could see why Bloodcraft is so powerful. Now he has Evo still and Seox to close the game out next turn.
Yeah, Silver looks really confident here, and I don't think there's a way out for Noir.
Yeah, the Garbin, it's nice. It's just not gonna be doing enough. I think Noir's best chance was with the Leod play. I still really do like that play, but Silver, he just had the answer.
It was very aggressive, but the payoff was basically winning the game. So he took a risk there. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off. And still,
yeah, and like the way the game was going, where he's like, "Hey, I have this sword deck that is just maybe not gonna do that well against Blood." Like he saw a chance for victory and he took it.
This is a shame. He's gonna have to commit this Garvin and not run face with it.
Yeah, I mean, he could try and do his best to clear. He's facing lethal on board. Doesn't have the greatest of options. Coronation is one of those cards where, like, at the right spot, it could be game winning. But once the Leod was answered, he just didn't really have a great target for it.
Yeah, Noir doesn't see it out here. He's looking though.
Yeah, he's thinking, seeing if there's anything he could possibly do. Okay, gonna win the Butler. 1 damage, and he picks up
Victorious Blader.
Victor Blader, but I mean, can't play it for the full play points. So
yeah, you don't want a 1-2 and a 1-1 at this point.
okay, doing his best to clear.
Oh man, such good cards.
It's just not enough, and Silver is gonna take game number 1 here. The Scarlet Vampire with the Archdemon, such a power play last turn. But really, it came down to Silver having a good answer for that Leod.
Alright, so that means Silver here gonna win the first game. Noir has to come back here in the second game. Keep in mind, Silver cannot use Bloodcraft again. So he's used that up for the his first Take Two deck. He cannot choose it going into the second or third game.
Yeah, that game, we really saw the power of Mabella and why she's so strong in Take Two. Even when he had to manually Evo her, it was still just enough. I'm going to assume here, if Noir can, he will try and draft Blood himself. You could see Silver, it says winning class is Bloodcraft, so he cannot draft Bloodcraft again.
I'm interested to see what he gets on the second one. What if it's like Bloodcraft and like Haven and I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. So after Bloodcraft, you know, the classes you want to see the most would be something like Portal or Sword or Runecraft. Yeah. Dragon could definitely draft solid decks because so much of the buff package is there for you to draft.
Oh, that's a good point.
But
yeah.
Haven, Shadow Forest, a little bit trickier, and we'll probably see Silver avoid those classes.
Let's see. Noir probably taking a quick break there after that first game. He's got to get his head in the game here. He's had a rough start to the day. You definitely don't want to be going to your third round, you know, with a loss either, but there's something to pull out of this.
Yeah, off to a rough start, and I mean, he was facing Silver with like a very strong Blood deck, and that was a bit of a weird start for both players. Again, Noir, he had a strategy for the Leod, it just did not pay off.
Yeah, had Noir actually found some early cards, some early aggression in that game, I think he could have actually sealed the deal a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they both had slow starts, but like Noir, he didn't have that like quick blader to capitalize or anything like that, so it was a bit awkward.
Yeah, he kind of gave Silver the wherewithal to just kind of stick around and just hang out until he got to
I predict
the
Portal.
point.
Portal very strong as well in Take Two. You can draft, you know, a good amount of artifact or puppet cards, and then you just have like some really powerful cards in Determination or Maisha, who just wins games. Ooh, takes the Bahamut.
Yeah, interesting. What's the clear plus the damage at the
Yeah,
end?
takes the 2 drops. Oh, Kitty Cat Arsenal
Yeah, Kitty Cat
is
Arsenal's mad
so good.
Mad
Like, oh
good.
man.
Going
He's
first,
getting-
going second, excuse me?
a good early game curve here.
Threadmaster's nice, but Magisteel and Automaton Knight, I think he'll give you more.
Yeah, like curve-wise, it just seems nice. You want to take your curve early on, and then later on you could be a bit more picky on what expensive cards you want. You already have some helmet anyway. I like Master Loot and the Merman. These are two fantastic neutral followers.
Yep.
Merman, it's like he comes in as a 4/4.
Ooh, multi-armed is actually not bad. Oh, he's not
He
going to see
skips it though. Revised Experiment, very powerful card.
Miscalculation, that was really good card draw.
Yeah, Dimension Code is a lot better than it was years ago too. So
Yeah, it got buffed, right?
yeah, it's just like way better now. He does take it.
Oh,
Ooh,
this is a tough
Genesis
one.
and Meisha, that's gotta be the pick. You can see it in his face. He's like, oh yeah.
Because Artifact
Oh,
Carry gives you the
just-
2 Storm artifacts, so
I mean, they're just like standalone insane cards. We saw like even the Machina Portal was playing Genesis because how good it is. I believe he took a Mobella there. He kind of went
Yep.
quickly, but another Kitty Cat.
at ours.
Oh, Kitty Cat is so good.
The Iron Wing
The
Explorer.
dual sword's also
man.
pretty solid.
Plucky Coil Wrangler, I think, is a great pickup, especially because you grab it on 2. You get the Paradigm Shift plus the turn 3 into Bifurcating for free.
Yeah, the fact that it guarantees you a turn 3 and guarantees you discount for the Paradigm Shift too, right? Very, very nice.
At least 2.
I like the Puppeteer Duelist, and honestly, I mean, you could draft 4 or 5 Kitty Cat Arsenals and be pretty happy about it. But he does skip it
Right.
this time. Colossus Omega, a pretty good
Mega
Shadowverse card.
Enforcer, though. Oh, you need some more Machina cards to make
Yeah,
it useful.
I don't
so
think he has
might
enough
not go
Machina
with-
cards.
Yeah, he might go with the Colossus here.
Yeah.
The Artifact Impulse, though, is kind of dead in hand unless he really like leans into the Artifact game plan.
He might not get to the 6 different artifacts, but even so, it's playable if you don't get that far, and I think Colossus might just be too good to pass up here.
This is a really tough choice.
Yeah, you can see how, like, in the Blood deck, he drafted, like, really quickly, right?
Insanely
okay,
fast.
this is a bit more complex, taking his time.
Oh, this is his last set of cards.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
I feel like Colossus is the pick here.
I think Colossus might be better off overall. It doesn't have any strings attached to it, whereas Mega Enforcer's great, but you know, it's got that one thread. Like, you need some other Machina cards for this.
Yeah, I mean, look at his curve. He's got fantastic early game, and like, I feel like Colossus might just be what he needs. He's got a little bit more leg and power. His curve could be a bit deceptive because he does have Maisha, which could just win the game by herself anyway.
I think he went with
does
that,
skip it at the end, though.
Yeah, I think he went with the Mega Enforcer. Interesting. Let's take a look here. He does have
just-
Maisha for the in-game, which is nice.
Yeah, so good. And a Genesis artifact, like, feel pretty happy about that. Plus 2 Kitty Cat Arsenals. Another card that I definitely want to mention is the Insightful Homunculus. Absolutely fantastic because you can use it to copy the left card in your hand, which is really good. You can you know,
That's right.
duplicate that value. Maybe pick up a second Bahamut, for example.
Oh, God. Yeah, he's
And
got so
he
many
did get a
good
Mabella.
in-game cards. Yeah, you got the Mabella, you got the... But yeah, so many good in-game cards and things like Bahamut, Maisha is a good closer. Yeah.
Yeah, and with a deck like this, like, there's no way he doesn't have a good early game curve, right? You see the vast amount of 2-drops he has.
Well, let's take a look here, see what Noir drafted on his end. We gotta hope for something good. Portal, like you said, is not a slouch, especially in this Take-Two format.
It's pretty good. He also was able to pick up 1 Determination. Card is absolutely fantastic. We say Take-Two is a format of resources, and that 1 card just gives you so many resources.
Free Evos are never bad.
Yeah, card draw, free Evo, 2 play points. You just can't say no to that.
Thank you. Yeah, this is such a well-constructed deck, actually. The miscalculations for the additional card draw. Surveillance system is also great if they can't, you know, commit a card that has rush or removal.
Yeah, he doesn't really have like one specific like all-in on artifacts or anything like that, but you could see his deck is just very well rounded, and he just has very like generically good cards. Like, sure, he might not have a ton of Machina cards, but the Mega Enforcer is still gonna put in work by itself.
Yeah. I mean, you can spin the manual Evo there and just get the value out of it that way. You won't get the Evo point back, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it's still gonna do the damage, right? It's still fine. He's
Actually, now
got
that I
the
look at
Quicksilver
deck-
Aegis, so like again, not a huge amount of artifact synergy, but could still be relevant. He does have a couple ways to generate paradigm shifts.
Surveillance System isn't a Machina card. Does he actually have any other Machina cards? Well, I get the Nefarious Invasion. I guess that counts.
And
It's
honestly,
just-
Genesis Artifact, just such a good card.
Value for sure.
Yeah, there's some of those cards that, like, in Constructed, you see how strong they are, and then you come to a format like Take Two, and like, oh man, that power level is just crazy good.
Yeah, being able to put up 2 wards that have different kinds of like negations, plus a big 4/7. That's a sticky body, a 4/7.
Yeah, the amount of stats you get for one follower, just too much.
Looks like Noir's deck is ready on his side. I wonder what he built.
I'm very curious. Is it Bloodcraft? Was he able to construct a solid Blood deck, or is he maybe gonna run it back with the Swordcraft? Maybe he gets Portal as well.
Oh, so
This
if they
is-
lose, just to confirm, if they lose with the deck, they're still allowed to run it if it comes up again?
I believe, yeah, only if you win you can't reuse it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
And just to be clear, this is best of 3. So if Silver wins this next one, he's gonna take the set.
Oh, man. Noir's in a tough spot here.
Yeah, this is such a solid deck. You see why Silver is so good at Take Two, able to draft very well-rounded decks. He looks pretty ready.
I was really hoping we get something like Osab versus Silver here. Osab in his interview mentioned that he actually started the game as a Take Two player. And so I would have loved to see him going up against Silver, who's like the, quote unquote Take Two god. That'd been an awesome matchup.
Yeah, I don't know, like Noir, Take Two might not be his like strongest point, but I mean, when you're this good at Shadowverse, like you should be good enough at Take Two anyway, right? Then again, if Silver, if he specializes in this format, maybe that's just gonna give him the edge over Noir here.
I'm surprised neither of these guys for the Take Two match use like the Selector Supreme or Taker of Two flair for their accounts.
Okay, we see Noir with Dragoncraft. I see again the Gosa. I like that guy.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Imperial Dragon is pretty annoying. Ignis Dragon is also great.
Yeah, you have, again, a good amount of buff Dragon cards, make your deck have more defense, and then your followers just are going to come in overstated. You can use that to your advantage. You get a couple, benefits of that. I really like both the mermaids are nice. He's got
No
Dragon's
Dragon
Awakening to
Oracle.
buff his deck. No Oracle, yeah.
I mean, Ignis Dragon does double as a ramp, but no Oracle. Rowan's really good here. Razi is a great
Rowan
pickup.
is good. He also has a Fudo. We saw how crucial Fudo was last game.
Yeah, he's got a ton of removal in this deck, so I really think he can contend to own the board. I just need for him to find a way to translate that into a victory.
And look, he's got triple Dragoon's Incitement. That card
Holy crap.
in Take Two, pretty good. Destroy all enemy followers with 7 defense or less, and then, potentially push damage as well.
That removes Genesis Artifact. We talked about those big, thick stats. That's one way to get rid of them.
Yeah, it's one of the cards where, your opponent, they might play around 1 Dragoon's Incitement, but 2 or 3 might just be, enough to tip the match in his favor.
Yeah, that's
And
pretty much
Gandagosa, just always a good finisher.
Oh, Gandagosa, that guy. What a great guy.
I am curious what Noir's choices were in class selection.
Yeah.
Dragon, you could definitely get some solid Dragon decks. But I'm curious what his other picks were.
I would like to think maybe something like Haven and then maybe Shadow.
Okay, here we go. Round 3, game number 2. Noir with the Dragoncraft, Silver with the Portal Draft.
Noir is going first, though. Good to see.
Well, going second is pretty good to Take Two, especially when you open with
Yeah.
a kitty cat arsenal.
Oh, man. So good there. Dimension Cut is great removal. Merman is also nice.
Yeah, but you kind of want to have the Mermaid after it's been buffed in your deck a little
Yeah,
bit, so
that's true.
it's actually not fantastic, but he does have a turn 1 play. Gonna
I meant
hold.
the Wild Merman on Silver side. My bad.
Yeah. Wants to, wait for the enhance perhaps for Noir, but man, that kitty cat arsenal is gonna put in work.
Yeah, especially in the early game.
There's nowhere in the seven seas you can hide.
Okay, just gonna play the Mermaid Archer, it might still get some value, and he did hold the Awakening for that enhance, pretty powerful.
And it's gone.
Yeah, that mission cut.
Yeah,
And you see
thanks,
Noir's face is
President.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh man,
Okay,
another
really?
card he draws that like you'd rather buff first, but
Yeah.
now his deck has +0/+1, and he did draw 2 cards.
Yeah, he might play out the Wild Mermaid on 3 just for the raw stats.
Oh man, like you wanna get the value out of the Merman, but sometimes you just need a 3-play from 3/3. It is gonna put some pressure on the board.
Yeah, Dragon's not known for its powerful early game aggression, so just committing stats on board I think is the right answer here.
Yeah, like Noir's early game might just be playing these weaker followers or spells, but they're gonna be buffing the deck. So that in the mid to late game, he has those very strong followers. See, Mermaid's gonna buff the deck again, everybody getting +1.
+2,
And then
+1 again.
another one, his deck at +3 defense, I believe.
Not bad. Yeah, those thick followers are going to come in handy turn 7, turn 8.
Yeah, but right now, Silver, he sort of has the lead. He can dictate the pace of the game here. He's got a better follow on the board and access to first Evo. Does he want to just like Kitty Cat Arsenal and Evo the face? Because that is a lot of pressure.
I kind of like that, to be honest. Megan Force is great because it's a free evolve, but at the same time, Kitty Cat Arsenal is a lot.
Yeah. Okay, he's gonna go with the Enforcer though. Like you can always hold the kitty and then it's still gonna be good later on. He doesn't want to overcommit on the resources, taking it a bit slow.
He doesn't have a Machina card in hand, so he needs to be really careful about how he spends the Mega Enforcer.
Yeah, just put in the pressure like, hey, here's 2, 3/3 followers. He's gonna hold on for better value out of his spells. The Debonair Dragoon, pretty strong follower.
As
You want to get that
Bane,
free Evo, absolutely crucial in take 2.
also free damage on board or to face, can't forget that.
Okay, so is this the Kitty Cat turn now?
I think it might be Kitty Cat time. Really? True Strike?
Surveillance system?
Okay. He's holding on to it. Interesting.
Yeah, he's really holding on to the Kitty Cat. Very interesting.
That's surprising. He could have opted to push at least a total of 6 damage.
For sure,
And
yeah. He's just
traded
content
in.
to hold on. I wonder if he's just like already playing for that Maisha game plan. Where he's like, hey, I'm not even gonna like be aggressive. I know eventually I'll draw Maisha and she can one shot here.
This is why we hold on to Kitty Cat Arsenal.
Okay, now it's Kitty Cat time.
I think it's Kitty Cat time, buddy.
Gonna see.
Majesty of the Lion, not great. Mavella, I guess, but
Yeah, Mabella's
You
good, but
wanna
you
spin it
want to
out.
hold Mabella for like a
Yeah.
wider board. Which honestly, against Dragon, like that might just never happen. But
that's a fair point. Yeah, Dragon not known really for like going wide like that.
yeah, maybe Mechanized Soldier is an option. But I mean, Kitty Cat. When is the time, Silver?
Yeah, you've got more Evos than your opponent. You'll always have more Evos than your opponent at this point. So,
They're gonna
All
start
right.
with the Lion.
drop some cards into the deck. Wow. Really?
Okay, his first Evo.
That's Fall Slash?
Fall
He does-
Slash.
he
That's
committed
interesting because like,
full
yeah, the
Evo.
Fall Slash is only really doing 1 damage there if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
He commits the Evo and the Fall Slash, and he doesn't follow up with anything else. He's content to just sit and wait for the late game, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that really that move right there really showed his thinking and game plan. Like it's fine. If I draw my shit, I'll be good. If I draw my Bahamut, I'll be good. So, all right, I'll just play the long game.
Yeah, but you
Woo!
can see Noir's
2-7.
followers are now beefy. They have the stats, 2 7s.
That Razia does squats, man. Good lord, the stats on her.
Get some great trees. In this format, it could just be used for cycle. There's the Maisha. So now he could
pickup.
definitely play for that game plan.
So at this point, he just wants to commit bodies. But the question is, how do you clear this board? I mean, they're not strong offensively, but defensively, it's 14 is a lot.
Okay, well, he says he's the Mabella. He's going to get the free Evo.
Fulfill my vow.
That's the 1 damage, then 2 damage on Evo. So it's not a full clear, but I guess as long as he answers Razia, that's the biggest threat on the board.
Razia pushes a little bit more damage, and Noir should have no problem getting rid of this 5-2.
I mean, Noir has a lot of cards in hand. They're just like, doesn't have a lot of like very proactive plays, I guess.
Yeah, a
Diva
lot
is
of
an
it's
option.
draw.
Yeah, he could start cycling some great trees. His
I'd love to
deck
see that
is
happen.
buff by quite a bit.
So pretty much any card is useful.
Yeah, he does have the Gandagosa too, right? So keep in mind, like, maybe he just tries to get a little bit more chip damage and then bam, surprise Gandagosa, right?
Alright, there's trees that are coming down. Ignis Dragon's a nice pickup.
Ignis Dragon.
Does he want to
I
spend
don't
another
believe
one?
he would accelerate, right? You really want to hold for that. Like, he needs those big value cards.
Especially at this point. That Ignis Dragon has what, like +4 defense?
Oh yeah, it's a big boy. Gets another
is it?
Imperial Dragon. That's a good one.
That's the one you want, the thick one.
Angel's
Is he really-
Grace for some
Nah.
burst.
No, really? Is he that? That seems like a greedy play.
He still has an Evo as well. And you see how conservative Silver has been with resources the entire game? Like, he's held onto that kitty cat arsenal, held onto his Evo points.
Scouting's my middle name.
Okay, another Sentinel. Like, these 2 7s are pretty annoying.
Yeah, they're annoying, but okay, there we go. Yeah, clear this out of the way. More thoughts.
So many great trees.
Just spins the Angel's Grace here to clean up space in hand for his next draw.
Okay, well, Silver, he just needs to get more followers destroyed, and then as long as he's able to hold an Evo point, which again he's been very good at, then eventually Maisha will just win the game. So it definitely puts Noir on a clock. The Mechanized
worried.
Soldier, honestly, pretty good as an 8-drop, right?
Yeah, you get bodies, you get
You
to
get a
move.
lot of bodies, yeah.
Yeah, and Maisha likes that. Gobble those up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Has that nice Evo effect as well. Good amount of stats for one card.
Wait. Oh,
Okay,
and now is the
there
time
is
to
the
do
cute
that?
cat.
Interesting. Pop, pop.
And then what is the follow-up gonna be? Could be the Master Sleuth.
I think so.
Just as an annoying follower. It's a 4/4 on last words. While it's Evo, it will resummon itself.
Someone call Grimnir. Where's Grimnir? This man's evolving.
And
Alright.
Noir has a lot of card draw.
Yeah, 9 here. The super thick Blazing Dragon. And I think he wants to just draw after this. Just spin some of those trees.
Yeah, the followers that let you cycle the draw one discard are great here because you're still cycling the great trees. You just don't have to commit the play point to it, so it's kind of nice.
Exactly. The Diva comes down. Yeah.
Diva comes down.
He's gonna
Gets that
lose a
Evo.
2-point orb. Kind of painful.
Yeah, but I guess he's okay with that. A pretty, well-statted follower. Very annoying
Oof.
clash.
Where's Gondagoza, man? I'm waiting on him.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's that
this
guy?
is just Gandagosa waiting room, right?
Ooh, the Threat Snipper off the top is also good for Maisha. He can commit at least 4
Yeah.
bodies.
Maisha currently at 8 followers destroyed.
It might be Mechanized Soldier time, though.
The problem is that Mechanized Soldier doesn't actually answer the Diva, and then
You could do Mechanized Soldier plus Threadmaster.
oh yes, true. He does
Evolve.
have one playable left
Free.
over.
Yeah, I don't see it without spending the Maisha
Well,
or the
you
Paradigm
can't
chip.
clash. I mean, you can't trade into a Libra with the small followers because of the clash.
Oh, that's right.
This Diva actually put in an immense amount of pressure on Silver. Might be forced to use the Bane to deal with it.
I think, yeah. Evolve.
Yeah.
Road.
All right, Noir keeping this competitive here. And it's going to stick.
Yeah, nice thing about the Bear Artifact is that it doesn't matter how much attack it has, because it just has Bane, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Like, numbers are not even important here.
And funny enough, now it's Silver that's sort of running out of resources. That said, though, Mechanized Soldier alone is such a power play when he's able to play for the full value. And then Maisha will just close the game out, right? So even though he's low on cards, he has exactly what he needs potentially.
I feel like Silver gave away too much in that last turn. He played the double Threadmaster, and so now Noir has the knowledge that half of his hand is basically just 2 1/1 puppets.
Yeah, that's true. Gonna keep buffing the deck. When that guy, when the Gandagosa shows up, he's gonna have so much defense. And he's able to
This
clear
is-
the board, push some face damage.
That's such a good pickup. Oh my god.
Genesis is good, but I mean, when is the Mechanized Soldier? It's 8 play points.
He might save it just because, again, it does
You know,
damage.
at
It
10 life,
buffs.
Ganagosa just ends the game.
Nope.
And Noir only has 8 cards left in deck, so...
Nope.
Does it
power
just
of
come
trees.
down to 1 Ganagosa?
I mean, if he could
He
find
has-
it, would be a pain if it was the last card in his deck.
Well, he's got to draw, and then he could cycle a Great Tree to find it.
Yeah.
So 2 out of 8, that's a good chance.
Yeah, 25%, not bad.
Yeah, and like at worst, Noir has other plays. Okay, finally we see the Mechanized Soldier from Silver getting an immense amount of value. Free Evo, Evo effect to buff the squad.
Yeah, get the puppets here.
But
to
all
clear.
it takes is 1 Ganagosa.
Yeah, 1 Gonda. If he doesn't find Gonda, Ignis Dragon's also not bad here. You could also play Combustion Demon. He has so many answers. I feel really confident
what
on
is the
Noir's
draw?
position right here. Not Gonda goes, but you can play a tree. Let's see.
He could, yeah, he has 1 more chance if he wants to spend a play point in the Great Tree.
He's thinking about it.
Oh, he knows he's so close to victory. He's got Imperial Dragon hovering over. Okay, spend the Great
Let's see
Tree.
it. Let's see it. Oh, it's
Doesn't
not
draw
him.
Ganagosa.
Gonda, where you? Okay.
Oh, he's digging.
Okay.
Okay, 5 cards left in his deck. He's getting real close to it.
You've got.
But how many flowers have been destroyed? Does Silver have Maisha lethal next turn?
I don't think he has 20 damage on her. I sincerely think he doesn't have 20 damage.
It's 14,
Yeah,
okay.
That'll
Yeah,
put him at
he's
18.
getting close, but
So he
not
can buy
quite
himself
there.
2 more turns. He plays Genesis Artifact once his board gets wiped, evolves it. That's the amount of followers that he needs. Oh, wait a second. He needs to save it for Maisha.
yeah, he's got to save the evil points.
He needs another Threadmaster or something.
Okay, just clear the board, push damage,
Yeah. I
and
like
draw
it.
again to goes the next turn, right? It's a simple
That's
game
it.
plan, but an effective game plan.
Draw Gonda. Hey, miscalculation. Please help. Please. Please.
Yeah, this is the point where, like, man, you really need the card draw, and determination is exactly that.
Beloved Nava.
Okay. Okay. Master Chef is alright, but it's not enough to get him out of Gonda range, you know?
Right,
don't
it's
think
kind
he-
of funny because if he plays a follower, if he doesn't play a follower, there's no Ganagosa target.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't play followers, then his Maisha never gets to 20. So, like, if Silver wants to win, he needs to play followers.
Yeah, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment.
Yeah. Master Chef can give him some life, but not nearly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see how important resources are? Both players here, you know, it's over turn 10, and they still have those evil points.
I think that was my mistake when I first played. I think a lot of players at the same time, you spend all your Evo points like you would in rotation, and then you're like, wait a second, I can't answer this.
Okay, Ganagosa still not drawn. Meisha is at 18. This is coming down to the wire. Can Noir close the game out?
Okay.
Is decking out a thing?
Oh, be
There's the
careful here.
Ganagosa.
Yup.
Okay, I like this because, like, these 2 followers by themselves, they represent the game. And if Silver can, like, answer them, then, like, bam, Ganagosa, right?
Analyzing is not enough.
So close to that Maisha, so close. If he had just maybe done a little bit of chip damage early on somehow.
I feel like he was pretty aggressive in the early game. He committed followers to just clearing the board, but
I mean, he held on for so long. Like,
Yeah.
yes, you don't want to just waste your resources, but at the same time, like, he has 2 evos, you know? Like, in the early
could've
game,
gone a little harder,
one of those evos could have maybe been used to push a little ahead.
outside of Maisha, he doesn't really have an answer. He has to do this and run into the 4
Missed
level.
Maisha.
Fulfill my vow.
It's 18,
Dreams will be finally.
19 damage.
Can I find one
Master
piddly
Chef.
damage? All right, he has to disrespect the Gondagosa here, but little does he know it is in hand.
Oh man, he was so close. 1 damage off.
Here's the evolve, and that's going to be for the turn.
And
Noir here can clean up.
Ganagosa with 1 card left in his deck. Noir is gonna tie up the series.
Will have my
He's
victory
now
one day.
1-1.
Wow, Gondagosa, bottom 3.
16 health on that Ganagosa. Noir showing why Dragon can be a very solid class in Take 2.
Yeah, he won that, but he looks incredibly stressed.
Yeah.
He looks
But
so
honestly, overall, Noir might be in a good position because now Silver cannot draft Bloodcraft, and Noir has another chance of potentially drawing that very powerful Blood deck.
That's true. If Noir could get his hands on Bloodcraft and Silver didn't have access to it, I think, might be rough for him out there. Drop a Halicina, say GG's.
Okay, we're gonna see what the classes are gonna be. This is very close here. So he can run it back with Portalcraft. Gonna go with Runecraft instead. So Rune is very interesting because you have many different game plans you can try and draft. You can try and commit to a Mysteria package, a Dirt Earth package, or Evil package. But sometimes you're gonna get a mix and end with like a weird deck. So how much does he want to commit to, you know, say the Spell Boost or the Stack package?
Yeah, like committing hard to, for example, just the Mysteria package is kind of scary because if it doesn't work out, then you just play a bunch of cards that just destroy your deck and then you're left with nothing at the end, which is really hard to commit to. Alright, goes for the Impalement Arts there. Oh, Fudo. Okay. Big Fudo.
Yeah, Fudo's pretty good. Master's Loot is a solid card, but Fudo's just too good.
Ooh, Counter Magic? I like it.
Arcane Summoner, kind of a fun card. Yeah, I feel like the Academic Archmage is pretty good with the Stone Bullet. You know, it's some nice clear.
Oh,
talk about Mysteria. Yeah, Sacred Red or an Anne.
I think Anne's great just because it summons the Anne summoning.
Glimpse Beyond, very nice card for take 2. If you have enough spells to, you know, spell boost it.
That's true, yeah. Wow, Glimpse Beyond. Cards I forgot existed.
Yeah. That's what Take 2 will do to you. You've seen a card and you're like, why have I not seen this card in so long? And then it's like pretty good in Take 2.
You're like, when did this card come out? This expansion for real?
Silver here, taking his time.
Ooh, I am
more solid neutrals. Takes the, you know, early game followers.
Ooh, Glimpse Beyond plus Arcane Duplication is so tempting there. Yeah, Riven Earth is nice.
Because he has a good amount of spells. 22 cards drafted, 7 spells. About a third of his deck is spells. But man, I don't know if he's like really found something to like commit to. Like, yeah, he's taking good cards that are like good individually, but like he has the Anne, some spell boost cards, some Earth cards. I don't know if he has enough of like one package, you know.
Eleanor could help you duplicate a card, so for example an Anne in hand, or
yeah, she's just good, you know, good fanfare, good evo.
Did he not take it?
No, I don't think so.
Wow.
So I don't know, man. He's got a bunch of good cards, but does he have a good deck when you put them together is the question.
That deck looks a little weird, man.
Let's have Anne and Grea, so maybe, you know, Anne and Grea double duplication. Is that enough for him to, you know, come up with a Mysteria game plan?
All I'm saying is, you better pray that you have the Anne and Grea in hand before you start banishing cards from your deck.
I will say one card that he has that is absolutely insane is the Chimera Meister. Yeah. That card is crazy good. And honestly, that card alone just can absolutely win the game.
I like the counter magic here.
That bad boy.
It's for a little bit of defense as well. A little bit of board clear, a little bit of defense. Did he pick up the...
He's got a good amount of spells for the spell boost cards he has. The L1 is pretty nice.
He didn't pick the Eleanor. The Parasol Witch, I guess, is great, but there's not a bunch of evolves in this deck.
Well, Chimera Meister's 3 evolves if you get there, so that's something.
True, yeah. Fair.
But that is pretty late game, though.
He does have Awakened Robot as well, so that's 2.
Yeah, Glimpse Beyond an additional Evo as well, if you can get there.
7 is kind of heavy.
Yeah. One thing that is kind of iffy about the Mysteria cards in a format like Take 2 is that in the constructed deck, you can, you know, banish cards from your deck and get real low. And then, like, you're like, hey, I have 3 Anns, 3 Greas, like, I'll eventually draw them. But in Take 2, you only have 1 of each. So, like, when you banish 2 cards from your deck, what if those cards, like, what if you banish your Ann or the Grea, right?
I don't know. It's like Noir is ready on his side as well. I wonder what he drafted.
Did he get a blood deck?
Let me see
Noir
that
making
look.
the dragon work with the Gandagosa at the end.
All right, Noir. Gotta do your best here.
What's it gonna be? Silver, we have the Take-Two Master, but it's 1-1 right now.
You gotta feel good if you can take down the Take-Two Master. Like the guy who's
Yeah.
like, I'm the best out of all 48 of us at this. And you're
At
like,
Take-Two?
well, I beat you, so I'm nice.
Yeah. I mean, we know Noir is nice. Again, he's one of the best players in the world for sure, but at this level, everybody's just so good.
I'm trying to read Noir's face, and man, what a poker face this guy has. He's gone through the entire range of emotions from happiness to just complete devastation in a matter of seconds.
For sure. I can't imagine, you know, what they're thinking is so much on the line, there's so much pressure. And yet at the same time, like, Noir's the guy, and that he just loves Shadowverse, you know, like, he loves playing the game, he likes playing competitive, and like, you can be so stressed out, but he also must be just so happy to be here, you know, in the World Championship.
Oh, absolutely. If I was in that guy's shoes and as you know, trained day and night as he has, I'd be ecstatic to be playing against the best players in the world and say that, because not a lot of folks can do that, right? They can't be like, well, I played against the best on the biggest stage in the world.
Yeah, and this is Noir's second time in the World Championship. Even if he's not able to make it to the top 8, I'm sure that he's going to keep trying, and maybe you'll see him again next year as well. But right now, he's fighting for his life in the Take-Two section of the tournament.
Not only Noir, but I feel like this year especially, we have so many repeat WGP entrants. And I think about that, how wild it is to be on this stage again. How hard is it for Japanese players, for players from any region, any country, to not only win one time and come to WGP, but to do it 2 times?
I mean, look at Senex. He's been here 3 times, and I believe he's 2-0. So, Senex, you know, Mr. Consistency.
We definitely have those, and yeah, I don't know what to say, man. If that guy's been here 3 times, for him this has to be like a Tuesday. He's like, yep, all right. let me just put my time in at the office, collect this easy 1.3 mil, and then just ride off into the sunset.
And again, the funny thing is that every time he's done better and better. The first time he got to Worlds in 2018, he got top 8. Then 2019, Senex got top 4. So, you know, next time he's got to be aiming for top 2 or better.
Yeah, actually, you said this is Noir's second time. Do you remember what his placing was the last time he came?
I believe he was shy of making top 8. He was probably like 9th or 12th, something like that. And I want to say that he lost in Take-Two as well, if I remember correctly. It was 2 years ago, but I think that's what happened.
That's crazy. Now he's sitting in Take-Two like, yeah, I'm playing the best in the world. It's 1-1. I don't feel that bad. I think I got better at Take-Two.
Oh, I'm so curious to see what Noir drafted.
Yeah, what is his deck list?
Yeah, the first 2 decks that Silver had, they looked so solid. And now I'm not so sure about his rune deck.
Yeah, that rune deck looks a little bit clunky. And if Noir if he found what? Halasena, he found
first question is, did he find
Dark Emperor?
Bloodcraft? And we don't even know what class he drafted, right? Oh man, I can feel the pressure. Silver against Noir, both players getting ready here.
My man Noir said if he won the tournament, he would buy a house and then rent it out. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna go from Shadowverse to real estate frame one. It looks like
also drafted Runecraft. Wow.
Take a look at the deck here. This one doesn't look as Anne and Greya focused. He does have Greya, but I don't see Anne in here.
He's got Whims of Chaos. I can't imagine what his pick must have been like that he took a Whims of Chaos. Imagine if that's what we see in the World Championship.
You have to be kind of wild boy to run Whims of Chaos.
You know, the funny thing is that Noir is a player that values consistency above everything else. And Whims of Chaos is literally the exact opposite of that.
You know what it is? I bet you Whims of Chaos came with Isabel.
He also does have a Chimera Meister, so I'm looking at that card as the most powerful card in both players' decks. And it might come down to who gets either Chimera Meister and get the most value out of it.
He was able to find a guild assembly as well. I don't know if the evolves will come in handy for the buff, but you know, gets a bit of card draw, gets a bit of defense maybe.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you Chimera Meister, then all of a sudden your guild assembly is looking kind of nice.
Let's see
Oh
if
man, this is gonna be a great game. Two, dare I say, wacky rune decks going up against each other.
Wacky is the best word you could have used there.
If he plays Rooms of Chaos, I will lose it.
Silver with full-on prayer before the match gets started.
All right, here we go. The final game between Noir and
Don't
Silver. Who
underestimate
is
me.
going to take it?
I
We
will
have
first.
two rune decks, double Isabel here.
Ooh. Well, Silver looks very confident in the game plan. Noir took a little bit more time there, but actually finds a pretty good opening hand.
Yeah, they both have some early game plays. We're gonna see a good amount of spells from Rune.
Is
Alons
this gonna
remain
pull-
on one.
This pulls, I think, just Awakened Robot in this deck. I didn't have a chance to see any other Machina, but I didn't see that one.
No 2-drop of Silver just yet.
Yep,
Yeah,
there it
you
is.
were right. It's the robot, and he's already drawn the Chimera Meister.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the card we're looking at.
Robot is not bad here. I just don't really know what he'll do with the repair modes afterward. They're kind of just there.
I mean, it is a spell. You can play the spell boost cards. It's just like you draft Rune, you're gonna take at least some spell boost cards, right? So that might be relevant later on.
Oh, is Noir thinking to hold?
I mean, he does
Until
have that in
6?
hands, right?
He does opt to hold to get the maximum value. He wants the evolved bodies.
Yeah, he does have some Evo synergy like we were talking about. So again,
Yikes.
holding for value, very crucial in take 2.
Talk about a clunky hand from Silver. Full pass there. Spins no play points either. Nobody wants to commit anything to the board because they know
we
the other
just
person
gonna
has lots of access to
pass?
wipe. I think this game might start from turn 5, Luis.
And what if turn 5 is the Winds of Chaos?
Yes!
Uh,
There are definitely those cards in Take 2 that you draw, but you're like, I didn't ever plan
I'm
on
not
using
playing this,
this.
right?
Yeah, this is just dead
he's just
card
there
in
for
hand.
show.
It's like I took
Okay.
you because the card that came with you was really good.
And that's the magic of take 2, right? You're forced to draft 2 cards at a time. Gonna go with the Witch and start the stack.
Yup. It's a shame, you know, I had such high hopes for Dirt Rune at the start of this expansion, and it really didn't live up to as much hype as the stack kind of promised.
Yeah, it's not the first time that happens, is what I would say. Okay, Noir gonna get stack of his own. Just, you know, content to just take it slow. Repair
Honestly,
mode?
just nah, you hold on to it, yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Gets
he's
a nice
thinking about,
value
you know,
out of it, yeah.
hand space, but he's got 6 cards in hand. He still has room.
Yeah, he's fine, dude. If you held the Awakened Robot on 2, you damn sure better hold on to that that repair mode. Come on, oh come on,
Nah, he
really?
uses it. Maybe he wants to get it out of the way before he plays Winds of Chaos next turn.
Let's hope he draws it.
Ooh, the Mana Grows are actually really nice card here because, like, Silver doesn't really have any, like, big proactive plays. And he can just play the 4/4, get that buff and the Cat Summoner for a big power play on 5.
All right, Clay Sorceress comes down, get another sediment. There we go.
Yeah, get that stack going. Has that nice evil effect. Play Sorcerer, just a very nice 2-drop.
Get that augmentation. Oh yeah.
Can use it right away, get the clear, the card draw, get rid of the stack.
We could play Conjure Golem as well. Yeah.
Ooh, nice clean plays from Noir.
Yeah, Noir also has that shield up, so he's gonna be preventing a little bit of damage at the same
I
time.
like the Cat Summoner. You get those Electro Kitties, you're gonna be at 20 cards next turn, so don't get value, just nice 2-drops. You got the buff in it, so it's a 6/6, can evo into an 8/8. Yeah,
Yeah,
Cat
yeah.
Summoner is the play.
Yeah, I think you have to do this. Nothing else really clears cleanly.
Yeah, I like the Electro Kitties. Like, in take 2, they can definitely get value.
See, he has to commit the evolve point as well, and then run that into the 4/4.
Yeah, both players using 1 evil point so far.
Strange.
Ooh.
Noir
It
gets
is turn
the
6.
witch.
You save the robot for turn 6. I'm
Is it
just
time?
saying.
It does have that nice enhance.
Gives him
those
another
free
curveball body on
evos.
board. Yeah.
It's a good way to answer the board.
Definitely don't want to play the Chimera Maester right now. Alistair is kind of
No,
useless.
I mean, you know, it's got a nice evo, but like, oh, so you really want that enhance.
Double Alistair in hand. I just realized that.
Oh, yeah. Well, our star Alistair, right?
Yeah. I was like, wait a second. You're the same. No, you're not.
Yeah. I like the Awakened Robot. He held it and might
Get the
be time
payoff,
now.
man.
Doesn't have stack, but he's hovering over the witch.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. I really thought we were going to see more Bloodcraft, but we just saw Silver, drafted Blood, got the win with it, and then we just never saw Bloodcraft again.
Yeah, I guess from either side. Again,
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
love to know
Silver
what
could have
Noir
drafted
passed
again.
up.
Yeah.
Surprising he didn't pop up within 3 games at least once.
Clock is
Noir,
ticking. Noir has to make a play. Could just use the Angel and then trade the Golem, hold on to resources.
Okay, yeah. That's what
Okay,
he's
and
gonna
then
have to do.
Doesn't want to play the play points, just use the Grace. More of like just to get it out of his hand, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that because Noir didn't go for a spell boost package, you can just spin these leftover spells as he sees fit.
Double Mage, you know, it's expensive, but
Hey, there's a good
it's
pickup.
kind of hard to spell this. Yeah, the Grass kind of nice. The Archmage, pretty
Pop
solid
him.
card, gets the clear. Pops the shield as well. Ooh, Isabel.
Oh, that's why he's been spending these spells so willy-nilly,
Okay,
because Isabel.
let's go. Isabel win condition.
Yes.
Start the fusion.
I mean, that is 10 damage. He needs to find 10 more.
I don't know. Can he get to Elements of Creation?
He might be able to. I mean, he spent...
It's not easy, but it is maybe doable. And there's the Awakened Robot. Fantastic in hands. 2 free evos, 2 bodies. Gonna pick up the repair mode on Last Words as well.
He's wondering how to trade here to keep the most stats. I think this is fine.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does know that Silver
here.
has access to his Electrocutties to clean up.
Looks like we might see those guys do some work this turn as well.
I feel like the Grey is gonna be a pretty powerful follower at this point. When you have 20 or less, you're just gonna get that extra buff. The Grass spell, very powerful as well.
I don't think that Silver wants to commit anything with Greya until he finds Anne as well. Hopefully Anne's not the last part of the day.
And we've seen Silver be very conservative with his resources, just holding on. You know, the last game, he had 2 evos at the end.
Yeah. Saving them.
Yeah, I wonder if, you know, times like these, you could just drop an Electrocutty, put a little bit of pressure, spend some play points, or he could, again, hold those resources.
I wonder how many spell boosts Impale Monarchs has.
He's hovering over the Greya, but like you said, though, it is a risk, right? You play Greya, risk,
Never understand.
banishing the
I
Ant.
feel like that's so risky. I know he wants the Resentful Blaze, but you could definitely do it later, man.
On the other hand, if you don't banish the Ant, that just means you're one step closer to that Ant, right? So it's a bit of a risk, but you gotta take some risk to win the game.
It is a gamble. He does have Isabel in hand as Noir.
I feel like you
Problem is-
definitely want to answer the Greya. I like
Yeah,
to
you
play from
have to.
Silver because the Greya puts so much pressure. Like, it's a 6/5, and if you ignore her, like, she's gonna get too much value, right? Like,
Yeah.
so he has
can't
to
let her
find a way to
evolve.
answer it. Could
He
keep,
definitely has an answer. I mean, Alistair is
yeah,
super
for
easy.
sure. Clean answer.
Um,
Hover in the Chimera Meister. You can also, you know, keep fusing cards onto the Isabel.
yeah, how do you feel about the Monster Grimoire fused to Isabel?
I feel like the little All-Star might be the fuse before the Monstrous Grimoire.
Well, it looks like he
No.
he wants the Alistair for the removal. Again, Alistair's such easy removal, right? Especially when you're
Yeah,
at
it's like
17
one play
defense.
point, deal 7. It's pretty good, right?
Then you can just evolve the The Isabel
And-
run it in. Yeah.
Picking up the Ribbon Earth, that's a differently named spell. I don't believe he's played one, so he might actually get to the Elements of Creation,
Yeah,
which
what's
is definitely like
Quadra
win
Magic?
condition, right?
Yeah, there's Alistair, as we said. Time is ticking. Hurry up, buddy. Chop, chop.
Okay, using the spells, repair mode.
Heal up, heal up. Keep that hand nice and orderly.
Okay, what is the creation at?
I would love to know.
Crystal
We
Witch,
may not be in
he
control of
really
it.
has not evoed at all? Oh man,
Yeah.
it's so interesting because like Take-Two is definitely a value format, and it feels like Silver is like so committed to getting the most value of his cards. Ooh, he draws Chimera Meister, absolutely key
Well,
card. The fact that
kind
he
of out of
didn't
order
burn
here.
that from the grass, must be pretty happy about that.
Let's hope that he also didn't burn the Yan. This means that if he doesn't find the Yan, then he probably has to win on board, which I think is going to be really tough. Silver did not get any guild assemblies where Noir did. Noir has the abilities to heal. He's got the Elements of Creation likely coming up, which means he'll be able to heal 10.
That's a good amount of life gain.
Yeah.
Silver does have potentially good burst with Sinful Blaze, just kind of a nice card. If he can get to that 5 cards in deck, it can be a bunch of damage. And the Electro Kitties, they can go face as well, so there's some extra burst there.
Quantum
7
Magic's
out of 8.
7? Ooh.
Assembly gets in there.
Yeah, it does. He might have to save it, but Chimera Mix is also really good here.
It is a Shadowverse card for sure. He's thinking
How do
about
you
it though,
feel
wants to ensure that he gets the most value out of it. Because like Chimera Master can evil other followers too, right? So like
Yeah.
if a 2/2 is left on the board, being able to get that free vote for it is kind of nice. It's
He could
used for the
find-
Isabel, but
you don't
you don't want to fuse the Chimera Meister or the All-Star, so it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, I think it's time to play it now.
But man, the Crimson Sorcery is a good spell.
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, Elements of Creation is winning the game.
Yeah, that's true. It's a tough choice for Noir here. Like, he has good plays, but he needs to decide what he's willing to spend here, because the reality is that the 2/2 and the 4/4 is not that much pressure. But he also can't ignore them either.
Yeah, he has to be. Actually, hold on. If he leaves these up, I think he just straight out loses.
Hey, Chimera
This
Meister it
plus-
is. I mean, that's
this plus
3 extra
presents
evos.
points. Oh, holy cow! Look at those boys.
Yeah, that's why that's a Shadowverse card.
Them
The Guild
boys.
Assembly.
Thick.
I believe he's 1 shy from the 7 evos now, which is insane.
That's wild that he got
And
that.
now, how does Silver answer the board? Because that's a lot of stats.
It ain't Electro Kitty, that's for sure.
Well, it might be Chimera Meister.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the answer.
Yeah, it's kind of funny if that's what happens. They both kind of just trade it away.
Yeah, I don't see a way out of this other than that. Awaken Robot is meh. All right, gonna opt for the Electro Kitties. Okay.
Electric Kitties, you said it wasn't the answer, but he's doing it.
I mean, he's definitely.
Electric
Oh
Kitty.
wow.
Evo?
Meow. All right, there's the Evolve and the Awaken Robot. That's good. And then Impalement Arts to clean up.
He finds just enough. And because he's able to save his Chimera Meister, now next turn he can do like Electro Kitty, then play Chimera Meister, which is, dare I say, insane power play. Noir needs 1 more Evo for the Guild Assembly.
Can I find one? Does
And then I think he
Alistair
needs-
have it?
He needs 1 more spell for Quadra Magic. He's just 1 away from having absolutely insane plays. He's gonna fuse.
Really? You're gonna fuse the Alistair here?
I mean,
Free removal. He does banish though. Keep that in mind.
really want to get, just complete the Isabel. Fully fused.
Yeah.
What's
this
Noir
is-
thinking here? Man,
gotta-
like, if you could Guild Assembly the Chimera Meister board, it would have been insane, but he was just 1 Evo shy.
It's a shame. He's still 2 turns away from getting the Elements of Creation down out of the Quadra Magic. He's got to first play another spell, then play the Quadra Magic, and then he's not going to have enough play points to actually play out the Elements of Creation. So
Yeah, and you know, creations is nice, but it's not gonna win the game by itself. He's gonna need some other damage. Okay, clock
He's gonna
is
drop
ticking.
the raw raging golem.
I mean, it's stats. Sometimes you just want to drop some stats.
Yeah.
I don't think you don't want to like just pass on an empty board, do you? At this stage in the game, when you know your opponent still has the Rescendant Blaze.
Yeah.
Yeah, at
There
least
it
just
is, okay.
drop the golem. It's stats. If it gets answered, you get more stats. He doesn't
Exactly.
seem that happy about it though.
Get the guardian golem. It does feel like kind of a weird turn.
Okay, so
you-
Electrocute Chimera Meister. I think
Yup.
that's the play. Get a full clear, even answer the golems that are gonna spawn from the last words.
Oh man, it's so scary. Silver has that counter magic in hand. He could just block all that damage from Noir.
Ooh. Noir
keep in
has like
mind.
very powerful cards in hand, but Silver might just have the answer to them.
Yeah, I don't imagine
I like
outside of...
Electrocuting into Chimera Meister. It just seems like a clean way to utilize 10 play points. Very powerful.
Yeah, there
It
you
is going to
go.
be the play.
With the two there, there's the Meister. No guild assembly, but
That's
Noir's in a
still
rough spot
4
here.
Evos. A full clear.
all
A
right.
little bit of pressure as well. He sent the Electrocute fanfare to the face of Noir.
This is a weird spot. If you leave that other Chimera 7/7 very healthy, you can potentially have the kitty stick around.
He's
you
taking
can
up the
run the
trade.
kitty.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
opting to
yeah.
keep the kitty as the 4/4. Okay, Noir still has an Evo. Quarter Magica 7 out of 8. He can get to 8 with, you know, he's got spells.
Yeah, he definitely has the Crimson
Guild
Sorcery in
Assembly
hand.
getting close to 7, but he doesn't have like followers to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
This game is coming down to the wire. We're also still curious, did Silver banish the Ant from his deck, or is it just there at the bottom?
He might have, man. 12 cards. He's gone through most of the deck at this point. Either that or she's like too far down to be
Maybe
be
she's
good, right?
yeah, too low to be relevant. Gonna start with a Stone Bullet.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate
Okay,
me.
Quarter
Quantum
Magica.
magic.
Sorcery to clear.
Perish before
And
trying.
just creations.
All right, elements here. I like that. Before Silver can get the counter magic out. Now the question is, what do you
Yeah,
do?
just guarantee. Alright, what is the follow-up for Silver? He's really missing that Ant. Because now
Yeah, he
he's
needs-
got just like awkward cards, honestly.
Yeah, Resentful Blaze is great, but with 11 cards in the deck, it's not that good.
Yeah, and the Grimoire Sorcerer is like not good at all.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's one of the things about the rune where it's like, if you draft enough spellboost cards, it's like, okay, insane. But right now it's like an 8 play point 3/3. Winds
Oh,
of
boy.
Chaos.
Oh, so he didn't draw anything this turn. That's a shame.
Yeah. It's actually a big shame because like he needs extra cards.
You'll make a good test.
Well, this is gonna give him a
Isabel?
Fate's Hand if he evolves.
Yeah, that's card draw.
Match is mine.
Now it's 7 Evos. Guild Assembly is fully online.
Ooh, now if he could just find some followers, another Maester would be
Fun it
nice.
is to converse.
Oh, he spins it outright.
Man, it's rough because like he's forced to utilize it, but really at the end just does not get enough value out of it. And with the Elements of Creation gone, it kind of feels like Noir has used, you know, almost everything he has left.
Shut the front door.
Grab, but
Arcane Duplication off the top. Oh yeah, this deck, pathetic looking.
Hey.
Let me let's just get this deck out of here.
Got you now.
5 cards in deck. Keep in mind, Silver has the shield, right? So
Oh, that's right.
how does Noir break the shield to closing him out? Okay, gets another Isabel. I mean, that's something.
That's a way to start it.
Yeah, he can get another creation. It's not
Yeah,
bad.
fusing the Raging Golem, but the problem is again, how does he get?
Yeah, he's gotta
he-
break that shield first.
She's got to break the shield. He's got to get.
And also, like, Fluffy Angel's gonna get him above 10 anyway.
That's true. He may opt to go the route of. Even if you try to
Hold
use
me back.
Greya's spell to clear board and then break the shield, it's still not enough. Yeah, because of the Fluffy Angel.
Silver just holding on. Honestly, his hand is not great either. Like, he's got Resentful Blaze and then nothing.
I think Silver might deck out Noir. I think that might be an out for him at this
that-
point.
well, yeah, it might be a strategy.
At this
You know
point,
what?
he can just
Repair
like, stay
modes?
healthy.
Oh man, this is really coming down to the wire here.
Yeah. Noir's really
And-
pushing Silver to his limit. Like, his hand
Yeah,
is
getting-
pretty bad.
That extra Isabel, will it be enough for Noir, who now only has
Passes.
4 cards left in his deck?
Yeah, fuse.
Oh, it's tough. Because, like, the Grant is still pretty good.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The problem is if you play Gray, you're losing out on 2 cards immediately. So the turn you play Gray, you kind of have to play.
Yeah, you have to, like, just win, right?
Yeah, so Noir's in a
this
tough
is
spot.
Tough, yeah. We're coming down to the final turns of this game here. That Isabel. Okay, fuse the golem.
Yeah. Be expected.
Contra
here, get the
Magica.
Contra Magic. Blat the whole board.
You know, the elements of creation, it does have that additional effect
Oh,
that
that's
might
right.
save Noir because he won't instantly lose when he reaches the Reaper at the bottom of the deck.
The problem is he'll lose health, and then Resentful Blaze might
Well-
finish him off.
Yeah, but maybe he just needs like one extra turn, right? Because again, Silver, his hand doesn't actually have anything. Like, he's got a Blaze and nothing.
Ooh, Watch Magic. Fluffy Angel here is going to heal up a little bit. Don't play Whims of Chaos, please God. Please God, don't play Whims of Chaos.
He thought about it, I think.
He's
What is
like,
the top
"Oh,
deck for Silver? See, now he's drawing the
Elmont.
Spellboost part of his deck that's like not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Alistair not really doing much. He could actually repair mode his own health and use Alistair to clear.
Yeah,
It's kind
that's a
of
play.
pathetic, but that's an out. That's a line. Yeah.
It is a play. As long as you clear at this point, it's okay.
You don't leave anything up to get rid of that shield.
Yeah. The fact that he has a shield is actually so relevant right now.
Mm-hmm.
That shield is saving him 10 life.
Whoo-wee. 9 to 10.
Hey, he's going with your play. I like it. You also get the
Yeah.
Spellboost on the Elmont. Might as well start that.
Yeah, I guess so. A little late, but it's
Oh, he's
fine.
gonna just use the Elmont right away.
Interesting.
Okay, maybe he wanted, as much life as possible.
I'm
Alistair's
really
gonna do more damage next turn.
surprised he
But
spent
he has
that.
no cards. He has like nothing left.
I don't know, man.
So what does Noir do? 3 cards left in his deck. Gotta get through a shield and then 15 damage somehow. Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, this is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, both these players are 0-2 overall. This is the final game of their set. Rune mirror match 1-1 coming down to the wire here. Noir about to deck out, and Silver has like no cards in hand, but is somehow hanging on as well.
Yeah, back when Noir got the Greya plus the Arcane Duplication off the top and he spent him, Silver must have been really happy about that. He's like, all right, that gives me another out.
What is Noir thinking? The Grey is such a huge commitment, but
Yeah,
what else
it's-
does he have?
You play Greya, you banish 2 cards from your deck, you're down to
Yeah,
a
he's just
single
down to
tool.
1.
To be honest, though, he might just have to spend it. I think he just...
That's it.
Okay, counter magic here. I might just play the Greya, and then next turn is Elements of Creation plus Greya spell.
I mean,
Resentful
like,
Blaze.
he would like a follower to break the shield, right?
Yeah.
Greya does have a good amount of
understand.
stats, but we know it actually gets perfectly answered by the All-Star.
Oh, that's so painful.
Oh no.
That's so painful.
Noir, 1 card left in the deck. The only thing is that, like, okay, he might not immediately lose to decking out due to the Reaper, but he was not going to draw any more cards. Like,
Yeah, he's not gonna
whatever
get more
his
tools.
last card is, like, he has
That's
to
it.
win with it. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. Silver still has an Evo, by the way.
That's crazy. He's hung on to it for this long. The Chimera Macer really did do work.
Yeah, and it's crazy that he actually got so much value out of the Alistar. At this point, like, that one drop putting in work.
We need this next follower to have Storm. Is it a Parasol Witch? Can it be a Parasol Witch?
Ooh. What is the last card in Noir's deck?
If it's Parasol Witch, that would be goated.
Silver thinking about the repair mode is gonna hold
Let's
on
see
to
it.
it.
Let's see it. Oh, it's Elma.
Oh no!
Oh, it's pain. It should have been
Okay,
Parasol
so this is
Witch.
it. This is Noir's hand. He's got to figure out, can this hand somehow win the game?
If you can somehow break the shield, you win the
Yeah,
game.
it's just he wasn't able to break the shield. Every follower he put up, Silver somehow, with like no cards in hand, somehow found an answer to everything.
I'm trying to think. Oh my
Plays
god.
Winds of Chaos. It gives him the spell boost to answer the follower.
All right,
Isabel.
he's got a hope here. He can't get a 1 cost. Actually,
I mean,
8 cost of repair mode. Jesus.
all he has to do now is just clear the board and that's it.
it,
Noir won't
yeah.
have anything left, yeah. The Winds of
Resentful Blaze.
Chaos.
Would do it.
Yeah, he's got follower. So the Reaper's not gonna end the game instantly because of the leader effect, but it doesn't matter. Noir's still gonna take 5 maximum damage, and
Should Noir have held on to the Isabel though?
I mean, and I don't know. I think at this point it doesn't make a difference. Like,
He could have played it out next turn, maybe.
I think his best chance was like, hey, I played 2 followers. You can't answer one, and then he could break the shield with the follower, and then try and use the spells to win the game.
Bans the Evo point here to clear the L mod, and that's gonna be
No
it.
followers left for Noir. Again, leader effect technically saves them, but now he just has no way to win the game.
Oh, it's so painful.
Yeah, 3 cards left for him, and while it's pretty powerful cards, it's just not enough. The counter magic shield actually so huge.
Yeah, Silver hung on to that card for most of the game, and then he saw the first elements drop. Yes,
Yeah,
no.
he knows this is it. We talked about how Take Two is a battle of resources, and man, that both of these guys really spent all the resources.
Yeah, there it is. He drops down again. At this
Yeah,
point,
no cards left in deck.
I just play him, man. Nothing else to do. Yeah, just
Blaze
simple plays.
finally breaks the shield.
1 cost elements of creation. Feels good, man.
Oh, he did
my
have Anne
God.
left.
That's
Wow,
crazy.
that is crazy, yeah.
Shout
It's
out to
funny that he
Akon.
drew it this late because it would have been so insane like 3 turns ago.
Right? Yeah, he gets the hands here and summoning. Yeah, doesn't even need it. Resentful Blade, Rending Blast to slap Anne.
He is actually 1 play point shy of playing both because of the Winds
you're
of
right.
Chaos. That's
You're so
actually
right.
pretty funny, but yeah. What a set between these 2 players. We saw Silver's skill in Take 2. He had excellent drafts to start, and then at the end, his rune deck honestly wasn't the greatest, but man, he made it work. And Silver, just like that, is going to take the set 2-1 over Noir.
Keeping his title of the most powerful Take Tour. Is that a phrase I just made up? Take Tour. There we go.
Going all the way through the entire rune deck. Man, what a set that was.
Yeah, man, you got to give it up to Noir, man. Come on, that was an insane match. He grinded down that last game. Oh my god.
He played well. I really enjoyed Noir's Dragon deck. He made it work. Gandagosa, again, at the very bottom of his deck too, but it was just enough. But he never got to draft Bloodcraft, and at the end, the rune deck could not clutch it out. Silver's going to take the set.
That means that, man, I I feel like that was one of the longer games. Like I need to know how everyone else
Definitely
did.
was a long game.
That was a wild one. I hope that more people get to see that game. That was an amazing game. Holy crap!
Yeah, the Take-Two rounds of this Swiss tournament, so exciting. Seeing the players draft was awesome. We still have another round of Take-Two as well. And oh man, I'm curious to see how everybody else did in Take-Two.
Any Take-Twoers in chat? What's going on, guys? All right, well, guys, it looks like that's going to be it for this round. We're going to head to a quick break. And after that, we're going to have more Shadowverse action with that second round of Take-Two to finish up Luis and my run for the day.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix. We're now going into round 4, which is yet another Take-Two round. And man, Take-Two is just very exciting. We had some great games.
Man, that Noir and Silver, that match should go down in history as an all-time favorite of mine for Take-Two, especially the WGP.
Yeah, they showed us the value of playing for resources and how grindy Take-Two can get. Noir literally decking out, and now we have another round of Take-Two.
Dude, before we get to that though, I need to know how the rest of the round 3 went down. Looks like we're gonna get that right here. Ooh, Xenix standing at the top of the leaderboard here with 3 wins. Alongside Shimon.
3 undefeated players, Xenix, CTY, Shimon. I mean, maybe no surprise, right? These are the guys we're looking at the most, maybe consistent players that are, you know, everyone's looking to beat these guys. As for the Shadowverse Open players, Dolan 2-1.
SadFeeder 2-1.
KurriCari 2-1.
Oh man, all right, we got some boys in there. Hold on now. We got half our boys up in there.
Hiro got a win as well, 1-2 now.
All right, yeah. So keep in mind that for every win these players get, they increase their the amount of prize money they take home at the end of the day. So again, even if you have 2 losses, 3 losses, every win still counts because you're taking home a little bit more change if you can catch at least a couple into your bag.
And here we see the round 4 matchups. Shimon going up against Xenix, Fee against CTY.
Love to see that match. Oh my god.
Do you see this? KurriCari against SadFeeder.
All right, y'all. Bust out the tissues again. They're doing us like this year. I see how it is. All right. Or 2 powers where they just match all of us up together. How dare they? I want to complain. Who do I complain to? Lewis, who do I talk to?
I don't know, man. I see Meow against Dolan, Silver against Osav. We just saw Silver do very well. Get that revenge, right? Canned Coffee against Noir.
Then Hiro versus G there. Man, there's so many good matches I want to see.
Yeah, and this is, again, the second round of Take-Two. Watching the players draft the decks was so interesting. I really like what we saw from Silver. And I want to see more from these players. I want to see their draft skills.
Yes, I believe up next we're going to have KurriCari and SadFeeder there. It's a shame we have to watch these guys who are in the same region fight it out. But ranked 6th and 8th, one dream must live on.
Yeah, on the other hand, it means that, one of these guys is going to be 3-1 at the end of round 4. And that's honestly a pretty good score. So this is a crucial match for both these guys.
All right, now, these guys, we talked about it before during the break. They didn't really, over the course of this year and last year, their paths really haven't crossed that often. So
yeah, it's funny. You could be in the same region and still not, play each other that often if you just don't cross in tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much every SVO this year, and Iggy might have to fact check me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's true. We maxed out the amount of participants we could have. I think at the end of this year, we had like 300 people trying to enter, but of course there's a 256 limit, so you can get in on the wait list after that. But again, these guys never cross paths, all those players.
Yeah, so for this round, SadFeeder was one of the only 2 players to bring Bloodcraft today. Does that mean that he's going to get rewarded and he's going to be able to draft Blood?
Is that how it works? I'd brought Bloodcraft too if that was the case. Looks like we're going to take the KurriCari side though, and he's going to choose that Portal Craft. Yeah,
Portal again, very strong.
This is a tough
interesting
one,
picks here. Yeah, it takes the Factory. Maybe with Factory as the first pick, he could try and just draft artifacts.
Yeah, I mean, Surveillance System and Young Threat Master is a great choice here, but Plucky Coil Wrangler, it's such a hard decision.
I mean, if you're gonna draft artifacts, you definitely can, and we're gonna see. Yeah, looks like he might try and draft the artifact.
Yeah, here, all right, goes for the Planar Breach. Ooh, another Plucky Coil Wrangler there.
The Megastone Guardian is such a funny follower, though. I was told this is a follower you actively avoid. The Merman, really solid.
Ooh.
We saw Kitty Cat Arsenal.
Yeah. Plus the
so
Enforcer's
good.
Nice.
Energy Supply is nice. Just solid 2-drop. Sometimes that's all you need. Yeah, avoid the Guardian.
Ooh,
There's a new
Ewan is
one.
nice here, yeah.
Or another factory?
I mean, let's calm down. We've seen enough double factory plays today. Let's.
Yeah. If you end with like factories and then no artifacts, that would be super awkward.
Yeah. I know. I think Ewan's just a really good flexible card, but he doesn't go with it.
Okay, we're gonna see if he does actually skip every single Guardian. He does.
He does, yeah. Ooh, Herald's not bad. Brand of the Morningstar is also pretty good. This he's gonna go with that,
just
yeah.
takes it. Some nice
Hard-
puppets.
hard
Avoid
left.
the Guardian again.
Hard left.
The puppet cards are good. The enhanced puppet, yeah, take the puppets.
Oh, multi-armed artifact is nice.
It is an artifact. Catherine is okay as a 2-drop.
The obstacle is a
Goes
puppeteer
right.
duelist now. Surveillance system here. Tiniest tank.
Enforcer, multi-armed artifact. The dual swords has been a solid card, just like very flexible, but he skips it.
Oh,
And
artifact
last pick here.
impulse.
I don't
Or
know
do
if
you
he
want
actually
UN?
has that many artifact cards though.
Not really, yeah. You might have to go with Ewan here. Lick is also not a bad card.
Yeah, he's okay. You could definitely make it work. He did have a good amount of puppets. With some of that puppet
Ooh.
synergy.
These guys are repping the same flair. Check that out, man. All right, so yeah,
Oh,
take a look
man.
here. It's kind of a mix, right?
Yeah, he has good early game curve. You can see, his curve is solid. Favors the early game. That mid game though, like no 4, 5, or 6 drops. But then can end strong with the Colossus.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has enough to take advantage of the.
He might save
The
it better for
factory?
late game. Yeah, he might just save it.
Yeah, interesting deck here. I do like his early game curve though. Maybe he can really utilize that early game to just get a nice lead early on.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine what his win condition would be, taking a look at the cards here. And honestly, it looks like just winning on board is the answer.
Yeah, just win on board, turn out resource. He's got some solid cards for some good trades, like a well-placed Merman into Kitty Cat Cannon, for example.
Great followers, good bit of value off of things like Iron Hero. He's also got more remove off the Micro Assault Bot.
Yeah, I could also see some awkward hands though if he's stuck with
Yeah.
like some of these artifact support cards and not enough artifacts to support them. Like double factory, but
Gotta remember, Various Invasion is such a good card on 7 as well.
I mean, it is, yeah, he can definitely get good value of the enhance. And again, talking about how value is very crucial. And SadFeeder drafting Swordcraft.
Whoa, double Ada there. He's got the Rampaging Rhino, Victorious Blader, which is a great pickup.
Yeah, that's a good
Geno.
amount of late game.
Yeah, Geno plus Mavella is really nice.
Yeah, I like his deck. He's got at least one Flowing Lancer. That's definitely crucial. Dog Detective, just a very solid take-two card in general. He also does have a Mabella, so a good amount of powerful neutrals.
Plus Leon. Ooh, hold up. Good old Leon there.
Yeah, I also like the Dealer. Just a nice 3-drop, has a good Evo effect. Like any card that has just like an
yeah.
extra effect on the Evo, it's just nice. Well-statted follower. I
Yeah,
also
being able
like
to
the Arthur.
Tier 5. Yeah, Arthur being able to summon another follower as well, plus get his shield up, plus do damage is kind of nice.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice, Arthur, Mordred. They make a good team.
Man, this is going to be a wild one because both these guys want to be in control of the board, so this game might get a little wild.
Yeah, based on the drafts, I feel like SadFeeder might have the better late game with the Victorious Blader and the Double Ida. But KurriCari, he drafted a very early game focused deck, right? I want to see good early game plays from him.
All right, let's see. Let's hop into the round 4 here at the WGP 2021. SadFeeder versus KurriCari, Portal versus Sword. Who comes out on top?
We have the SBO boys up against each other. They're both 2-1 after 3 rounds. They desperately need this win. And KurriCari picking up that early Kitty Cat Cannon, although he's going first.
Oh, early mobilized factory. That's not going to see play for a long time.
Yeah, factory. Oh man, I don't know if he can get enough out of it. But hey, with the Plucky Core Wrangler, maybe it's just enough.
Hold on a second. It also curves
Does
in the
that
tree
mean-
very nicely.
we want to hold on to the purification artifact for after factory.
Oh, look at that. Well, knowing you're going up against Sword, you might make an argument
No,
against
yeah.
not, yeah. Just because you want to compete on board.
And like again, his deck I think is pretty solid in the early game, so want to take advantage of that.
That's quality.
Yeah, we talked
Leon
about-
though.
Yeah, we talked about earlier in the day how, in a lot of cases, there's two ways to play Mobilized Factory. First is slam it on 5 and that's the end of your turn. The second way of playing it, which I think that KurriCari might go for here, is the turn he plays Mobilized Factory, he uses his remaining play points on like a turn 7, turn 8, to actually play out cards like the Paradigm Shifts or any low-cost artifacts to get immediate value off of it so he can keep his tempo on board.
Yeah, even though his deck doesn't have like an immense amount of artifact cards, he actually has a good amount of them in hand.
Yeah.
So it may be just enough to get value out of it. Here we see the Arthur. Again, I was talking about how good this follower is in Take 2. Some of the Mordred and Evo. Gonna get great value.
Flaps for 1, and SadFeeder is very far ahead on board at this point.
Darn it! I won't lose
There we see KurriCari. Okay,
Oh,
factory
really?
on 5.
Artifact gamers, beware.
fair fight.
Okay, so how does SadFeeder take advantage of this? Gonna go to the Oldest Knight, get a bit of rally, set up that Leon.
Leon. Kitty Cat needs to do work here.
It's in with the Are You Prepared? Creep Evo on the Leon. I like it. Go aggressive. Like, how good could the factory turn be, right? But KurriCari, he does have plays.
Yeah,
Oh, the
Cat
kitty
Cannon.
cat is absolutely insane with the factory
I
on the
told
board.
you, man. Kitty Cat out here doing work.
Yeah, that Leon Prevo actually enables the kitty cat, and man, this is gonna be a crazy turn for KurriCari.
He's got to be careful though. Like with the factory down, he could deck himself out just by just running through his deck like this. I'm a little worried.
If he can generate enough advantage in this turn, maybe it's just enough, right? Because look at this, he's still playing cards, drawing, getting value. Sure, there is the Leod, which is, I guess, gonna clean up most of the board, anything left over.
Yeah, you want to hold on to the rest of these cards. Everything else just gets cleared.
Yeah, he can still get more value out of the factory, and I'm surprised he already got enough value as is, honestly. But
Yeah.
now SadFeeder gonna go on the aggressive here, the enhanced armor goblin. Leon going face.
Leon's gonna be thick after those goblins. Holy crap! Leon doing
Yeah,
squats
honestly,
in the gym.
That Leon, kinda nice.
And now that he spent most of his resources, let's see, you could do multi-armed.
I mean, he can still keep drawing cards.
Oh, Brandon Morningstar. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, if he doesn't answer the Leon, like Leon's gonna do the effect again, right?
And-
So
yeah, that'll put him at
you-
4, which is
right.
kind of
Can he
scary.
answer that Leon somehow? It's gotta
Let's
get
see,
through
Enforcer.
a wall of goblins.
If he can get to the goblins, okay. I'm surprised he didn't go for the barrier there. Interesting.
He
Oh
wants to get
yeah,
some life
Angel's
back.
Grace.
It's kind of nice, get
Yeah,
extra stats
no.
on the keynote, just extra life.
is the time.
Even gonna commit the Evo to it. And
Oh, okay,
he
tell me
really
how
wants
you
to get
really
that,
feel.
that life back, yeah.
Hey,
Can't
man.
ignore the warg, beautifully played. Because
Goes
one
back
would be over the Leon.
Full throttle.
Yeah,
And he
this
really
is-
did get so much value out of this factory.
It's so good. He could opt to go for the revised experiment here. Looks like he's not going to though.
And now at 18 life, really feels like this is his game.
Let's see. You can run one goblin in, Valorian Dealer, and get rid of the 8/6. Looks like that's not the case here. Flowering Lancer. Hey,
Final
what's
answer,
up?
I mean, it's just too solid. Able to answer nicely, gets 2 of them left up. The goblins are still around as well. Yeah, at this point, I don't think he's gonna commit an Evo or anything like that.
Yeah, this is rough. Man. The goblins are
Colossus?
so annoying.
Yeah, he was able to ignore the ward last turn, but this turn, I don't think he's able to do that, so... The Lancers can get quite a bit of value if they survive.
He's got that Enforcer in hand, but no Machina cards, so it's not going to get the buff.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of the, the draft format. You draft these cards that require the synergy, and then you might just not get off for that synergy.
Puppet Duelist gets the evolved puppet. Oh, so he's
Instant
never mind.
Resonance. Yeah, gets the +2/+2. It's a nice answer on one of the goblins.
Oh, you didn't want it to hit that.
Is KurriCari running out of resources? Now he can't play the Colossus. Gonna just play like his smaller followers.
Yeah. Colossus would do just 5 damage to something random, so...
One step at a
Man,
time.
it's just tough because,
I
like,
can do this.
you're gonna play followers, but if you don't answer the Lancers, like, your followers are just gonna get answered.
Yeah,
So-
hard wiped.
Yeah, gets the enhanced puppet, spends
He's
the
gotta make
evil and the
moves.
Do
courageous,
this. Do it for
at
her.
least clear the goblin. Yeah, the 2 Lancers survive and they're 3 6s.
Yikes. Yeah, not a great turn there for KurriCari.
Ooh, that's a nice draw. If he just holds on a little bit, get the Skybound Ard. He actually has quite a bit of damage.
Strategizing
Yeah, he is
again.
quite a bit
What do
here.
I do now?
Royal summons, everybody gets the buff. Can Evo the face get
Some
good
draw.
amount of pressure here?
Wish come true. Star for you too.
Yep, there's the draw.
4 damage, draw, yeah.
Plus 6 more.
Even picks up an
Good
infantryman, you know, fill out the curve. He can, yeah, trade it now, get a full clear with the
that's
Lancers,
good.
while he still pushes the 6 face damage.
That was disgusting. Well done, a SadFeeder on that one.
And now he should have the Skybound Art for the Ida next turn as well.
Alright, let's see it. Brandon Morningstar. I don't think it's going to be very useful, though.
Hey, KurriCari, no Evo, but he does have the Enforcer. At least he has Machina cards this time around. Can start to trade.
He still
Also has
feel
the
like he
enhanced
ought to
puppet.
trade.
I believe
He
that the
might-
buff.
Okay, everyone.
Thought he might have actually just run in 2 of the... Okay, this works.
Yeah, it's 1 Shadow Commander.
Train harder.
Pop. And
Pretty
yep.
good. Gets, you know, at least able to answer the Lancer at some point. Gets the Evo here.
Yeah, take care of the 4-4. 3-6, though.
Repair mode the phase, yeah, because he might be a little bit scared, right?
Save me, please.
Oh man, he really did get so much value, SadFeeder, out of these Lancers. That's why it's such a key card for Swordcraft. Yeah, it's gonna go with the Ida. Skybound Art, pretty powerful. Gets the buff.
Grappler.
Victoria's Grappler, actually super relevant.
Yeah, it'll put him...
Gets to attack
actually,
twice
that's
with
good.
Ida, get that free Evo.
Yeah, so... Evolve on.
Yeah, has the Evo on the Lancer, and just like that, SadFeeder takes game number 1 with some very powerful plays from the Flowing Lancer.
Man, that was crazy. Well done to SadFeeder there. I think the big turning point for him during that game was when he played out the Goblins and then played Liat on top. Because at that point, like, KurriCari was struggling to find an answer to get rid of the Goblins and Liat. He prioritized the Liat, which I think was the right decision. But the
sure.
Goblins stuck around and helped the other followers that SadFeeder played afterward to stick around as well.
Okay, now KurriCari is gonna get access to that Bloodcraft.
Theos is
Gonna
nice.
see, does he want to take the Uriah's very powerful card?
That's true. Urias is great. Seox is great storm damage late in the game. He could probably close with that, but Urias is just great value throughout.
Yeah, in a format again of value and resources, Uriah's just gives you the real leader effects, and you could definitely win the game based on those.
Yeah, your opponent, every time they lose a follow, they lose some life. You get basically free avarice for the rest of the game. Yeah, you
That
can't
last
take any
game was
damage on your turn.
crazy though. KurriCari got so much value out of the factory, but
Yeah.
then he kind of just ran out of steam, and the Lancers, they just stayed alive for too long.
Yeah, I really thought that he would have taken a different turn. I was super wrong. I was like, okay, he's definitely gonna want to stay up on board, so he'll play the factory and then play the artifacts afterward. He's like, no, what? No, 5. I just want to play the
Yeah.
factory.
But it was the good play, right? Like, he got so much value out of it, and yet it somehow wasn't enough.
Yeah, hats off to that guy. He is, again, a Shadowverse brain.
Does not take the Uriah's interest, then... Okay, he
Yeah.
does take the Wrath activators. Noble Demon has a very powerful card, but he doesn't take it.
Oh man, because of Urias, now the Razor Claw would have been great. Hey,
We saw the Armor Goblin.
No, he wants to
doesn't take
heal.
it.
I guess if he goes to the Wrath game plan, the heal's not bad. Jeweled Axe Devil is so good.
Yeah, definitely one of the key Wrath activators. Wicked Wolf is fantastic follower. So much power in that bronze.
Casino Diablo.
Scarlet Vampire is very powerful.
It
but
is good.
Casino Diablo could just win the game, right?
I mean, I feel like he has a pretty decent Wrath pack, but he
It
also
is
smart
Scarlet.
with it. Yeah. Dark General is
I like the
basic
general.
card.
Well, Storm, yeah, basic card, but very effective. But Mabella has to be the pick.
Yup. Yeah, clear.
Okay, Dark General, Racer Claw. Let's
Yeah.
go phase, right?
Damage is damage, man.
Yeah, both those cards do damage to the face.
No two ways about it.
Doesn't take it. I like Thunderbolt Fiend. Just very solid card.
Another Dark General. He's got. Oh, Halicina.
Oh, yeah. No?
Did he not take it? What? That's wild.
No Dark Emperor.
Dark Contract is great, but so is Knight of Purgatory.
Okay, I feel like we're once again in that situation where he drafted a lot of really good cards, but do they come together to make a great deck?
Yeah, it feels like he didn't want to commit too heavy on one game plan, and now he's more of a jack of all trades and a master of none.
Right, because like, sure, he has Dark Generals and Racer Claw, but he passed some of those. He has, you know, some Wrath activators, but not like ton of Wrath payoff, I don't think.
Yeah, like the Wrath, he can activate it, but then after that, it's like, well, okay, great. You chose Seox, remember?
Yeah, like passed up a couple Noble Demonesses.
He chose Mono, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, interesting deck. He might still have just enough damage. Double Dark General, combined with Racer
Pretty
Claw, or the Corrupting Bloodlust might be enough. Seox is very good at closing the game out as well.
I think this is going to be a game of just a bunch of chip damage adding up for KurriCari. I think that's how he has to find it out, and then maybe just having that one big blow with Seox to finish it out.
Yeah, I feel like his deck just might be missing a little bit. Like, he doesn't have the Dark Emperor, which again, you know, it's like a huge component. No, like Devilish Diva to like really capitalize on the Wrath. I don't know. Does have a bunch of just solid cards. We've seen Mabel be very, very strong. Scarlet Vampire, amazing. And SadFeeder also drafted Bloodcraft. And I see not one but two Dark Emperors.
Yo, that's crazy.
Man.
Two-headed Scorpion, Trampling Tear. He also got a Seox as well. Man, what a goated pull.
Yeah, double Dark Emperor.
Got a Dark General as well. Got a Mavella for some clear, Corrupting Bloodlust. Bloodsucker of the Night. What a good pickup by SadFeeder here.
Halicina as well. Oh man, like having two Dark Emperors against zero, I feel like that might just make the difference.
Pretty good, yeah. It's hard enough to clear one. Can you do two? I don't know.
Yeah,
no
SadFeeder looked pretty good with his sword deck. Both these guys are 2-1 here overall. This is round 4 though.
Now that I look at it though, can KurriCari clear Dark General? Or Dark Emperor, excuse me.
I don't know if he has a good answer to it. It's just
I don't think he does.
Yeah, it's such a tough follower. You can't, you know, answer it with damage from effects. You can't destroy by effects. You have to just, you know, try and punch your way through it. And SadFeeder, he's got 2 of them.
Oh, what a good pickup. And look at the flare, matching flare. What a crazy set. KurriCari going second here. SadFeeder. It feels like the stars have aligned for this guy here.
Okay, we're gonna see how this goes down. SadFeeder up a game. If he wins this, he will win the set.
Yeah, just a reminder to you folks out there watching, this is best of 3, not best of 5 like the rotation rounds. Keep that in mind.
Okay, SadFeeder's going first. If he draws the early Halicina, it would be huge.
Yeah. Although I like KurriCari. He's got the contrast into
waiting on me.
the terror.
They can start getting, you know, some self-ping.
And so our pact is full.
Try and get 2 Wrath quickly. But that also means that he's taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
And SadFeeder can, you know, keep up the pressure with some well-sided followers like the Dancing Beast Girl.
Mm-hmm. Another
Okay,
AE.
the triple Balancing Ogre actually fantastic. Lets him stabilize.
He think he drafted 4 of them, is that right?
Okay, double Dark General too, so he's gonna get some Vengeance Valley.
Honestly, he might have built the Vengeance deck instead
Ooh,
of
there's a Halicina.
Yeah, I think you just drop her. And
Yeah,
it's-
funny enough, KurriCari actually does have an answer. He just have to commit double the Ball and Chain Ogre, but
Yeah. I mean,
it
hey,
would answer it.
an answer is an answer, man.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
that's the
Halicina
only
is just
threat
too
on the
scared.
board. Yeah, she's got to go.
Yeah, she has to go. And at this point, KurriCari must be close to Wrath.
Please.
Yeah. If not already there.
But
He didn't pull the Knight of Purgatory, so usually that's kind of like my okay, that's how I know that you have Wrath. Like she pops out, but not in this case.
Right, I mean, but sometimes you just can't draft it, right?
Yeah. Right there.
Yeah, I like the idea of SadFeeder just going for a lot of card draw because, I mean, he's got double Dark Emperor. Just draw it as soon as you can, and like, that's a win condition.
Ooh, big Thunderbolt Fiend there. Does he have a way to actually do damage to himself? I don't think he does.
Ooh, there's one
Oh,
Dark
that was an
Emperor.
And it is turn 6, which means next turn he will have access to that Dark Emperor, although not
Yeah,
with
he's
the
not going to
crazy
be
ball.
in Wrath or Vengeance, but I mean, it still has the Fanfare 2 straight to followers. You can still
Yeah.
Evo it manually,
Oh, absolutely.
but he might hold on to it until it's like the perfect time.
The crazy thing is he heals too for 5.
Okay, Scarlet Vampire. It's not going to do any damage because there's no followers to clear, but it is going to guarantee Vengeance
Which
or
is nice.
KurriCari.
And Vengeance is what you want, especially with those Dark Generals in hand.
Yeah, I don't think that was the turn for the Dark Emperor. I like this play instead. Just a nice answer to it. Gets 2 wolves left over.
Is there any way he can clear those without running in followers? I don't think there is.
I mean, yeah, like he's got Vengeance, but now imagine if he has Scarlet Vampire to clear these with the Fanfare, right? Or Daemon is an option.
Yeah.
It's just,
Arcdaemon
man, I guess the Bane, like,
doesn't feel good, yeah.
yeah, it does not. Dark Generals.
Oh, Noble Demoness might be an answer as well.
Okay, gonna commit a Dark General.
If you notice there, he also has not actually activated Wrath. I think he's at 5 out of 7.
Yeah, he's close, but not enough.
All right,
It's
yeah.
4 damage to the face. At least get some value out of Bane and Vengeance.
I think this is
Ooh,
a time
Balancing
where-
Ogre? So nice here, actually.
Ooh, yeah,
Clears the
actually.
board, pushes face damage, saves his Bane follower. I really like that play. Also,
Looks like
he's
he's-
at least about 11 to respect the Vengeance.
It looks like he, like you said, he wants to respect the Vengeance, but at the same time, he's grinding KurriCari out of cards, and then he's like, all right, once you've got all your removal out of the way, let me just drop my Dark Emperor and just
Yeah.
GG's it up.
Okay, gonna go with the Arcdaemon. It's pretty funny. Like, it's a good way to use it, right? Where you just take 1 damage
Yeah.
and you get 6/6. Feels kind of nice.
Now the
Now he
question.
does have Vengeance. Gonna go with a wolf of his own.
Yep.
Get that heal.
Thank you. Clear these up real quick. It's a shame.
Okay, this could be a Dark Emperor turn. Like, the Fanfare is pretty powerful here.
If you didn't Dark Emperor, what else would you do? I think you kind of have to at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he also has 2 in his deck, so
If you spend one,
maybe
it's fine.
commit 1
Yeah,
and just wait for the second one.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You'll just get another. It's okay. Don't worry
The thing
about it.
is, while KurriCari has Evos, like, you can expect that it can get answered. But then
Yeah.
again, you need to, like, force the answer out, and there is a world in which there is no answer for it. He does manually Evo it.
Yeah, it doesn't have access to Wrath. Such cool card art.
Oh, yeah, and such a powerful card.
Yeah, people sleep on or talk about it. It's not that great in rotation because Xeno Diablo
Yeah.
excuse me, exists. Yeah, but it's still
But
in its own
in
right a very
Take
strong
2?
card.
Yeah, he's got Skybound for Seox.
Okay. Problem is, I don't think that Seox actually gets over the Dark General.
Yeah, so you need a follower with 7 attack that can then Evo and punch it, and the Balancing Ogre
Yeah.
has 6, which is just not enough.
Pain.
Yep.
I think that KurriCari also doesn't have Wrath active yet. I think he might be 1 ping off at this point. It's whether 1 or 2.
Okay, what is he thinking here? Noble Demoness.
Interesting.
Okay,
Okay,
he
wants to
does
just heal
get
up.
quite a bit of damage. Yeah, but you see what happens is, like, he doesn't have a good answer to the Emperor, so it's like, okay, we just ignore it.
I like that. Okay, if he
Yeah,
does
he's
this,
gonna
the
have to
final
punch
turn.
it with 2 different followers, so
Yeah.
although it feels like a big commitment, at least he'll be able to answer next turn.
Ooh,
the
two-headed
Scorpion?
Scorpion. Clever, clever. Draw, heal. Feels pretty good.
And then at this point, he's going face with. Oh, he's gonna trade. He is gonna trade with the
Wow. Yeah, he's like, okay, it's whatever. I don't want to get greedy. I just need to clear the board
World
and
Grand
win.
Prix. Kind of nice. Not quite in Wrath yet, though.
Yeah, it's a little early for that.
Okay, so now he could punch the Dark Emperor.
punch Dark Emperor. You could also punch the Scorpion.
Yeah,
as well.
you can bong chain and then get some good RNG his way. Just don't, you know, use the effect on the Dark Emperor. Ghost and Evo available as well. 10 play points. Oh man, this is close. That
Yeah,
Dark
this
Emperor
is-
getting so much value. And like after KurriCari answers it, SadFeeder could play the second one. Doesn't have it in hand yet, but it's in there in the deck.
Yeah, 13 cards
Okay,
in the deck.
where's the hits?
Getting it pretty good.
Oh no, it hits the Dark Emperor. I mean, it's not the worst,
He could evolve.
but I mean, you have to, right? Like,
Yeah,
can't let that Dark Emperor live another turn.
just with that
A
award.
lot
in
of
the way.
resources spent to answer it.
In a game of grinding out resources,
Oh man,
Dark Emperor
yeah,
did
Dark
his job.
Emperor definitely did his job.
Just a chic piece
All right,
of
Lisa
trash.
Lot.
The final act.
Chic piece of trash. What's up?
Yeah, at least this way he gets to hold on to the 6/6 drive, preserve those stats,
Yeah, that's super important here.
and they both take 5 damage.
This puts SadFeeder in a pretty rough spot, though. If he leaves a follower up, Zap just goes in.
I like the fusion here. It's a good way to get value out of that follower that he wasn't gonna really use. The
Oh, yeah.
Fanborn Revelation
Still
can
not
go
enough,
phase.
though.
The heal is kind of nice. He has Dark General. Doing the math.
It's like, hold on, let me just 3,
He's got
6.
3.
That equals
Yeah,
vengeance.
no.
Perfect.
He's gotta trade at least a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second.
So come at me.
Air. Oh, the card draw.
He
I
gets
see.
some nice card out of it, which is crucial because like he needs to draw his second Dark Emperor.
That's just it, though, right? I think Seox cleans up.
Yeah,
Right.
Seox, Dark General.
Pop, pop.
That should be more than enough, and KurriCari is gonna answer back, tie up the set 1-1.
Oh, wow. I really thought that was a rough game for KurriCari going into it, but somehow he found a way to get past the Dark Emperor and find lethal.
Yeah,
My
he
hats
made
off
it
to
work.
him.
He committed a lot of resources to answer the Dark Emperor like he had to, but then he had a game plan, he had a way to close it out after, before SadFeeder got like a second Emperor or something like that.
I think we both kind of agreed that KurriCari's deck wasn't the greatest. Like, he didn't get a Dark Emperor, kind of clunky on both sides, didn't really commit to one game plan, but he found an out there. Looks like he's going to choose Portal this time.
Yeah, he made it work and is going straight into the Portal draft. I believe he took the Bahamut, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I like the puppet cards. They're just very solid, always going to be good.
Hard right. Enthusiast plus Duelist is kind of nice.
Planner Breach is kind of nice though in these like grindy games. Getting a Prime Artifact with Rush is kind of nice, but he's not gonna take it. Determination, that's an insta pick for sure.
Yup.
I like Dog Detective, but
Dog
Mabella is
Detective?
just insane. You gotta take the Mabella. Kitty Cat Arsenal and False Puppeteer.
Yup.
Yeah.
Oh, he went for the Micro Assault bot there. Okay. What do you choose
Okay,
here?
to see. Yeah, run it back with the factory.
Nefarious Invasion's good on 7. Mountainous Marionette is kind of needs an Evo, but
Okay,
let's see
yeah.
who's gonna go with.
Could take the 2-drop in the Magic Lion. Microsoft Bond is not bad though. Oh, another Mabella, yep. Okay,
hold
ignore
on.
the Guardian.
Go right.
Yeah, those are two great followers.
All right, now I think we go for the Planar Breach Enforcer here. False Puppeteer
I
is
feel
pretty
like-
good though.
Having one of those is nice, but I mean the other cards were nice. Homunculus and Miscalculation are pretty solid.
Yeah, I don't think he's really committing to the artifact game plan here, but wow, he
Going
chose
left?
it anyway.
Okay, Kitty Cat.
Yup. I was about to say.
And last pick.
Tien
10 is nice, yeah.
Ludalu got the buff though, didn't she? She was one of the few cards that got buffed in the Great Nerfing.
Oh yeah, I believe you're
expansion.
correct. Okay,
I don't remember
double
what her
False
buff was.
Puppeteer.
What was that?
I feel like once again he's got very solid early game. Oh, he took a Tolerance. I missed that.
Whoa, that must have been the first card.
Yeah, he picked it quickly.
Must have
So
been.
Tolerance, kind of nice. Insane and constructed. Definitely good in take 2.
Busted in rotation, yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he passed the Bahamut to take Tolerance, which I mean seems correct for sure.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that decision.
Also, as
I
a
forgot-
one, double
What
Kitty
was the
Cat,
buff
double
that
Mabella.
Lunalu got?
I believe she has it's a fanfare where she gets a free Evo, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. If 10 followers have been destroyed, she gets Evo, and then she puts a facsimile into your hand.
Yeah.
And then you get a... Oh, he could copy Tolerance.
Oh, yeah. See, that's why the homunculus is so crucial, right? Because it's just going to enable those crazy type of plays.
This is going to be a wild game.
He's got a solid deck. The Mountaineer, Puppeteer, a pretty solid card. I am a fan of it. Could do a lot for the board.
I wonder what SadFeeder picked up. If he got blood again, he can opt to go with it. Considering he didn't win that last game with it.
Yeah, he could run it back.
Ooh.
He got 2 Dark Emperors. He could, try it again.
I'm peeking through the cards there on in KurriCari showing. It looks like he does have all 30 of his cards chosen. I wonder what he picked.
Only 1 determination, but still pretty solid. Yes, it's
he
Bloodcraft
did
again.
Run it back. No Emperor this time though.
No Dark Emperor.
2 Scarlet Vampires is nice. Does find Grimnir, but does he have the Evo package somewhere?
He's got Combustion Demon for that evil synergy, so that's something. I don't
Wait,
know
does he? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
it's gonna be enough.
I don't know. Hopefully he goes second, then he can find some. I don't know. It's gonna be a weird one.
Oh, Wicked Wolf is just solid with that nice enhance.
Liberté is a free evolve. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know. I feel like based on the drafts, I like KurriCari with his deck. Absolute Tolerance is absolute game changer.
Yup.
And he could even
Tolerance
potentially
gaming.
copy it.
That's the crazy part where he can just make more copies. So SadFeeder has to be really wary of leaving anything up.
Oh man, the SBO boys against each other. They're both 2-1 overall, and now they are 1-1 in this set. Who is going to take it?
Dude, it's a shame these guys got to be the ones to potentially knock each other out of the top 4 running for today.
Here we go, SadFeeder
painful.
going up against KurriCari. Round 4 of the Shadowverse World Grand Prix. Take 2.
All right, these early hands. Quick throw away by SadFeeder. Ew, what he gets is not that great, though.
Okay, this is solid. Homunculus, Puppeteer. Nice early game for KurriCari.
SadFeeder's hand very clunky, unfortunately. Okay,
that's a great pickup ball. He really needed that. You could see the relief.
Yeah.
That's a great top deck.
There's a multi-arm, though.
Yeah, just a 2-2. That's good enough.
How do you feel about...
He definitely hold that Combustion Demon. He needs to hold, right?
Yeah.
I like him going phase. Go a bit aggressive.
You want to talk about prime removal? That is Combustion Demon. Microsoft Bot here gets the Bane and runs into the 3-3. Leaves the Jewel Axe Demon. Nope, gonna trade it in.
Yeah, good answer from KurriCari. He's going second, so he's gonna get that first Evo. And he's got great Evo targets.
Yeah, now he's in a good spot. Those first couple turns were a little clunky until he got the Jewel Axe Demon.
Yeah, I like the False Puppeteer Evo. It's nice. We've seen Mechanized Soldier be amazing if you just hold on to it.
You gotta
and
need that for the
Mabella
late
as
game.
well. You definitely want to hold on to that Mabella.
Yeah, his hand, though, there's not really much. A lot of gas, no sparks.
I mean, I like False Puppeteer. It's just like solid. Don't have to commit too much. You get good amount of value out of it. Can hold on to the puppets. You could also go for the Spinna. It is an option.
Yeah, spin is also an option.
Get the enhance, just clear. Taking his time.
Yeah, he's really considering the False Puppeteer here. I think, yeah, I might agree with you. That might be the best choice. Just, you don't want to commit too much to the board, knowing that, Tolerance is in the deck somewhere. Hopefully not the last card.
Yeah, he's got to draw that Tolerance at some point. But False Puppeteer, pretty solid. I guess to not overdraw, he's going to just play the Mechanized Soldier.
Okay,
Which,
wow.
I mean, it's
just wants
2-2,
to-
it's fine. He has other late game plays.
I feel at this point, though, SadFeeder's hand is kind of stabilized.
Ooh, Berserker hit him in the face 3 times.
Ooh, pain.
I mean, that's good for his wrath, but
yeah,
we'll see if that pays
not for his
out.
medical bills.
You want kind of nice, might want to hold on to that. Rack up the resonant count first.
Ooh, this is good, though.
Yeah, really nice. Go a bit wide, generate that paradigm shift. Get 2 guaranteed discounts.
A little bit of pressure on the board as well.
Yeah, not
Puts SadFeeder
bad,
in a
not bad.
spot where he feels feels compelled to start burning resources to clear.
Drawing a lot of cards. The Demonic Soldier is fantastic once you know you're in Vengeance, but he's just playing that right now. Really, needs to answer some of this board.
Yeah, this doesn't feel very good. Again, he's losing a lot of value playing these cards out like this.
Abella, pretty strong here.
I think, yeah, that's actually the run.
Okay, no, he's holding it.
Maybe he
Gonna
wants it
use
for better
the
clear.
puppets. Yeah, I mean, there could always be a better Mabella later on, technically, and I guess
this
I
is
like
good.
this play because he's doubling down on the paradigm shifts, which makes sense.
He's also committing to just having a big board. I mean, right now it's not a ton of damage, but it's pressure nonetheless. And at
He can go
SadFeeder at
face-
13,
Yeah, he can
I
go
like
face
this
for
run
2, put him at 11, just, put
There
the
you
pressure,
go.
but respect the Vengeance.
let's see it. Yeah, it's like, no, you can't have Vengeance.
Okay, Combustion Demon, though, really, really nice. For sure, it's got to be the play here. Can even set the Analyze and take advantage to deny that value.
You know what KurriCari's board needs? A nice roaring flame.
But where is the tolerance?
Great question.
Another
18
Mabella.
cards, 17 cards left in the deck.
Ooh, he burned Wyoming. He burned Tolerance.
That'd be in pain. All right, has a chance to try and dig for it here. No,
I like the
Tien,
gizmo.
ew.
You're digging. It's gonna
But Tien
generate
also
another
digs.
artifact. Feebles it. Yeah, but he might want to hold for that like super skybound art,
Ooh,
I guess
Resident
probably gonna go a
only-
bit long.
Only 5 times here. He needs at least 5 more to start getting that good damage off of it.
Yeah, if you like, it's a good way to close the game out potentially.
So he could do
get some-
Ewan for 4, and then he's got 2 of the airstrikes. He could evolve 1, that's 8, plus the last one is 10. So if he does manage to put him at 10 in a turn, then nearly has SadFeeders.
I am such a genius.
Oh,
Okay, I like this
no.
play. Just get the clear. Hold on to the paradigm shifts.
Yeah, use him for, I think, for actual storm damage if you can.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of want to hold for that surprise burst. Maybe you
Yeah.
could spend 1, just get a nice barrier set up.
You could also just opt to go for airstrike right now and just push 4 damage.
Yeah, but that's like a risk, right? Giving him that vengeance, and
It is
the
risky.
barrier seems like solid play. Oh, the wolf. We've seen the wolf be so strong. A heal.
Wow.
Combo with the brand of the
Yes.
Morning Star. Oh, I like this play.
Good
I
lord.
think it's the 1/1 though.
It's fine. For now, I mean,
Yeah, it's
he'll get it up.
something. It's gonna sit there for a while. And now he waited.
Oh,
and he
feels
gets
good.
that. Yeah, so much Mabella value.
All right.
Free was nice too, Helps out
Thank
the
you.
TN. Play the, I like playing Shredmaster too. I wonder when he's gonna cash out that Homunculus too. Been sitting on it pretty much the entire game.
Yeah.
Waiting for that perfect time.
He's still quite a while away from activating Ewan's resonance effect. That's
Yeah.
all right. Wicked Wolf
Okay,
time. Let's
Wicked
go.
Wolf.
This guy's mad
That's a
annoying.
Shadowverse card,
BT
yeah.
dub. This card's mad annoying.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
a
god.
bronze, right?
Right? That's the worst part.
Yeah.
Hopeless.
Like this thing doesn't die, and you need to run a ton of things into it.
Yeah, has the protection right, which is gonna save it from just getting cleaned
Mabella
up by the Mabella. Yeah.
Yup.
Now is the time.
Yup.
Okay.
Evolves here for free.
Yeah. Once again, 0 damage though. The damage shield. Okay, 10 is that Skybound art, the regular one.
Nice. Puppeteer Duelist
Okay,
could be
finally
good.
see the homunculus. I
Alright, gets
like
us
that.
a
Copy
Yuan,
the
yeah.
U1 could be a lot of damage.
This one, he needs to start chipping away at SadFeeder again. SadFeeder's at 16 health. When did that happen?
Is this so
Yeah, you can see it's becoming the grindy game, that battle for the resources.
Oh, come on. Doesn't have a Vengeance active, so he's only going to get 1. But 4 out of 5 evolved. Holy crap. Wait, really? When did he get 5 evolves?
He's just been evoing slowly,
each life has a different value?
Oh, Omniface Demon is a great pickup, too.
The wall coming down. Interested follower. Okay,
Boom.
finally he gets a Shadow Commander.
Get that commander. Hey, what's up, Micro Assault Bot?
Okay, he's trying to get to 10 resonant activation, but
It's a
feels like he's
slow grind.
It is a bit of a grind.
Yeah,
At least the
Microsoft
Microsoft bot is kind of nice. Kitty Cat, always good.
Goodbye. Goodbye,
That damage
wall.
is fine. He's able to answer the wall.
Kitty cat go pew pew.
Kitty Cat, pretty good. He's
Deuce.
currently in resonance. Oh man, he must be waiting for the tolerance, right? Like,
He
tolerance
has
would
to be.
change so much. The thing is, by the time he draws tolerance, it's gonna have that 30 play point cost. And
It might be too
be a
late,
struggle.
honestly. Okay.
Kitty Cat Arsenal, though, pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a grind here, deciding how he wants to use that final Evo. I think, you know, he's gonna wait for that Super Skybound for the TN.
Oh, really? Okay.
I
Obstacle
think going for the
Keen
Keen
Edge.
Edge, yeah. Showing, like, he's not maybe focused on that, like, Surprise Storm, but now more of a grind game.
And he plays the Ewan here. Interesting.
But it is gonna answer the follower.
I will fulfill my
Ooh, commits the Evo as well.
Really?
I mean, this does give him the extra follower. I think he really missed the card draw. And it is just a little bit more pressure. Oh, but Scarlet Vampire off the top.
No, and Wicked
Wow,
Wolf.
what a draw. Just goodbye board, everybody gone.
Finger snap.
Yep, and now he gets Vengeance on top of that.
Uh-oh, KurriCari in a rough spot here.
Invasion, not a bad draw though.
Can't clear the board, though.
Does have super Skybound art on the TN. Can give the whole hand Storm.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Also, you know, comes with card draw. She gets Storm of her own.
Issue here, Madness
Man,
Marionette,
that's-
maybe a little too heavy for the TN. He'd probably hope to have something a little smaller.
Wait, you said SadFeeder was at 4 Evos? Or is he at 5 now? Because he does have that
believe he's at-
Grimmer in hand.
I believe he's at 5 now. It's either 4 or 5. But last he checked, he was at 4. I'm
man.
like, wait a second, how did that happen?
Yeah, because he might be thinking about that Grimmer potential.
Yeah, hold on a
Puppeteer.
second.
Okay,
All
able
right,
to
yeah,
clear.
Wilson.
Nice, solid clear. Let's see if that Grimmer is, Okay, no, he must be at 4 then. Very, very close.
Yeah, all right, pop, pop.
I have to fix myself up.
Okay, looks like he's in Wrath now. The Omni-Faced Archdemon, very powerful.
this
Gonna
card.
push a lot of damage. Oh, man.
That's
Oh, that's a good draw.
crazy. But does it save him from Grimnir?
Well,
He has to win
a
or
draw.
spend.
oh, he has not drawn Tolerance this entire game. Where is the Tolerance?
Tolerance bottom 1. No.
It
No.
really might be at the very bottom.
No.
Oh, he's forced to use the TN and, like, it's okay. Does have an Evo to work with as well.
Yeah. Evolve it.
Okay, I like it. Keep on drawing. 5
Oh.
cards left in deck. Where is his Tolerance?
Tolerance, no.
You know, the worst part is that if he draws it super late, he actually, like, will not be able to play it.
Yeah. I mean, he's on a timer at this point, and it's set to 1.
Iron Hero, not gonna go for that in
Tracing.
hands.
Oh.
Kitty Cat. Oh, but now, I mean, he'll be able to play next turn.
Impressive.
Okay, and just go face for 5.
Yeah. I don't think it's enough, though.
SadFeeder needs 1 Evo to get the Grimmer activated. Normal Demon S, kind of nice stuff. He's in Wrath. It's
Yeah.
quite a bit of value, really racking up that damage.
Pop, pop, pop.
Oh, he could play another one. Oh, it's gonna be so much damage.
Oh, yeah, KurriCari not happy about
Oh,
that.
that's 2 for every
That's game,
demon.
isn't it? No, he's 1 off.
1
Ooh.
off.
Oh, I think
what
that
could
might be
KurriCari
it.
do? He doesn't have Tolerance. SadFeeder sitting at 20 life with a full Shadowverse board.
Tolerance bottom 4.
Yeah, actually bottom 4. Gonna keep on digging for it, I guess. There it is. 30 play points tolerance.
Tolerance,
Kitty
you
cat.
jerk.
It can't clear.
That's crazy.
How different would the game have been if he just had tolerance like way earlier?
Son. Tell me what to do, please. Son.
Doing his best to clear.
But
Okay. How many times did he activate Resonance? The U1 must be
he's gotta
online
be
by
active
now.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 4 cards left in the deck and he doesn't have Resonance active. That'd be wild.
Tolerance. No, he's so expensive. SadFeeder, he needs 1 damage? He could just bet it all in a Grimmer and then hope it goes face?
Yeah, I mean, 25% chance. He's not going to evolve the Ewan. Interesting. He could have pushed more damage to reduce the tolerance there. Harvest
Okay,
Step, let's see it.
Im.
Start contract, let's see it.
So our pact is forged.
Scarlet Vampire.
Oh,
That's
my
gonna be
God.
it. The top deck he needed. SadFeeder wins with the Bloodcraft, takes it 2-1 over KurriCari.
That's so painful. Man, how could that have happened?
Well played
Wow.
from SadFeeder. The Bloodcraft paying off for him this weekend. And that top deck Scarlet Vampire was just enough. But he did such a good job of maneuvering that matchup.
Yeah, when we started and looked at those decks, like, wow, KurriCari is very favored in this match right now. And then somehow he found a way, didn't even need the Grimnir. My hat's
I mean,
off to
it's funny
SadFeeder.
because he lost the game where his deck had double Dark Emperor and then won the one where he had 0.
That's so wild how, you'd imagine, like, oh, this is easy. And then, oh, he lost? How did that? But he doesn't have it anymore. Wait, what?
Yeah, showing us
Oh,
the
man.
power of Blood in Take 2. Like, yes, Dark Emperor is absolutely insane, but even without it, there's still just a whole bunch of great Shadowverse cards for Bloodcraft. And that's Scarlet Vampire, man, putting in work.
Yeah, it did. Close out the game for him there. SEAO boys. All right, bust out the tissues. It had to happen this way, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a little sad they have to play each other, but at the same time, SadFeeder walking out of round 4 with a 3-1 score is honestly pretty good considering I believe there should only be like 1 undefeated player by round 5, right? So
Yeah, I mean, again, some of these round 4 games are pretty wild. You guys saw what I think at the same time right now, Zenix and Shimon are also playing.
oh, I wonder how that's going down because those two, they're the favorites at this point.
Titans, man. But anyway, folks, that's going to be it for round 4 here, which also unfortunately concludes Take 2 rounds. But don't
We
worry, there's
had
more
a
Take 2
good
action tomorrow.
time. Yeah, Take 2 is great. Honestly, I'm pretty happy that it's still a part of the tournament.
Yeah.
I love to see it. Watching the draft was super cool. And it's just a different way to enjoy Shadowverse. But some great games for sure.
Yeah, I hope that we have some of the matches from other players on other streams so I can go back and watch those because I know these 2 rounds especially were super insane.
Yeah, how
But,
close were those games? That set with Noir, where he just saw his entire deck, and he drafted Whims of Chaos. I want to see what was the pick that he took the
Right?
Whims of Chaos.
Also, Osav is playing silver right now to get revenge, so who knows? Maybe he got a W right there. But anyway, folks,
Yeah.
that's going to be us for round 4. Luis and I are unfortunately having to retire for the day. I think after the break, we're going to come back and you're going to have Ignitius and Different Fight. You thought I was going to slide up, but I wasn't. My boys Ignitius and Different Fight finishing up the day strong. Lewis and I will be back tomorrow morning to start off the day 2 festivities once again.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed our commentary. We'll definitely be back tomorrow. And Chris and Igni, they're going to do a great job as well.
I'm gonna, after this, go for a quick run, come back, sit down, grab a meal, enjoy the rest of the show. See you guys out there in chat.
We are back, this time joined by SadFeeder. SadFeeder, we just watched you beat KurriCari in some Take-Two action. How are you feeling?
Feel nice.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's sad that you had to fight someone else from the SEO region. But in those games, they were really close, especially Game 2 and Game 3. Were you nervous in either of those games?
Definitely yes.
Yeah. Which game was it? Game 2 or Game 3? With the when you had Dark Emperor or without Dark Emperor?
Currently, I'm waiting for the second Dark Emperor new deck, but I do not join.
Yeah. We saw you played the first one, and it gave KurriCari a little trouble. But yeah, I guess waiting on the second one and it never came was a problem. I guess we don't want to keep you for too long. I know you have a lot of games to play today, but do you have any message for the people watching or your fans?
And for continue supporting me, will do my best.
Yeah, man, we'll definitely be supporting you for the rest of the day. I mean, 3-1, you've got a chance at the top 8, and we're looking forward to more great games.
Yeah, it was great watching your Bloodcraft, and I wish you the best of luck in the future, SadFeeder.
Thank you.
All right, good luck, buddy. Take care.
Alright, so this time we are going to go away for real, but again, Chris and Negima are going to take good care of you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed our commentary. We're going to take a break, but stay tuned. There's still a lot more Shadowverse action coming.
We'll see you soon, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2021. East and Lewis did a great job on the first 4 rounds, but taking over for the last half here, it's going to be me, Ignatius, and of course, different fight, also known as Chris. Man, today has been insane so far.
Dude, it's like I woke up at like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't fall asleep anymore. I literally just like turned on the stream, saw Hiro getting team killed, and I was just like, ooh, this ain't it.
Yeah, that one's a hard one to tune into, man. I'm the same. I've just been watching the stream, hang out in chat, and just looking at these games. Dude, my blood pressure is straight up spiking right now. Some crazy moments happened already. I mean, come on, Noir double factory, the Ganda Prage for the top deck. I'm sorry, Hiro double factory, the Noir Prage for the Ganda top deck. Man, I'm trying to get all my words out, and I just can't contain this excitement right now.
It's actually insane. Like the take 2 rounds especially, like I feel like that one is like a double one. Where it's like first you gotta go through the draft stage and see where that's gonna go in the first place. And we see like double Dark Emperor and still managing to lose. It's like, it's crazy. But let's take a look at how the players have been doing so far. And look at that, only one person undefeated. And of course, it has to be Shimon.
Yes, Shimon, very much the favorite by a lot of the Japanese players and viewers to win this whole tournament. Of course, he's overqualified, qualifying, what, 3 separate times into the WGP. And I mean, look, his mastery of rotation and take 2 is shown right here on the leaderboard. Second, though, is Zenex, one of the most consistent players ever. This is his 3rd World Grand Prix, so not surprising to me that he's in 2nd place. Looking for some SVO guys here. SadFeeder 3-1, which is fantastic from Team Twilight Knights there. KurriCari 2-2. Dolan as well from Team Tempo Storm 2-2. Hiro 2-2 as well from Team Tempo Storm. Yeah, very good.
Yeah. But looking at the rest, we got Noir in 1-3, and also Osab in 1-3 as well. Osab has actually been quite the fan favorite on the Japanese stream. I was tuning in a little bit, and a lot of players seem to really like him. You know, just a lot of his reactions and just his plays in general. But man, this is gonna be intense. We have 3 more rounds left for today, and you know, all of these players, they want to join the ranks of Kocha, the ranks of Feg, the ranks of Sasamunu. But there's still a lot more Shadowverse to play.
Oh yeah, and I mean, it's like we've already seen the level of competitor that is here today, and getting even a single win in this tournament is like an insurmountable task for most Shadowverse players. I'm pretty sure the only people who could do it are here today.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was going through the list of players, you know, for these 2 days, and just especially for day 1, like the list goes on and on and on, full of superstars essentially. Like Zenex played against Shimon last round, and you know, those are some of the 2 favorites in general that are to win this whole event. But even then, Shimon managed to 2-0 him. But here we're gonna see, the next matchup: Shimon versus ZTY, Zenex against Older. Oh,
yes,
boy.
And Meow versus SadFeeder is such an interesting one as well, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Meow was in WGP before in 2017, but under Euro, back when that was still a thing. And now, under the NetEase Championship, qualifying through that against SadFeeder, who's still in SVO. That's super interesting.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we see here Noir gonna be going up against Osab. No, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. We have Gale against Dolan, so that's good. I think for like the 2-2 players, they still have hope to make it in as long as their tiebreakers are strong. Silver versus KurriCari as well. KurriCari gonna be, you know, praying for his tiebreakers there. And oh no, look what we have here, man.
It looks like we're gonna be watching Noir from Team Tempo Storm versus Osab, both at a 1-3 record. Unfortunately, I believe with 24 players and a 4-player top cut, that 1-3 is not gonna make it into the grand finals, but they're still playing for quite the stakes, because every win they get is a substantial amount more prize money, remember.
Yep, exactly. And let's take a look at the deck list here. We have Noirs. Now, this is quite interesting because we see that he's running, you know, just the aggro like area forest. Then we have the Last Word Shadow that a lot of people didn't expect to see much in this event. We've already seen other players today bring it in, not finding too much success with it, but I wonder how it's gonna go for Noir today. And of course, the Artifact Portal, which is looking really strong in the current meta.
Oh, definitely. Artifact Portal blew up in popularity with recent JCGs and Rages, and I think it's on every competitive player's radar now, even though it's more of a recent development. Last Word Shadow, the nerf to Ceres, hit the deck so hard, you pretty much play the deck in a completely different way. Whereas before, you would want to set up your Skeleton Dreamers into Link Staff OTKs. That's not even a possibility anymore. So it's much more board-based, I feel like, and really dependent on Crispy on the patch to get your stats pumped up.
Yeah, exactly. So I really want to, I especially want to see how the Last Word is going to go for Noir here, because I feel like that's the deck that might struggle to keep up with some of the recent meta developments, especially Forest. Like, Forest can steal games so quickly if it actually just gets the right curve, you know. It's such a strong and aggressive deck that whether you're focusing on Lightica or whether you're just playing it with as like a Sekka focus, is going to be incredibly strong, like whether it's early game, whether it's late game with a combo. And now let's take a look at Osav's list as well here.
Yeah, Osav has a very interesting lineup, which I think makes him also very easy to cheer for. On the Forest Craft side, he is running that aggro Latica, but alongside that, we have a very, very interestingly teched Machina Portal list, as well as Evo Rally Swordcraft, one of only 2 Swordcrafts in the entire tournament today.
Yeah, this list, like this Swordcraft list is, I kind of want to call it like an Evo Sword, but when you think of Evo Sword and like how it's looked for the last year plus, this is completely different. So I'm very curious to see how things are going to develop for Osav's side, but man, it feels bad to see, you know, 2 players from the SVO West scene, you know, make it all the way to World just to play against each other. It really is unfortunate.
Yes, it's very, very sad, especially when they're already 1-3, and at this point, it's just insult to injury. But you know, still, shout outs to them for, you know, even making it this far and making it into the tournament. It's quite obvious, given the fact that even if you don't win at all, you get money, that getting to this point is already like a huge accomplishment either way.
Exactly. Like, just saying that you have been to the World Grand Prix is one of the highest achievements that any Shadow player, like Shadowverse player, can have. Like, it's just insane. And we're gonna get into the first match here. Noir versus Osav, starting with the Last Words. All right, my tension peaked.
Yeah, you're gonna get your wish. You wanted to see it in action. Well, here we go. Noir running with the Last Word Shadow, and a fantastic opening hand here. I mean, Bone Fanatic into Psycho Pump really just early game boosts your resources so high.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the classic that, you know, the early game and like the kind of setups, I guess, won't really change for this deck. We've been seeing it for basically the entire year in how the deck wants to play throughout like the last several seasons. Ooh, mulliganing away the Psycho Pump. That's interesting.
Ooh.
Osav's mulligan not looking the hottest either. And again, like, you know, these games start at the mulligan. The first cards you choose to keep, you choose to play, can determine a lot of how the whole match is going to pace out. And that is not what you want to see on Osav's side.
On both sides. Oh, looking very weak. Noir now with no turn 2. We'll see if Osav can pick one up. Oh, Aeolon's remains. At least you got to play there.
At least the remains. Oh my god, at least hopefully it switches to the good.
Yeah. If it can pull Baphomet and start boosting that early, like that's one way to deal with a shadow board, right? I mean, the game plan for Machina, if you need to go late, like for example, if you don't draw the tolerance early enough, you can go into the deep water, play Baphomet, and then get the Evo point back, and then win with Maisha, right? Like that's always a possibility.
Yep, that's true. All right, coming the Colossus, the usual turn 3 as well, just to kind of equalize the damage on this board. Finds a Celeste here as well. Things are slowly starting to kind of like even out for both players after that rough start.
Right, yeah. Celeste is not too bad here as the 2-drop Crystallize and then retracing the pass potentially for another draw.
I mean, really you just hold that retracing for a bit though.
True, like you could put it on something like the Skeleton or Luna or something just to boost your Last Words count even more. I mean, like we said, it's so important to get the Chris active at both the 5 and 10 thresholds, because that's kind of what the entire deck feels like it's based around nowadays.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, man. He was going to commit it early just for the body, okay. I guess it's...
I always say that it's sort of like the test of a Shadowverse player to see how they perform under incredibly unideal conditions. Like what plays they end up making when they don't have like the rules they want, right?
Exactly. Alright, this is going to be a very key enforcer. Just being able to, again, equalize the board. The 4 damage is perfect against the Chris there as well. don't need to commit much more, but the only thing for Osef is that, like, he's not really seeing much of his late game pieces. You know, there's no tolerances to get this damage into either.
Yeah, it's true.
No Belphegor either.
No Belphegor, I was just gonna say. Oh, okay, Tyrant picked up, but again, this hand is looking incredibly awkward for Noir.
Yeah, it's just like, you're getting parts and pieces that you want to see a bit later on, and right now, just like, you want to put down the Tyrant, you know, just for the amulet. You can't really ignore this board either. The only thing that can fight is essentially the Chris that you do not want to commit.
Yeah, especially when you already played one down and it just got wrecked by the Colossus Omega, right? I guess like Ominous Tyrant is a card you really want either on 2 or 6. Like in between those 2 points, it just feels so awkward most of the time.
Yeah. We have to see what he's going to choose to do here.
There's an opportunity to Wicked Rebirth, Retracing the Past, but even that is extremely awkward and not ideal by any means.
Yeah, I don't really... I feel like no matter what... Oh my god, he's just going to go for the Chris. That hurts.
That really hurts. That's a play that's going to cost in the long run. I mean...
Oh, and the Belphegor might pick up too.
Yeah, this at least boosts Noir's last words count a bit, but I mean, this is far from ideal. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, and like, you have to keep in mind that, oh my god, the tolerance too.
Right on the Fudo turn?
Like, and this is a perfect Fudo. This is a perfect Fudo. You can just commit it, get the damage in, the tolerance is gonna get discounted. You're looking good.
This is a good opportunity to talk about how interesting Osav's Machina Portal build is. Very teched out. One of Fjoer that you'll never expect. One of Genesis, which we've been seeing more often, but still. And then also one of Artifact Carrier. This is a late drop.
There's like several levels to that, right? It's like we gotta break it down from the ground up, right? The Genesis makes sense. You just want to target for the Spinaria artifact.
Yeah.
But then the rest of it is like, okay, the carrier, I kind of understand. You know, it gets you bodies on the board, it gets you a bit of sustain. But then the Fjoer, like, we had to literally sit down and talk about that before we hopped on the stream, because it was like, I guess this works with tolerance, you know, it kind of works.
But I guess the thinking is that, I mean, at this level of competition, if you include a one-up in your deck, your opponent has to think about it. Yeah. Because what if that's the card that they end up losing to, right? So,
exactly.
I mean, it's still very interesting though. One of Fjoer. The carrier is cool though, because it does curve into Belphegor.
Yeah. I like that a lot. Okay, Noir though. What? We literally looked away for a second triple Tyrant. Hello?
Yeah, triple Tyrant in the hand. Saving the Celeste Omega for some reason. There's not really spells you want to block on the Portal Craft side though.
Is he waiting for like turn 7 to deny the invasion, which feels like the only thing that you would do it for, right? It's like,
Yeah, that seems strange to me. Man, Machina Portal is a very interesting deck to me, right? Because a lot of the other times, your deck, every card has a purpose. But with Portal, some cards are just so good that you run it anyway, no matter what. Like we were talking about with the Genesis artifact.
Exactly. Like, they're just good finds, good cards that, like, they don't necessarily, not everything covers weaknesses, but it's a sweet addition that adds to your win con on top of that.
This
I like
turn
what you
is...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We're both so excited. We just want to get all the words out.
Yeah.
This turn, I'm thinking Spinaria is a good option, just because the tolerance is in hand. Plus, the Colossus Omega is going to boost that tolerance by a lot.
Yes, sir. It's very good. Get a little bit of sustain, the heal in as well. The board clear. And you're passing on a pretty decent board too, so overall, it's looking quite good. But the Tyrant, of course, at 9 will be able to clear everything. No problem there.
Again, with the 3 Tyrants, Noir is just probably going to Tyrant every turn until Belphegor, Tyrant that, and then hope for no Maisha at that point, I guess.
I guess, yeah. Because at the moment, you're basically just trying to answer boards and wait to find the win con, because with 2 Chris's out, it really, really hurts.
You know what? I've been talking about Maisha this whole time, but Osav instead of Maisha does run the Fjoer, so that's I don't know about that. That sort of denies a potential win condition, I think, for Malkina Porter to not run the Maisha.
That's true, and it's also like a very easy way to just like slot in damage at times. But I mean, we'll see. I don't think he's gonna be putting in work for this game. It's a little bit too late, but maybe already has in past rounds, maybe will in the future.
Oh, Chris, if Fjoer actually does something, I'm gonna pop off.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt it. I won't stop you. I'll let you go. Keep this meta chain.
All right,
I like this. You get a lot of damage. A lot of damage. True. Nice clear.
It's a lot of damage, and also the Tyrant summoning something like a skeleton instead of something like a Kagero is a big deal. Like, Noir definitely did not have an ideal curve this game at all. And with cards like Tyrant and Celeste that have reanimates, not having an ideal curve affects you well into the late game.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. I mean, both players are really, really tense at this point. You know, I was watching Osav play in the earlier rounds, and he was just kind of like reacting to kind of like every big play. You kind of see him like mouthing like, "Oh my god," and like things like that.
Yeah.
But now it seems like both players are just poker face. Like they know that they're basically playing to level up their actual prize pot, basically, right?
And to have like a good showing and a standing.
Exactly.
For at least day one of the WGP.
It's true. All right. Well, you're right. It's tyrant after tyrant after tyrant.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Hold on, isn't this game?
Yeah, I believe so. This plus, yeah, because he's in resonance.
Yep. There we go.
And the tolerance comes up. I'm just a little sad that we didn't get to see any of Osav's interesting techs come into play. He really just played a straightforward game plan. I mean, nothing wrong with that, of course. But I was really looking forward to the Fjoer or something like that.
That's true. That's true. You know, might still be a chance to see it in future rounds as well. But I mean, strong for like first showing for Osav here as well. For Noir, it was just really unfortunate. Like, it felt like his deck just wasn't really cooperating with him, and like basically from the mulligan onwards, just putting away the cycle pump, things started to kind of like go downhill a little bit from there, and having like to commit those Chris's early. That really does not feel good. That really, like, when that's your win con these days, that does not feel good. And he's sticking with it too.
When Chris is like the key card and you have to play it for no effect, it's massive. And again, I understand the reasoning behind mulliganing Psycho Pump. You want to get a better 2-drops, Dreamer, etc. But man, the redraw was just not on his side. That. But here we get to see Osav's Evo Rally deck, which I'm really excited about.
Yes. So much so. And he's going second, which is interesting. I wonder if he's going to keep the Ramiel. Here for Noir going first for once is also very good. So hopefully that his deck lets him kind of tempo into better turns now and not have to just like commit Chris's early.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Noir's opening hand is not too bad here, right? Necro Impulse, you can toss that.
Oh, yeah.
But the Bone Fanatic into Celeste Omega is pretty good. Turn 1, turn 2.
Good. It's a good start.
The only better draw really than Celeste Omega is probably just Tyrant itself for turn 2.
That's true, yeah. I wonder on Osav's side, like, I feel like Ramiel's a keep. The Squirrel is decent for turn 2, I suppose. The Salt Knight I feel like might be a toss here. Ooh, finds the Dreamer.
Full keeps.
Oh my god. Alright.
Okay. Osav, what's the plan? So, like you said, when previously you think of Evo's sword, Evolved Sword, you really thought of stuff like Levin OTK, but now that's a whole separate deck. Like with the introduction of Jupiter, and of course new Grimnir as well, and Sword recently got Victorious Blader, they can play a much longer game and then just control out into a Grimnir OTK. So it's very, very different.
It really has changed a lot, and I really want to see this deck in action myself too. As you said, like Jupiter is so huge, and there's just a lot of like free Evos in this deck as it always has had. But I guess that Sword's been playing such a different game plan for like the last expansion or two that we've kind of forgotten about that entire kind of like playstyle for it for quite some time now, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, imagine being a Swordcraft main over the past few sets. You're like, all right, today I'm 11 OTK guy. Next set happens. I'm a Mr. Lina and Baleon guy. Next set happens. I'm an Evo Rally guy. You gotta be flexible, I guess. The good thing about the deck, though, is so many new cards end up buffing it, like you said, Assault Knight is free Evo, and it's a tempo 2-drop that like evolves and can shield damage, which is massive mid-game. Dual Blade Knight heals you and Evos for free and restores play points. Like that's huge. Like these
and
cards
like,
that
really good stat line too. I was like, what? Basically like a 2-cost 4/4. Like hello.
Yeah, for sure. Like, and these are cards that at first you thought would just get overshadowed, but Victorious Blader, I mean, that guy hit the gym between the anime version and the main game version because that guy is crazy in the main game for a control tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, committing that early layout, I like that. I like that you get the little bit of like board clear later on, can commit this damage to face.
It's also probably the best play. I would imagine that, let me think. Do you want to keep the Frenzied Core Master? Because once the Chris comes down and the boards start looking more unmanageable, the Frenzied Core Master is just a 3-card clear for a 5/5 ward on 7.
That's true, yeah. That might actually be worth holding for this specific matchup too. Oh, we see Noir going very wide here. And he's going to remain wide too, even after the layout clear, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, that's massive. Evolve Ramiel into Assault Knight is the best play here. You ramp and you get a free Evo. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. You know, the upside between this deck and 11 OTK as well is because with 11 OTK to activate your Super Skybound arts, you want to have the Eata and Seophon in hand, right? But with Jupiter and Grimnir, it doesn't matter when you draw them. Yeah, you just have to get to the 5 threshold, right? So I feel like it's also more lenient in terms of draw order compared to the other deck.
It's also nice that we've seen this kind of comeback of the Evo decks recently too. Like, obviously one of the other big picks into this tournament is the Evo Rune as well. Like, it's been so prominent, and it just Grimnir basically doing work for a lot of these archetypes, right? I'm curious to see how it's gonna go for Osaka here. Oh, look at all this free trading, not even taking damage. I love it.
Oh, it's beautiful. And I mean, Noir's hand is looking a little barren right now. I mean, he can Psycho Pump after trading here. So what, you trade this, you get the skeleton on the bike, you know, Ghost Rider style, and then you... you trade that into the Assault Knight, or what do you want to do here?
I assume so, right? Although he has a Soul Strike, which doesn't ping face yet, but it does clear board.
Yeah.
And it looks like he is going to commit it.
Might be necessary. Honestly, you do this, you play Link Staff and you Psycho Pump it for 2 draws. I think that's like on your next turn if it survives. I mean, what's your other play? Like, your hand is so barren. I guess when the Tyrant pops, you can Psycho Pump the Lurching Corpse.
Yeah. I feel like that's probably the call there.
Oh, it's
but yeah,
so...
for Noir, you just needs resources. Like, that Psycho Pump needs to draw something good.
Yeah, for sure. Man, it's so weird seeing Last Words now when their main game plan from pre-patch is like completely gutted, right? Like the Link Staff, you just play it now.
Yeah, actually, like you don't have to hold it anymore. Don't have to like give it all kinds of blessings to OTK your opponent. So
you don't have to perform some sort of ritual to make sure you're blessed. Hey, speaking of new cards that add to the Evo Sword game plan, like Monochrome Endgame is 2 evolves in 1 card that then generates more board for the rally. Like it really just all fits together.
Yeah, like it's an amazing card that I think when the expansion released, people were kind of like teching it into the like, we had that like the aggro sword that popped up a lot during contenders, remember?
Yeah.
And then we saw some people take it into there, but I feel like for this deck specifically, it's like a really nice fit in.
With this deck, it feels like it belongs. In the other deck, you really just ran it so that your squirrels and your really your royal summons would be able to tutor something like a Cat Admiral more consistently. So you don't have to run more followers, you can just run Monochrome Endgame instead. Speaking of, here it is.
Yeah, and going for that aggressive Hiro as well, I like that.
Yes, it's massive.
Oh man, alright, so now this is gonna pop. He can get rid of the Lurching Corpse and see what that hits. Gets the Wicked Rebirth, that's pretty good. He's not at 10 just yet though.
It's very close though. And he can be at 10. If he just if he just Psycho Pumps this and then Gold Mines.
My armor has been pierced.
Oh, hitting the 2/2 is pretty bad, especially when both Emera and Magnus are on the board.
Yeah, that hurts. Oh, that's not too bad. You get another Lurching Corpse that can now actually run into the ward.
Yes, that's pretty
That's
big.
actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Let's be real.
Unfortunately, it doesn't double trade necessarily because the Emera gains +1/+1 on Clash, doesn't it?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Well, let's see.
My loyalty is ironclad.
Oh, no strike, only one strike.
Armor's been pierced.
2-2!
Oh my god. Noir, give me a break.
I can't handle this, Chris. I told you, man, watching these games just as a viewer was getting my heart rate pumping. Watching them here as a caster, same thing, but I get to yell at people.
Yep. Get to yell to the public instead of into the void.
Yeah, instead of being a weirdo in my room yelling to myself.
All right, gonna trade here.
This is pretty big.
Yeah, gatekeeper bike and just basically just swing it in. Does he? He's gonna evo. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, the
So
gatekeeper
you're
is so
basically getting
valuable.
more out of it.
Afterlife services.
You just need it against this deck, right? For the time being, like, yes, this sword list can trade quite well, but it's very reliant on a lot of those like freevos to actually get through it. And so for the time being, like, OSAP also hasn't pushed enough to reach that lethal point.
Yeah.
Rally count isn't high enough for the Royal Summons to be fetching 2 yet.
It will be. If he Ericas and
Is the amulet down?
yeah, puts the amulet down after Radical Gunslinger. That'll do it. Wait, that means he can tutor Cat Admiral, can he?
Oh, true.
Which is huge with Erica, if you want to be pushing face right now. But I mean, this board is pretty menacing as well, so...
You say that, but I checked his list. He doesn't play Cat Admiral.
Oh, he doesn't? Okay, I have to...
He doesn't.
OSAP
he'd be
is breaking the mold, man. What is he playing in there? Okay, so
this
he has
man is... He's a fan favorite for a reason, you know? Let's just put it that way.
Flying Messenger, Blade Rights, Assault Knight. I see.
I guess Assault Knight is a good find, though.
Holding
that's...
Assault Knight is pretty good here.
Yeah, that's
It
like
would-
your
it
way
would-
to trade.
Yes.
There it is. All right,
And
and,
it-
it's 1 cost. Oh my god.
It's 1 cost, and it'll go up to a 4/4 being able to trade into the Lich. Because on
4/3.
Evo, it's only a 3/3. It's not full static.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna put in the Blade Rights instead. That's interesting. Is he gonna put the Bane into the 4/4?
No, he's doing this because the Blade Right, I believe, is a commander.
No, it's
So-
I'm pretty sure it's an officer.
Blade Right Lieutenant is
Oh,
a
sorry.
commander,
Oh, yeah. Blade Rights is a commander. That's right.
which gives
Thinking of
Assault Knight damage immunity for 1
That's
turn.
right. That's right.
Of course I do.
Oh, Sav. I love it. I love it. I love watching these
Looking
plays
good.
that I completely did not expect to see at World Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Thing is, Chris
Right.
is active now, which is huge.
That's true. We're at 10. Time to go wide, Noir. Show the world what this deck is still capable of.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, with competitive players, I believe this was on their radar. But in the broad Shadowverse community, a lot of people thought that Last Word sort of lost its sauce. But if Noir can get a good showing here, well, let me just say, I think we're going to see some Last Word Shadow on ladder, Chris.
Oh, absolutely.
After this tournament.
Absolutely.
I'm not lonely.
Keep those decks in
Don't
check.
everyone around me.
All right, we're still going wider. Luna coming down as well, getting that free Evo point back.
And it
Gold
reses
mine.
Link's staff.
That's true.
Oh, or Otherworld. That's pretty good too.
Yeah. If anything, that might even be better. You can go even wider here
Yeah.
with the Chris effect on top of everything.
Especially if
I like it a
you're
lot.
retracing the Chris himself as well.
Yep.
You can even
Doing
run the
super
both
cool.
Fanatic and then retracing the Chris and the skeleton. Yes, let's go.
Let's go. All right. Very good, very good. All right, Noir's bouncing back. You know, that was a very shaky game 1. You know, it just looked like his deck wasn't cooperating with him, but things are really starting to look a lot
This
better
is
now.
huge, but the Frenzied Core Master is at rally 14 right now. It'll destroy 3 random cards. If he gets 6 more rally, it'll destroy the entire board.
That's insane. And he's been holding that since the start, basically, too. Like, he knows that this will be the key to answering some of these boards once the Chris effect is live.
He could pull the trigger now. It answers 3 cards, but it's still a bit of a roll, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and especially hitting things like the skeleton and then having to still somehow get over, like, the 7/7, for example, is gonna be rough.
Right. You could trade the 3/3 into the Gatekeeper and then play it, then your odds are a little better, but it's still a chance. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Maybe you save it,
can-
but if you save it, how do you deal with this board? It's just a whole bunch of questions you have to ask.
Exactly, yeah. Let's see what Osab will do here. Again, for these players, like, they've been working hard. You know, these are the... Today we're watching the players that qualified last year. But these two players have been working hard the entire year to make it here today. Oh my god, of course! The one thing it doesn't hit is the 7-7. How does this happen?
Oh, if that hit the 7-7 and left the 3-3 up, that would have been like an entirely different turn, man. Like,
yeah.
At least he gets the frenzy here.
He gets double war. That's something you gotta be thankful for.
Especially when Noir doesn't have a Tyrant in hand.
That's true, unlike last game.
Yeah, where he had too many. Oh, let's see.
At least the bike is live, so that will help him trade away a little bit. I wonder if he's gonna go for another just Evo on this Gatekeeper again. Psycho Pump first, see what he draws.
That's big. Rebirth is huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if it gets him something like a Lurching Corpse, man, that just punches through the entire enemy board.
Oh, you're so right. Uh-oh, alright. Good Rebirth, gonna be queued in. 20 last words destroyed. The past wouldn't even see games, go to this level, but here we are. Ooh, okay. Not the best revives, but pretty decent.
It's still decent. It's still decent. You can also trade the Dreamer first, then trade the Bone Fanatic, and then run the Skeleton into the 1-3. That's a full clear.
That's excellent. And you still get the face damage in as well. Oh my god. This is played so beautifully by Noir.
That was like textbook. That's amazing.
It's like, I can't. What can you even say about these players? Like, these are the best players in the entire world. They fight for the entire year to have a chance to stand at this stage.
If he does,
and they're showing why they deserve to be here.
Okay, just sit. Just sit. Have a big board. Dual Blade.
Ooh, that's a freevo you got there.
The thing is, this Erica is so ineffective right now.
Yeah, it's there to close the game, but you're nowhere near that stage right now.
Yeah, not only that, but there's a freaking wall of wards in your way.
Jesus. This is...
I think the best hope for OSAB is to squirrel into Jupiter.
Oh my god! This guy,
it's a classic. There's WinCon. Okay, now it's a game. It's a game.
Everything's turning around all of a sudden. OSAV.
Dual Blade's a commander, right?
Yes, it's a commander, and it's basically only 2 costs if you hit Rally 7.
Oh my god! So he can Dual Blade into Assault Knight.
Yeah, he can.
And that would full
double
clear.
Eric in hand too. That's like, oh my god. Oh god. All right. Let's see. What's the sequencing here?
I think you dual. Yeah. Because Dual Blade
right?
evos to a 6/6, right? So you can Dual Blade run it in, and then Assault Knight will be able to take care of the other one. Oh, he's gonna Leon into Assault Knight.
That's a commander too. That's commander too.
But leaving up 5. Oh, he's gonna trade.
Okay. All right. Gonna push 1 bit of damage, but now he has the burst that could close the game.
There's Tyrant.
Oh my god.
Down to your soul.
Okay, Link Step coming down.
With the Necro, that should be GG, right? That's GG.
That's just game.
That's just game.
Oh my god, Noir ties it up in this insane series. For a second, I thought OSAB had it. For a second, I thought OSAB had it. With the draws that last turn, oh my god. But of course, when these Titans clash, of course we gotta go the full run. We gotta get the full set, the best of 3.
For sure.
Ooh, man, this is heavy.
I was so hyped for that. It's so good to see Noir still make last words work. OSAB, I think if he just drew the Jupiter earlier.
Yeah.
Let me think. If he dual bladed, he would have healed and had a second ward up, which might have prevented lethal that turn. I'd have to check the VOD.
That's right. Yeah, so now both players tied up at 1-1. Of course, this is a best of 5. For those of us used to the SVO circuit, this is also a very important thing that I've seen a lot of the Japanese players talk about when I was watching Rage, is that they talk about the player's own experience in the best of 5 setting, right?
That's
because
true.
the general yearly circuits are played in a BO3, whether it's 2 deck 1 ban, whether it's two, you know, or just like 2 decks no ban.
Perish in my
So it's like they're so used to the best of 3 setting that the way that they play when it comes to, you know, 3 decks, best of 5 changes so much. And so it really goes to show that, like, you know, these players need that kind of practice as well in order to shine on this global stage as well.
Definitely. I mean, I'm sure they've been scrimming with their partners and their teams as much as they can, but the real experience for them is limited, right? Because SVO just isn't built that way.
Yeah, you got contenders, and then you essentially just go to Worlds.
Okay, Osaf playing the early Royal summons, pulling the Assault Knight as fast as possible there.
That's fine, but here now for Noir, I think this is the deck that a lot of people have been watching out for, right? Just Sekka Forest has been such a beast when it comes to the tournaments. You know, if you watch the most recent Rage, I think like every single player brought some form of Forest, and I think in today's tournament as well,
every player,
I'm pretty sure, yep, every player brought some form of Forest. Like, it's pretty just incredible to think about how Forest went from, like, before the latest, you know, update, it wasn't really played anywhere near as much, and now it's just back in full swing. Everyone's looking out at it.
Forest is one of those classes where the class is built around very specific combos, and there's like a breaking point of how many bounces do I need to make the deck work. And when you reach that threshold, it goes from unplayable to like unstoppable, basically. Because that's how Sekka works, that's how Latika works, that's how Shamu Shama works. Like, the entire deck is built around like that persistent bouncing and getting the most value out of your cards as much as possible, and comboing on a single turn. So once they got the primordial, exactly. So once they got the primordial Colossus buff, it was just like a huge, like, watershed moment for the entire class.
Because they didn't have any bounce in the current card pool before that, right?
Yeah, they had
like
Fairy Healer,
like
and
no cheap bounce, let's say.
They used to have Deepwood Wolf, but then that rotated out, right? Like, that's the reason why Forest fell down in the first place. And now is when they get another 1-cost bounce back, then they're right back on top.
Exactly. That's all it takes. That's really all it takes for this incredibly powerful class to be at the top here.
And not to toot my own horn here, Chris, but a couple days ago I did tweet, because everybody was talking about how good Evo Rune is. I'm like, Evo Rune, fake king. Forest is the actual god.
You said it live on stream at the grand stage.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, I think largely, I mean, Evo Rune's still good, but I think largely I've been proven right. I mean, everyone's playing Forest. It's true.
Yeah, I think it's undoubtable that, you know, Forest is just really good in the current Worlds meta. And I'm really excited for when we have the grand finals. You know, we're going to have the mini expansion for that meta, and I'm really curious to see how that's going to shake it up as well. Oh, we burning the retreat here?
We are going to use Dramatic Retreat just for draw. Okay. Kinda wishing he had the Ramiel first. He's thinking like, oh, I should have done it first so I could Ramiel. No.
Oh, you hate this. That's just unfortunate.
That is really rough.
You have to keep in mind that, again, like, there's so many things at play here. You know, of course, they're trying to play the best games they can, but the nerves and the stress for these players is just incredible. You also have to factor in time zones. You know, for the European players, you know, they've had to play throughout the night, and now they're waking up. They got their own kind of like time zone. But for the American players, it's getting late. If you're West Coast, it's already hit past midnight now, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a huge factor that I think a lot of people don't take into account. Noir having the Ardia on the Evo turn is huge, because where Sword excels in building these wide boards, Ardia just tears that right back down.
Yes, exactly, and this is going to be really nice. Get just those few damage pings that, honestly, this can be what makes the difference at times, especially if you don't play Latika. Like, Latika has, you know, it's kind of like notorious for that, like, insane damage burst that you get all at once from the combo turn. But when you're focusing more on the Sekka, like, you have to get to that point. That little bit of extra chip damage on the way there might be what makes the difference. So, Osav, though, let's see, how is he gonna respond? You can't play too passively here either, because if you just keep kind of like playing in a reactionary manner, you're gonna just end up facing the combo and not having much to do after that. So
Right.
I want to see how Osav's list can actually like not just answer the threats that Noir's putting down, but also establish his own, right? Because if you don't start asking questions, then you're slowly gonna let Noir just keep on snowballing.
Oh, apologies. I thought that Dual Blade had Ward for some reason. That's it does not. That would have been an insane card if it did. No, but I think in this matchup, Osav wants to find Victorious Blader on 7. Because once that's landed, they are forced to Sekka to be able to deal with the board at all. Because fairies will be doing no damage to board and no damage to face. So it has to be Blader on 7, I think, is Osav's real out for this game plan. To sort of force Noir's win condition out and make his entire deck, other than that, ineffectual.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll see. At this point, like for Noir, the hand is looking pretty decent. He's got a bit of bounce. He's got the bits of setup, but it still feels like he's missing just more parts, more pieces, and more of that aggression at the moment. Amulet Force coming through.
I mean, I was just gonna say, the good news at least is that he has all the Tree of Wonders to try and dig through the deck a little bit. But while you're doing that, Sword can very quickly establish a board that gets out of your control. Especially like you're post Aria, but you have no
fairies to work with.
Yes, no fairies from your gigantic blossoms or anything to be able to deal with that board, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Noir is just gotta think about this here, because also like you don't want to get, you know, surprised by an Erica bursting you down either. That can be extra lethal. He's gonna commit another Tree Wonders without fusing into it.
He really does need the draw. I mean, there's no other option really.
Yeah. Finding another Aria. At least it's a bit more buff. And he is finding more pieces, so I think that might have been the right play there as well, just because it's like you can afford to kind of like hold out for the time being. And I think with this we actually reach the 5 Evos that are necessary for the Grimnir, so the damage burst potential is about to get real.
Yeah, and the Magnus being able to recover a play point as well. So if he wants to, he can play a Bane down behind the ward.
Mighty flare, be my sword.
What?
Okay, he's going for the Evo here as well.
Full Evo. Okay, let's go. Is Grimnir now active? With that has to be.
It is active. It is active.
Yeah,
I think that's the 6th one he has this game. So
if he finds
active, what's the rally count, I wonder?
At this point, it's pretty high because he played Gunslinger, right? So even the amulets count for rally as well.
True.
Not only that, but Noir doesn't have the Latica, and if Osav finds Victorious Blader next turn, then he doesn't have any options to deal with this board anymore, pretty much.
He's gonna pass on the current state of affairs.
Okay, Fairy Slugger is a very good. Yeah, it's a very good pickup. That's pretty massive.
Yeah.
I think
just finding the Wisp as well.
It's it might just be me, Chris, but I think it might be time for a Grand Slam.
Uh-oh. Could it really be?
It's our chance for a Grand Slam right here, right now. Here's the funny part, though. Running into this Samurai, it's just going to up the rally count as well, which is very funny.
Yeah, that's true.
Too many guys. We got too many guys.
Wisp coming down as well.
Heal back to full. Yeah.
We're still Grand Slamming. It's such an awkward board to answer. Like no matter how you approach it, it's such an awkward board to answer.
Oh no. I guess you have to toss it back with the Phantom Bloom, yeah.
Yep. Just farm the spells at this point, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Alberta comes back finally.
But even so, the board is still gonna stick. There's still gonna be something on there that stays. I mean, that's the strength of Sword, right? If you're Forest and you're running low on gas, Sword can just keep on refilling the board over and over and over again.
Yep.
And what are you gonna do? You know, cry.
Absolutely.
At least that's what I do. Off stream when no one's watching.
Oh my god, my man's outing himself live on the WGP stream.
I'm honest, or maybe I'm too honest. Okay, so he's gonna go. Oh, you know what's even funnier? The Erica now, with an Evo point remaining, can technically get Slight, right? On Evo. Ooh. If he reaches 15 rally, which I think he will do.
Oh, I think he's...
There it is.
He just reached 15 there. That was exactly 15.
And here comes Erica's Slight. That should be lethal. Wait, no, yeah. Run the quick waiter. Face for 10, Grimnir.
Grimnir, yeah, that's game. Oh my god. Osam getting the dub with his Evo sword list.
It really
that
is
looks
just
so good.
Yeah, that was extremely clean. That was turn 7, by the way. Like,
yeah,
you can't argue with that, right? Like, I was talking about Victorious Blader shutting down the Forest deck, but if the Forest deck doesn't have any fuel and you just build the board up, like, you don't even need it. You just go straight to the dome.
Exactly. And that takes OSAP to match point. If he manages to win with the Forest, that's it. And for how like is unconventional, can we say that how unconventional OSAP's lists and like techs have been compared to the rest of the deck lineups of the players, his Forest is like very honest. It's very much, I'd say, like what you would expect from the other players that are bringing the deck. But it is the Latica variant, so we are going to see a clash of two different styles here of Forest in the current meta.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing with Forest right now. The lists in Forest, like, do not be fooled. Even though every competitor is playing Forest, every single list is quite different. Like, we know for a fact that Noir, for example, is running Faefolk Sage. And there's some people like running different variants. No Sekka, how many Sekka do you want to run? How many Latica do you want to run? Slash, no slash, Raccoon, what do you run there? So Forest has so many different options that the variants and the spreads of 2x, 3x, 1x really does come down to the individual player's preferences, and it matters a lot.
Absolutely. So we see a pretty nice openings for Noir, though. Like, actually having the Arya there is pretty huge.
Yeah, but OSAV's opening is, I think, equally as good. Opening Blossom to get a fairy for Tree is massive, because that's your entire draw engine. Other than, well, I guess if you're Noir, Faefolk Sage, and if you're anyone else, Raccoon Enchanter, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. For Noir, though, feels like this is just not much to do in the early game until you actually have things to answer.
Like, even if you commit a Blast Fairy to be able to bounce it with Phantom Blade, like, you know that OSAV's gonna Tree of Wonders and get a Ward Fairy up, so you're denying that.
Yeah. It's a safe put down for this Sekka, because you know this Tree of Wonders is coming down. Latica's already in hand too, I just noticed that.
He just drew that, so...
Yeah.
That's pretty massive as well. With Alberta in hand as well. Oh, man. Oh, he might actually... Oh, he's gonna Blast Fairy. Okay, and get the 1 damage in.
Putting on the Fairy here as well. Alright, so he's just going for a more aggressive start here. That's really impressive. We've seen, Forest steal games when it starts off this aggressive at times. So I'm really curious to see how it's gonna go. Alberta coming down for the trade and piecing out. Ooh.
It's true.
Drawing the wall there. That hurts.
Oh, that's really good. That's... But just face. It hurts, but at the same time, Storm, that's pretty good.
He plays 2, so there's still 1 more he can bring out of the deck. But, ooh.
This is a perfect Blast Fairy to deal with the Phantom Bloom for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Can he actually... Oh, wait. I think he can actually get Alberta back if he wants to.
Do you think he's going to go that hard on this turn?
Do you want to commit that much? You probably just want a Tree of Wonders again. Because yeah, for sure. Because that's your entire draw engine, like I said, and you don't want to be caught with your metaphorical pants down and not having anything to play mid-game, right? That's happened to me way too many times, man. I've been playing this deck a lot, and if you don't get the tree, a lot of the times you fizzle out, and that's what I'm worried about with Noir's hand right here.
Well, yeah, exactly, because it is literally just the gas that keeps you going, right? Just the gas that you need to establish yourself, like establish the whole combo, right? Because the whole deck is based around having that kind of like burst down playstyle of being able to repeatedly, you know, whether you're committing to the Latika or whether you're just going through the Sekka, like you need very specific pieces in hand that require that like strong draw engine.
Absolutely.
At least he has Arya, dude. Like, honestly, I've seen people, certain individuals, tweet talking about how they want an Arya searcher.
Yeah, very cursed tweets where they tag me in it for some reason, and I'm upset about it.
That's right. Just another day being an SVO caster.
But hey, he does have the Raccoon Enchanter, so he can draw more if he so desires. Latika, no point in going in on Latika. You do have the Fairy Slugger to get the Wisp in hand to start setting up for your combo. Once you draw a Wisp, it's kind of, you know, that's the entire guess, and that's the entire the game plan for Latika.
Yeah,
so if you can manage to find it, I think you have to play the Raccoon Enchanter just to draw and deal with this. Oh, and it gets the Arya off the top. That's so perfect.
That's good. That's good. You get to trade. You leave up a bit of a board. You get Arya for next turn. Things are looking good. Things are looking good for Osaf here as well.
The overdraw is kind of crazy though next turn, especially with the Arya as well. But this is fine. Better to have too many cards than too few, I say.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. But now for Noir, like again, keep in mind that this is match point for Osaf. If he can win it in this Forest Mirror, he's going to be the one to continue on. Of course, both players can still keep playing throughout the entire day, but you know, it depends on, you know, your final standing for the entire day. It changes your winnings as well. I mean, winning this match takes you from 250,000 yen to 400,000. I'd say this is a pretty important game.
Yeah. Yeah, 150,000 yen money match. You know, just a few dollars, I think.
Yeah.
It's definitely a big deal. And I mean, more than that too, like the better your record is, that's like the better your prestige is as a player at this stage, you know what I mean? Like that, if you have a good record, even if you don't make it to day 2 or to grand finals, I mean, it's still something you can put in your Twitter bio. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. And you will be remembered. Like all of the legends, like the titans of the Shadowverse scene, they are remembered for years to come, you know, and it's people don't forget some of these, like the legendary finals we've had throughout the years. And so, you know, it's these players attempt to see how they can also just like mark their names in Shadowverse history. And I mean, both these players are already quite well known for years now, but I think it's still a question of pride, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Meow 944 qualified in 2017. We're still talking about him, so you know,
exactly.
That's all you have to know.
All right, let's have. Is it time for Arya?
Is that necessary this turn? I guess it's good.
I'm questioning it too. Yeah.
It just seems awkward. Usually you Arya reactively. If you Arya proactively, then your board will just get taken down by their stuff most of the time.
Right.
But the good thing about the Arya is that at least it sets up and it gives you the Wisp in hand, and you already have Latika, right? So there's that consideration as well. It's definitely a thinker turn.
I'm also just thinking, like, what else do you do this turn, right?
Yeah, like, you can Slugger, but that has the same problems that Arya has, but worse. So I guess you do just Arya, really.
Yeah, seems like it's the case. All right. Committing to it, gonna keep the Wisp. The fairy is burned, no problem.
Yeah, that's just fine.
The leader effect, put down the fairy to not overdraw. Alright, what's next here?
You can probably put on another fairy. I don't hate it. You could also just pass.
I wonder if it's necessary to keep it just for the Latika turn, but he's gonna put it down, okay.
I think it's the Wisp that's the most important, for sure.
Yeah.
And once you get the Slugger down as well, that becomes less of a factor to worry about.
Right.
But we see here Noir is starting to run dry. Like, he can Slugger this, and then what's his follow-up, right? Like on the turn after.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, gonna trade away here. Yeah. It's also just the fact that, you know, that the win con for Osaf is coming up so soon. But him just being able to close out this match. Approaching closer and closer, and for Noir, he's slowly running out of gas, which is really concerning.
Yeah, they're going in like the two opposite directions right now.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you just blast here, I guess. You can full clear, but again, what's your
full clear?
follow-up
But then,
after?
exactly, right?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen then? Alberta returns.
I guess he does have two Shamus. If he finds bounce, it's still a game, but other than that, it's starting to get a little dicey. He's gonna play it aggressively.
Okay.
Which, that's pretty ambitious. I mean, Fairy Slugger is in the opposing deck. Like, if that gets played out,
not gonna be
like this is
right
an
now.
easy Slugger, right?
There we go. Yeah, just go for Slugger. Oh yeah, this is. It feels like it's like just an attempt by Noir to make something happen out of this game. Like he knows that he doesn't have much else to work with right now, and so you got to just take any opportunity you have to close out the game, right?
Mm-hmm. The Sekka is still very far away from activation as well. Ooh, and the Phantom Bloom for even more damage, man.
You love to see it.
This one's with everything.
All right, Slugger Evo.
This might be our chance for a Grand Slam.
It might just be once more.
Once more. 10 out of 10, we do it again.
A little bit of damage ping. He has like a good bit of chip damage going in this turn that can definitely tie it up into a nice lethal going forward.
Mm-hmm. 2 Wisps plus Latica in hand. Alberta goes face here.
Yep.
Can even Fairy, because again, the Wisp is the most important thing. You can probably spend a Fairy. Get one more heal, double trade. Man.
It's rough. Like for Osav as well, he's very close to getting to the lethal point, but it's not quite there yet. Played another Fairy, gonna trade away the full board. Gets 3 down to the face as well. Down to 12.
Down to 12.
Looking good for next turn.
Osav's incredibly close. If he finds 1 bounce, I think he has it, right?
I think so. That's literally all he's missing at this point. Oh, Sekka, we're at 16 floors of left play.
It's still not nearly enough. Even you can't even Gigantic Blossom for the Accelerate this turn. Like that's a problem.
Yeah, that hurts a lot. Noir, it's another one of those pause and think turns because any play you make here is gonna determine the outcome of the match almost immediately.
This might be the end.
It's so rough for Noir. Like he was looking really, really good going into this event as well. Like all these players have been preparing like crazy. You know, I heard that especially the Tempo Storm players, they were like scrimming until 2 a.m. on some days. So, you know, everyone's been putting in everything they can to practice for the WGP, and you have to respect their efforts. You have to respect, you know, just the devotion to the game and their passion to stand at the top here, right? It's not just a question of like winnings and like, you know, just how you end up on the final, you know, the grand finals themselves, but it's also just proving yourself as a player, you know, showing to the rest of the audience, you know, who you as a player are.
Definitely. I mean, look, if any of these players played in any other tournament, they would sweep it. But it's the World Grand Prix. So they're all at that same level. That's the level we're talking about here.
Oh,
and I think that's going to be the concede pass from Noir.
And he finds a bounce too. Oh my god.
Yeah, that is going to be it. I mean, face. Alberta, bounce, etc.
Yep. This is looking to be where Osav continues his run and gets his second win so far at the WGP. Alberta coming down here.
And the Colossus into the Shamu Shama for lethal.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that Osav will win the set over Noir 3-1. What an amazing showing by one of the West's finest.
There's no doubt that Osav deserves to be here. I mean, between the unorthodox lineup and, I mean, not to mention the way he plays it out and finds the lines, like the Evo Rally sword game where he found the Grimnir play after Sekka evolved Slight, like things like that.
It's heavy, man. It's heavy. Like, well, especially watching like a West team kill, it really doesn't feel good. Like we've been watching these players put in all of their effort throughout the year, and so seeing them have to face off against each other like this really, really hurts. But all the best of them going forward. There's still 2 more rounds to play, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's still 2 more rounds to play, and congratulations to OSAF. That was big, because that's, again, like 150,000 yen money match. Like, you can't talk that down. Like,
yep, exactly. And if you can win one more, that's gonna go up to 600,000. Like, it's only up from here. So all the best. And for Noir as well, it's not over yet. Like, for Noir, he still has a chance to potentially get, increase his winnings even more. So it's, it's never over until the last cards are played, as well, I like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know who's going to win a game of Shadowverse until it's over, That's the crazy stuff about it. I mean, we've proven that with the Take-Two games that we've seen today. Not to mention the earlier rounds as well that Lewis and Eastcast did a great job doing so. I mean, some of the games today were absolutely brutal, and I loved that set. I loved seeing Evo Rally give its best and actually show the people out there what's what. I mean, that's a deck that you don't really even see on ladder at all, but or much of it all, and it's in the World Grand Prix and doing pretty okay.
You might start to now. You might start to see it now,
though, for sure, dude. Like, I'm just gonna go. Like, after this is over, I'm gonna do my dailies, and I'm gonna see that on ladder.
Plug it into the GP run for the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially what you were talking about. Dude, the Japanese viewers just love OSAV out there, apparently.
Yeah, they really do. Like, there's a lot of supporters. They were even calling, I think in the chat, they were calling him, this is our OSAV, he's the one that's gonna make it. So
our OSAV. Hey, they can't claim that. They can't claim that. It's ours. OSAV is ours. Yeah, but that was an incredible game from both sides. Really it is heartbreaking, though, to see the team kills. I mean, the whole day has been sort of that story, right? I mean, round 2 was Dolan, Hiro. And then we had SadFeeder, KurriCari as well today.
Yeah, the SCAO, the SCAO team kills the worst because they were both doing so well. They were both looking so good so far. And, having to kind of knock each other down like that, it hurts. It really hurts.
It really does. And I mean, it's painful. I voted for KurriCari too, Chris. No idea.
I mean,
was this a prolonged effect, Caster's curse from?
Oh my god, no. we should not share who we vote for until the tournament's over.
That's true. Maybe we should.
Just so the players aren't afraid. They're like, oh no, the caster voted for me, it's over.
Oh no, it's all downhill from here. Yeah, absolutely. But what a game. What a game.
Honestly. It looks like on the Japanese side, they're also showing Jack versus Roaring Rum, which is Jack is the other sword player in this event too, so that's going to be really interesting to see how his match is going to pace out going forward too, because, it's as we were talking about, right? Like, a lot of players, there's certain classes like Forest that every single player is bringing, right? But there's a few that you just want to watch. You want to see how these decks work, right? We have 2 players bringing in Blood. We've had 2 players bringing in Sword. I want to see some Dragon, to be honest. Like, I know that's more your territory.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to see some Dragon. I want to see Biao. I want to see Biao play Dragon. He's played Buff Dragon too, and he's been looking good as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, Buff Dragoncraft won JCG right before WGP happened too. So I mean, maybe now, I know what's up. I know what I'm gonna bring. And
he has the secret sauce.
Secret sauce. I mean, that's the deck I used to climb to Grandmaster, so I'm all for it.
Put some respect on it. But
it's super cool to see. Like I can't tell you how happy I was when the deck list came out this morning, and I saw 7 out of 8 classes represented. I was so ecstatic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only, we're basically just missing Haven here, right?
Yeah.
So, and even Haven, when you talk to a lot of the pro players before WGP, they were saying that, there's a chance someone's going to bring Haven. It felt like a potential kind of, rogue pick for the tournament as well. And we might still see it tomorrow. Again, this is basically, 2 years of events piled into one weekend for you guys. This is the WGP Grand Slam, essentially. You're getting it all here.
Absolutely.
So, we don't know what we're going to see tomorrow. This might be a completely different story. Might be the same pattern. We're going to find out.
Well, Chris, not to spoil anything, but some players have DM'd me their lists for tomorrow, and it's not going to be the same.
It's not going to be the same? Uh-oh.
No spoilers out of me, but that's all I want to say.
Why does Igni get all the secret section?
We do have an interview with OSAV coming up, so we'll be right back with that for you after this break. And we're going to talk to OSAV and see how he feels. But we'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, and with us right now is the winner of the last round that you just saw, Osav, after that game against Noir, winning 3-1. Tell us how you feel.
Well, again, I feel pretty bad after I started the round with a 1-3, but getting there, I guess. Although I can't top 8 anymore, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah. That is unfortunate, but again, every win at least is leveling up your winnings for the tournament, and it's a bit of prestige as well.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah, look on the bright side.
It's absolutely true. There's one thing I wanted to ask you about though, is because when you were on the Japanese stream earlier, I saw a lot of the people in the chat were really like rooting for you, and they got like really emotionally invested in your games to the point that some of the Japanese players were calling you like, "This is our Osav," like when you were winning the games. How do you feel about that? Like you've gotten such a big like fan base over in Japan like very quickly.
I have no idea about that. I've heard none of that. Well, I've been told rumors, but I have no idea.
Yeah, well, it'll be fun to rewatch the VODs afterwards because people are really invested. Even on Twitter, I was seeing people say, you know, like, "Oh my god, this guy's so cool!" Like, and everything. It's been amazing just to watch like the Japanese scene support our players too.
That's cool. That's really nice to hear. Yeah, that second game, well, the first game against like the Artifact like the factory was very rough for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That is rough. That is rough. But I will say, like, it really does remind me of, like, you know, a couple of years ago, the Japanese players also got really behind Potwasher back then as well. And now it's sort of echoing in the situation.
That's true. How are you feeling in general also, just like representing the SVO scene, you know, especially like, you know, the West scene as well, you know, as basically one of our, you know, big players from the region?
I don't know. Kind of a vague question. I don't know how to respond to that.
That's fair. I mean, with the World Grand Prix, it's such a high stakes thing. I can't even imagine the amount of nerves going into it. I'm getting nervous and I'm just casting it. So
yeah.
Definitely, it's been very hard. Like the last few weeks, like getting into sleep and stuff because of stress.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, you know, all things considered, I think you did pretty well, and I'm loving your lineup with the Evo Rally as well. The only player bringing it and showing us how it's done with that last series as well. So, you know, congrats to you.
I was really close to actually ditching Forest cards from my lineup, and I really regret not doing that because I would actually be the only player that didn't vote Forest. I didn't think that Forest would be this popular.
That's true. Every single player today, top 24, brought Forest cards. If you didn't do it, you would have been even more in the limelight, I feel like. For sure.
That's usually what I do. I mean, that's what I'm known for in this SVO community, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we won't keep you too long, but I did want to ask you about particularly your Machina portal list, the Fjoer. What's up with that?
Yes, I want to ask about that.
Fjoer is a very underrated card in my opinion. I think it was very good ever since Machina Portal started to arise in the meta. I think Maisha was very overrated back then because it would never get to turn 10, so like the Evo aspect didn't really matter. And Machina Portal is a deck that really struggles with actually getting the followers into the death pool for the Maisha to actually have an impactful effect for like discounting tolerance, etc. So I think Fjoer is just essentially a better Maisha because you can play it on turn 4 with like a Ramiel to trade into a 4/4 from like Wrath Blood.
That's true.
Their attack to 4 and then you can trade Ramiel into it. As well as the fact that like it deals actually like when it's in SA on like turn 7 or turn 8, it deals 12 damage for tolerance. That's like usually way better than my shot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we were just talking about that on stream as well. We were speculating, it might just be, you know, the 12 damage for the tolerance proc as well. So it's super cool to hear your thought process behind it. But thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, and good luck on your next 2 rounds, man.
Thank you.
All the best for the rest, man.
See you around.
See you. Yeah, best of luck. You got this. Okay, and that has been Osav. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. And yeah, amazing series there. Love to see that.
Yeah,
that Evo sword win.
It was really fun to watch. The deck lineup itself is so unique, and I think that always lends itself to make people want to root for a player when the lineup is just so interesting. And you know, I really hope that we can see more of that in day 2 as well. But of course, you know, for Osav, that was just still like an amazing showing, and being able to continue throughout the tournament and continue picking up these wins. Great.
Oh. Yes. Bima did DM me what his lineup is, and I am very excited. So Sonar 5, I mean, right at the tail end of the interview there, Osam coming in with the Sonar 5 intel. Yeah, we appreciate it. That's so good. We love it. Okay, well, thank you so much for coming on. And and we'll be right back after a break with the next round. Of course, the last 2 remaining rounds are rotation, so don't go anywhere. We have lots more Shadowverse action waiting right after this.
See you very soon.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2021. It's been one heck of a day. We've seen some insanely hype matches, we've seen some heartbreakers, and now we come time to the penultimate round. And there are some very, very important games happening this round, Chris. Because if you're at an X2 right now, this is your last chance.
Basically, yeah. Like, you essentially have to win it out at this point, or you don't have a chance to go to the grand finals, and that is heartbreaking. You know, we talked to Osaf earlier, and you can tell how the players are just heartbroken. But let's take a look at the standings. Shimon still undefeated.
Monster 5-0 Shimon, yeah.
This is Shimon's story. We're just living in his story.
Yeah, man. We're NPCs and he's the main character.
Literally,
for sure.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, but it's good to see Zenex as well, one of the most consistent players in the world, also up there, third place. We got Meow944, previously Euro, now part of the NetEase Championship circuit. But in terms of the SVO guys, our highest guys right now, KurriCari with a 3-2 record, and SadFeeder from Team Twilight Knights also with a 3-2 record.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And like now you really have to look at basically this first side, right? All of these players with 3-2 back against the wall. Your entire year of hard work is on the line in this next match. How? Can you just put that into terms? Like, it's insane to think about how much pressure you're feeling going into this next game. And let's see the matchups and look at that.
Looks like we are gonna have another SEAO matchup. KurriCari from Team Sonar 5 versus SadFeeder from Team Twilight Knights in a repeat of an earlier round today.
How does this happen? These players have already played each other in an earlier Swiss round, and they're going at it again because I'm assuming they just have the exact same tiebreakers, which is just crazy.
That's insane. It's gonna be really rough from here on out. Technically, if you're 5-2, you do have a chance to make it to the grand finals if your tiebreakers are very, very good. So really, this is a fight for your tournament life right here. Whoever wins this still has a ghost of a chance, but whoever loses this has no more chances, and they are not going to make it to grand finals.
Like, you have to also think about 4 players make it out of this. We already have 4 players taking up the top spots, 1 undefeated, the rest going X1, and there's still people at the bottom trying to claw their way up there. And there's still hope, there's still a chance. And here we see the rest of the pairings as well. Noir gonna play against Canned Coffee there, and Osaf gonna be going up against Silver, who we've seen before as well.
And we have Hiro against Chin, and Dolan versus G.
Oh, it's gonna be intense. Gonna be very intense here.
Now, previously,
the 2 players,
KurriCari and SadFeeder fought each other in a take-2 round. Now we get to see their medal in Constructed.
That's right. And SadFeeder has a little bit of his own spice. It's a bit more of an expected spice than Osaf's spice, I would say, bringing the Wrath Blood, but he's still one of the very few players that brought it today.
Wrath Blood on SadFeeder's side, Evo on KurriCari's side. I mean, both these players. I know SadFeeder has been repping Wrath Blood since way before it was popular. It was like his Twilight Knights technology from back then. So I'm not surprised to see him running it here. But it is very cool to see him be so consistent with it as well. So I'm super looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the rune on KurriCari's side as well. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, right? You were saying how the rune just feels like it's kind of not up to par with some of the other decks at the top of the meta, but it's still been showing up, and there's some pretty interesting choices in KurriCari's list here as well. We see the Goddess of Rebirth that's been teched in quite a few of these lists, the Advent of Peace as well, hello? It's even in his Portalcraft list too.
Yeah, the Advent of Peace in both Portalcraft and Runecraft here, just to counter like a hard removal for Mobilized Factory, really, in an artifact matchup or any big target, which is very, very interesting. But other than that, he's also running an Aggro Latica list as well. Pretty standard. Every player is playing Forest today, but I really am curious to see the text on the other two. I mean, Evo Rune is still a good deck, don't get me wrong, but I do think that it has gaps in the armor that can be exploited. But still a very solid third deck. And in KurriCari's hands, I do believe in it a little more.
he has the one Genesis artifact, which is part of that as well. So we've seen a lot of the players that run Belphomet today are playing that just because Spinaria's artifact can, of course, search that out for you, so you actually have a target if you have to trade away the artifact. And it's still a great card, you know. So I'm curious to see how it's going to play out for KurriCari. You know, it's been an emotional tournament run for these players. Like, not only do you have to basically, you know, face against your buddy from your region once, you got to do it twice. How many other SVO players do you know that have had to do that at the WGP?
Yeah, right? Like, it's it's truly saddening. But really, at the end of the day, at the end of this round, only one of these players will be able to even have a chance at Grand Finals. So it's like an emotional anime scene where it's Naruto really and Sasuke, man. Like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's literally gonna be like all out. You know, we might be friends, we might be from the same region, but you know, take off the chains. I'm going all out for this one. We see SadFeeder's list here as well. Look at the blood. He's also not playing the same port list. This is going to be Artifact that we've seen popping up here and there. A very execution-heavy list that any player that brings like this like super execution-heavy list, like when you have the choice to bring Belphomet instead, I have nothing but respect for, because like you're playing 7 rounds and the best of 5, like to determine whether you can go to the Grand Finals or not. And so, like, to have the concentration and just the player skill to play something this execution heavy, like, earns my respect.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Lewis put it best where with Artifact Portal, because you're drawing mid-turn, you have to come up with the optimal play on the fly as you're making them as well. So it's truly, truly big brain. And I will say that in contrast to a lot of these other players who are teching in 1-ofs, 2-ofs in their list, SadFeeder's lists are incredibly tight. Like, you just see 3-ofs all the way down for the most part.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, if there are 1-ofs, they're like accepted 1-ofs that most players run in that ratio in general. So, oh man, this is going to be emotional. Like, especially for you, man. You've been watching these players all year long, for 2 years even. Like, I know SadFeeder, wasn't he like, he was in contenders this year too, right?
SadFeeder was indeed in contenders this year. SadFeeder, one of the most consistent players I've ever seen, coming in and gatekeeping contenders for no reason other than just for because he already qualified.
But he respects the competition.
He does. He respects it.
I qualified, but there's prizes on the line, and I still want to prove that I'm the best in this region.
And you have to come through me, and I mean, that's like much respect for that, for sure. And KurriCari, I mean, previous to this year, he was also just like top performer in the region for so long under many different names. You know, before he was Maosama, now he's KurriCari, so like no matter what name he's running, he's still at the top there. And now to see both these players having to duke it out for their tournament lives here, it's truly intense. Shot. Like, my heart is heavy watching this.
Honestly, it's just strap in, folks. We're in for a wild ride.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here we go with the mulligan. KurriCari trying to find Arya, trying to find Tree of Wonders, but getting nothing but raccoons.
Ooh, early Shama Shama.
Yeah, he's just playing it because he is on the play, so he will be able to connect it. There's no answer Portalcraft can do against it, and then he can immediately just Phantom Bloom. And then he'll just go into Raccoon and start drawing his cards. There's Arya.
Arya, pick up, thank God. And then just to find it.
It's looking like a great start. I will say that KurriCari's forest list is the one list that doesn't run Advent of Peace, so we'll see what happens when that Mobilized Factory comes down.
It's true. U1 coming down here. Man, I just want to take a second to just appreciate WGP for a second. Look at the sleeves this year, man. They look so beautiful. The stage and everything. Like, for me, when someone who's been watching these events for years, being able to like witness it like this firsthand is just, it's an incredible feeling. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, definitely. It always feels like a huge special occasion whenever WGP has invented. Today is no exception, man.
Absolutely. Will Colossus pick up? That's a bounce.
And I will say SadFeeder with a very, very well placed elemental brink to be able to take out that Phantom Bloom.
Oh yeah.
With the magic leap.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
That's fairies. That's good.
Yeah, you just play that out. Next turn you have the Arya turn plus tons of fuel behind it. I like it.
That's really good, actually. That's excellent.
And that answers pretty much Genesis Artifact perfectly, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Genesis is going to be coming down here. Of course, it is the play you want to be making on 4, especially going second. Going to make a nice little wide board and just adding to the different kinds of artifacts that you've played down. I think that's one of the biggest strengths of this card in the current duration of the list.
You see SadFeeder tossing his head back with the Arya coming down, like, yeah, of course. But it is true, and he did dig for it, so it's deserved there. I will say, I mean, Portalcraft, they love their geometric shapes, and Genesis Artifact is among the best of them.
Absolutely.
And like you were saying, once you get to the 6 names, the artifact starts getting huge, like play potential with cannons, and that just OTKs people out of nowhere. So it's massive. Like the amount of the ceiling of potential of the deck is like pretty much it can go all the way.
Yep, absolutely. And that's one of the things that makes Artifact just, it has a lot of like explosive burst potential, and as long as you know how to maneuver your way through the list, it's great.
Battery Tracing did a double 2 heal, which is massive.
Yep.
SadFeeder now up to 16 again.
Alright,
of course, SadFeeder's like, yeah, you have Slugger right after Arya, yeah. Like, I'm loving how expressive SadFeeder is today, compared to how usually very cool, calm, and collected he typically is. I mean, it just goes to show you that this competition, man, the emotions are running high no matter who you are.
Yeah, exactly. Even if when you're mostly Zen in most cases in the usual yearly circuit, like, this is what it's all come down to. And I'm gonna keep saying this again and again. Y'all are gonna get sick of me, sick of hearing it. But it takes so much devotion to even excel at SVO to begin with. Like, to be at the top of your region in the first place, and then manage to make it to Worlds, and then be at the top of the world is just... It's such a just tall order in general.
Oh yeah, it's massive. We see the Spinaria come out, recovering a bit of defense here for the portal leader, but
end of the road.
This evolve just doesn't feel very good.
It doesn't, but you have to. You can't just keep ignoring the slugger there.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no other choice, right? Like, and now at this point, hold up.
But even then, like, all he has is Shamu Shama. This does not feel good.
Shamu Shama with 2 bounces. Do not underestimate. That's a lot of damage.
That's true.
Wait, he has 4 bounces in hand. That
true.
Shamu Shama is gonna do so much damage.
My God, wait a second. Yeah, you're
all
right.
Forest needs to win games is Shamu Shama and bounces. So it's happening for us.
Run that Wind Fairy. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, and there's... Oh, here we go.
Excellent. Here comes another 3. Gets the spells now as well.
Yep, and Primordial, and do it again. And I mean... What?
I think this is where
I think you might even just play the fairy, save the Shamu Shama next turn. Then you get Shamu Shama plus Primordial Colossus next turn as well. Like, that's so strong.
You have double Wisp in hand too, so it's like you're basically set for next turn's push 2. This game might end faster than we thought.
Sekka who? Lanica who? Never even heard of him. I only know the twins. I rep the twins in this household.
Damn. Damn, he really said
Damn, dude.
Alright, it's time for Mobilize Factory.
But you don't have any plays after it. Like, what are you doing? Plucky? And then that's your turn, and then you just lose.
Yeah, like, you have to answer this board and also get ready for the fact that there's still Shamu Shama in hand. And while it's nice to think that, oh my god, that's it.
Yep, Phantom Bloom, that's it. GG.
Yeah, that's literally the 3 damage he needs. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Bounce. Swing for 3, swing for 2, swing for 2, and it's over.
Oh, I've made this mistake before where I look at my hand, I'm like, there's nothing to do, but Shamu Shama with bounces, sometimes that's literally all you need.
Yeah, and like and finding those plays when sometimes it doesn't look as realistic is part of what makes a great Shadowverse player.
Absolutely.
And KurriCari showing the world what he's made of.
Ah, man, that's crazy. Again, that just speaks to how impactful the Primordial Colossus buff in the expansion was in the balance patch.
Oh, yeah.
Because just having one more bounce, it's like, that's all you need.
I almost want to say it's almost like they added a new card to the game. Like it's such a huge buff that it reworked the card. Like it's become so key for these lists. When in the past it was kind of like, I think I'll pass, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most impactful errata that has come out, right? Like, adding an auto evo to Lunalu, I sleep. Adding a bounce to a card nobody plays, you know, I'm awake. I'm wide awake.
Absolutely. Never sleep on anything in the set. You never know when it's going to get a new effect.
And that's why I love the recent balance patch so much. It just changed the entire face of the game in such an impactful way.
It was really, really nice. And like, it speaks volumes when you see the representation in day 1, right? You're saying like, we have everything but Haven. represented here.
Yeah, and even Haven just barely made the cut. I mean, like Ward, like even Sank is playable. Like Haven's not bad. It's just not good enough. Like that says a lot about the equality of the class power levels right now.
Yeah, exactly. All we needed was another OSAV that was brave enough to bring another spicy lineup.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, take a look at the top scorers in the bracket as well, right? Today, like Shimon brought Last Words, he's top scorer. Meow brought Dragon, he's second. Like it's crazy out here.
Exactly.
Okay, getting into this game here. On SadFeeder's side, he does have the Mobilized Factory and the Genesis in hand already, which is very, very good.
He held that Genesis, right, from the mulligan.
Which is pretty crazy. It really shows how much he believes in that card. But it's truly powerful. Like, if you Genesis after Factory, like, that's, like, back-breaking in a lot of cases. Like, that's huge. Okay, looks like he is going to just play Carrier here.
Yeah, I mean, that just gives you the ward on the board that you need.
The ward on the board that you need. I like the rhythm of that, Chris.
Excellent.
I like it. Mega Enforcer to draw. Yep. Oh, and Nefarious.
That's good. I mean, from the repair, you also had the spell in hand that you might need for the Fudo. So just setting up for that as well is good. Also, Tolerance in hand. Let's not ignore the elephant in the room.
Oh,
Tolerance is very important here.
I was so focused on SadFeeder's hand. I'm like, wait a minute.
I've seen this guy before.
Wait, what? SadFeeder just played False Slash onto his Puppeteer. Now the Genesis Evo turn is way worse for KurriCari here.
Ooh. You're right.
Ramiel also just folds to this. Yo.
Yeah, you don't even get the Ramiel effect.
False Slash on a 1-1.
I respect it. I respect it. Oh my god.
It's working! That's the thing. That's the thing that's most amazing, right? Like, what the heck? I mean, what do you do? You just want to... Sorry, go ahead.
It's just how far ahead these players are, right? SadFeeder is just... He knows what his opponent wants to do this turn as well. Although, like, to be fair, he's probably expecting just a Ramiel, you know, and, like, not much else after that. But, like, shutting down the Genesis turn like that is also huge.
I think KurriCari might just still play Ramiel ramp and then just play Master Chef and pass. Like, you just let the 1-1 sit and let it trade into your 4-4 because that's not the most important part. Oh, this is fine too.
Yeah, but just, you gotta pass on it. You want that bonus effect. It's so huge to push yourself forward like that and get traded away. That's absolutely fine. And Mobilize Factor coming in on a mostly uncontested board and the puppet to boot. Okay,
you know, that's what SadFeeder was planning like 3 turns ahead, man. Like, he played that dual swords and he had it ready for this moment, which is crazy, man. It's truly astounding.
So you Genesis here. It's also nice, like, not leaving anything up. That's like big thing you see people playing against, you know, the mech portalists in general, is like leave as much, or like as little up as possible, just to not give them targets to like damage, so the tolerance doesn't get discounted. But this is a good, nice white board.
Are we gonna see another double factory zooted play like we saw earlier in the day, or no? Probably not. Let's just get the Genesis out there. It's more than good enough.
Yeah, but right now for SadFeeder, this is gonna be a 2v1. He's playing against his opponent and the timer. But of course, with a player of his caliber, he knows what he's doing.
There's the Brink. You'll have to see it. And the good thing about Brink, too, is that, okay, 1, it gets stuff out of your hand, which is super important if you're playing Factory. 2, a lot of the time post-Factory, you'll have a play point left up because of you would have played an artifact right before. So it also just deals with the board in an extremely efficient manner, so.
Yeah, you can see him trading away here without much of an issue. Spinaria's artifact can come down as well. Another draw.
Not bad. Gizmo.
What does he end on here, though?
If he Gizmos, he won't have enough for Brink to deal damage, so he does have to tread.
Oh, but that's fine. That finds him.
Yeah.
Genesis open. That's very good.
That finds him Genesis, and he's just reducing his paradigm shift. They're already at 1 and 2, man. Like, it's already down there. Combustion Demon is -10 to tolerance. Fudo is -4. No, -8, sorry.
Yeah.
What's best here?
I'm also thinking like Colossus and then Evowit.
You're leaving a 2/2 up that can summon. I don't think. I think it's too risky.
Right.
Oh, that finds the ultimate, which is huge.
Oh my god, alright, perfect. Yeah, that was a missing piece.
Let's go!
Oh, okay, he's confident. KurriCari knows. He knows.
Leaving up, and he's leaving up a 4-1-2 to trade, okay.
Alright.
But hey, this this Genesis is active, man.
Oh, it is, yeah. We've actually reached
you know
the
what that means?
artifact.
That means Impulse is active too.
Oh, let's go, alright. Airstrike coming in.
Okay, this does heal back to full. Wait,
full damage.
Yeah, full damage. Paradigm shift again into double cannon. Is that GG?
Is it?
Cannon, impulse, true slash, right?
What? Wait,
I think that's it. That's GG.
Oh my god. SadFeeder. He's gonna tie it up. That's 6 damage on the board. And just like that, SadFeeder is telling the world once again, keep your eyes on me. This is gonna be a 1-1. We're going to game 3.
Don't let me see you downplay how big brain that was in the chat, okay? So he played the dual blades ahead of time, had a 1-1 with Bane to take out Ramiel to make the field clear for Mobilized Factory, to then play Genesis. What the heck, man? SadFeeder is like, where he's playing 5D chess with time travel over here. We're just on a lower plane of existence right now.
Quite literally. Oh, KurriCari's gonna run it back. I like it. Oh, that's a nice start too.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
There may not be a tolerance in there yet, but that's about as good of a curve as you can get.
I mean, both players too. Like with SadFeeder having Arya on the draw, not bad, man. Not bad at all.
I love to see it. Master Chef pick up. I mean, you're gonna just put.
Yeah, he's gonna play the Master Chef. Looks like.
I was wondering if he'd go for the 3-1, but then it just gets traded away, so it's not really worth the commitment.
Yeah, because Blast Fairy just takes care of it, right?
Exactly,
that's a huge consideration. Oh, the pickup. Oh, the Tree of Wonders off the top. We've been talking about this. It's so important. So important that SadFeeder do that. That's massive. Okay, Mega Enforcer
finds another one.
It's nice to see. You do want to get your ultimate sooner or later, though. We'll see what happens.
As well. Let's start fighting it soon. We're almost through quarter of the deck now.
This is still okay. If you're KurriCari, do you just play Mega Enforcer again to try and draw into...
Oh, he's putting on the Ramiel here. I guess with the regular Enforcer to boot? I suppose that's fine as well.
He's not going to trade. I was going to think maybe trade the regular Enforcer so Blast Fairy can't get value here, but... And then you can also push face that way. But this is fine, also. Yeah, I don't know though. I think that might have been a different that because that's what he was considering turn 2. Where you just get Blast Fairy, right? And then and just thought it was worth it to just do it this way.
At the same time, here you're kind of telling the opponents like, oh, you're not going to play down your Arya turn 4 either because you have to, use your resource to enter this board.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's a fine call on that side too. All right, full trade, not leaving anything up. There's no random Fudo damage. I like it. I like it.
For sure.
Finds a Genesis too. Man, my heart is beating. It's crazy. I feel like this set's gonna go all 5 games. These players feel like they're evenly matched in skill, in proficiency, in everything, right?
Yeah, and in consistency too. I mean, these are some of the most consistent players in the region. KurriCari has been playing for literal. I mean, both these players have been playing for years and years and years and years and years. So, and they've been consistently at the top of their game this entire time.
Arya coming down finally. But even then, that's not gonna answer all the threats on this board. You're gonna have to just take care of the wards and pass on it.
That's pretty massive, right? If KurriCari finds tolerance.
Man,
I mean, he still has a draw. He still has a draw. He still has a draw. Mega Enforcer, man.
That's true. He does. I feel like you have to go for it too, because like you don't want to commit the Fudos and stuff when you don't necessarily have this. Like it's gas for tolerance, right?
Yeah. It's an okay play, but Fudo's also pretty good to deal with wider boards. I don't know, man. Like it's tough. But you have the Fairies of Nation for that, I guess. Maybe he feels it's safe to play Fudo here and then play the Goddess of Rebirth.
Yeah, I suppose that's also an option now.
He can play the
Evo Face.
Evo Face, play the Goddess of Rebirth for Dawn Splendor, and prevent Latika Artika.
I like it. I like it, and he knows that that's probably the call.
That's the good thing about Dawn Splendor too, right? Like against artifacts, Traffic Blade. Against Forest, Dawn Splendor. You have the options.
Yeah. It's such a good card. Goddess of Rebirth is just a very welcome addition. And another thing that like we talked about this a lot with Lewis in the past as well is like when players at the top tables, when they're evoing face, you know that it's not just like a random chip damage, you know, I'm not just trying to push some face damage for the sake of it. There's a clear path. Like there's a line of play that they see in the coming turns where this little extra 2 damage that they're getting in will deliver lethal where it otherwise would not have.
Oh yeah.
I'm very curious to see where this is going to lead to, because right now it's like Nefarious will clear stuff and push damage next turn.
Yeah, but Nefarious also might draw Baphomet with the effect, which is huge. Yeah, that might be the line. SadFeeder has to manual play follower version of Gigantic Blossom. Oh my god, that's a massive pickup! Oh! And now Nefarious is next turn lethal.
It actually is. Oh my god, you're right. It's working out for KurriCari so far, and this is a board that is tricky to answer.
That was huge! And this Genesis has been doing work, man. He's been here since the start of the game. It's like, what's up? I'm still around.
Yeah, and some players don't even run it in the Baphomet list, which is, you know, you're just seeing how much work it's putting in. It's not just a target for Minari's artifact, but it is a card that functions in the deck on its own.
Yeah.
Alright,
no question. You know what this means? This is a slash turn, right?
I'm assuming so, right?
This is going to be a massive slash. Yo!
Oh, that's good.
14 damage!
Oh my god, it's so close, but he can't ignore it.
He has to trade. Yeah, there's no way.
You're still pushing so much. You're still pushing so much.
You're still pushing so much, but Nefarious Invasion next turn.
Exactly. Nefarious takes care of it. Oh, that's
and you
so
see how important that evolve on the assembly droid was to play to this out.
Exactly. He saw the lines. Like, these players, they can see the path that will take them to winning the game, and just like that, KurriCari takes the third game as well. Oh my god,
that's crazy, dude. Look at him. KurriCari, kind of known for being a bit of a jovial guy, but he is focused right now, man.
Yeah, it's like, because you know that it's like winning this game doesn't mean that it's over. He can't pop off. You know, he can't have this moment just yet. He needs to keep winning. Again, we've been saying this entire set. Whoever wins this one has that chance to make it to Grand Finals. Whoever loses, sorry, buddy, but X3 is a little tough.
Yeah, X3 is a little tough. I mean, like, X2 is a little tough already, right? But but X3 is like no shot. Man, okay, KurriCari has 2 shots to win with Evolve Runecraft, and I am liking those odds, man. Evolve Runecraft, sometimes you whiff. But like Dolan was saying, a lot of the times it is the best third deck, because if Miser comes in early game, then you just have complete control over the entire board.
Yeah, that's true. If you can just get that early Miser, especially like back-to-back Misers and stuff like that, it is just so good, especially against a matchup like this too.
Oh man, okay. What is the mulligan on KurriCari's side? I don't think you want to keep any of these.
No, I don't think so either. Maybe he's like fruits? The only thing I could imagine, but Grimnir and Tetra definitely feel like a toss. Especially because Tetra's searchable too.
I think you toss Grimnir, Tetra. I think you toss it all. I think you need to mulligan more aggressively.
Yeah, because you know how, like... Yeah, you're going second too. I have to keep that in mind.
This is better. Eleanor's active, going second on 2. And Gunslinger can draw Vincent as well. I believe he does run Vincent, doesn't he?
I believe so, yes.
Let me check. He does run the one of, yeah.
Yeah, it's the usual that we see in these lists. Vincent's very important. Like, at times, you know, people say that sometimes, like, this deck relies on Grimnir, like, a bit too much at times to close out games, but Vincent just adds that little bit of extra damage that can close out games as well.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you have stuff like Miser, Rapid Fires, you know, even Repair Modes. It's massive. That's a great hand.
Ooh. Deputy pickup is nice. No Miser though, quite unfortunate.
It is, but
Double Guild Assembly is also kind of just like dead in hand for a while.
SadFeeder's hand is... Ooh, that's painful. Turn 2 pass on the play when you're supposed to be an aggro combo deck.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. But what could he have done?
Yeah, there's no other option. Yeah, I'm just saying, unfortunate.
Yeah. All right, Splendid Conjury has been picked up, which is good. Albert's on the trade. At least he's establishing that for the time being.
And the Advent's interesting. I don't think the Advent's going to do too much work in this matchup, but... And he gets the one of Vincent. He dodges the Abruma Kadabra. He gets the one of Vincent and dodges the Marie.
That's good. That's good. Gotta be thankful for that. All right. Bouncing.
SadFeeder is pretty desperate for resources here. Like bouncing a raccoon just for more draw.
All right. Well, speaking of Marie, there she is.
Flowery Magician, of course.
Nice. I think just establish Vincent the Peacekeeper here. Just let the effect stick for the time being and look forward to the next turns.
Vincent this early with a hand that has Bandit, Steed, and Parasol is massive. Like that's so many words of judgment.
Yes, sir. That being said, though, he's playing against something that doesn't really leave up much on the board for the words of judgment. So we'll see how that's gonna play out.
No, that's true. That's true.
I think in other matchups it's way huger, but here I think you're going to be taking any opportunity you can get to just like get that extra damage burst. Ooh,
that's true, and also like if you just clog your hand with it too, like that can be a huge problem.
Goodbye is inevitable.
Well, speaking of other things that can clog your hands, they're just coming up.
This one's worth it though, man. This one's worth it.
The bits of extra damage, and also it's like it's very easy to set up the Vincent effect on this as well for the Delta Cannons.
I love this. You get the Delta Cannons, you get the Marie out there for Evo.
Yep, very good.
Do you even Parasol Witch for the draw or Rivalian Bandit? Either way.
Yeah, I guess you just set up Bandit for future turns. I think this is a fine board to pass on.
Oh, apologies. He's a deputy. The Bandit's the other one. Sorry.
Ah, yes.
Different sides of the law. Different sides of the law.
Still feels rough for SadFeeder. Like he's been burning so many resources to like draw through his deck, and like he's been finding some bounce, finding some gas, but still not quite there yet.
Not quite, yeah. It's true.
Finding fairies? Yep. It's gonna pick up the fairies from the Gianni Blossom. That takes care of a couple things.
Ranger of the forest.
Walder comes through.
This is a slash turn, I think. He's going for it. He has double Shama Shama. This is huge, actually.
Yeah, he can actually push a long way.
Slash, right?
Seems to be the case. Yup.
Pretty massive.
3 damage. Ooh! Wait a second.
That's lethal.
That's lethal. SadFeeder. Oh my god.
We were like, SadFeeder's running out of gas, but he didn't need it.
He's hit this whole time.
He's freaking solar powered, man. Like, hey, just like you predicted, we're going down to a game 5.
We're going down to game 5, but it feels like all of these games end in a flash. Like they've
been so quick that truly.
Oh, and we get to see his blood next too. I think a lot of people have been waiting for this.
SadFeeder's blood is like his signature deck too. But here, I mean, how does this match up against Evolved Rune, being able to just take out their board consistently and heal up so much? Like, Blood has a lot of recovery. But if Blood doesn't OTK with Xeno Diablo, I think that Guild Assembly might just take it out of range.
That's true. That's true. And also, like, it depends on how strong KurriCari's opening is going to be as well. Because I feel like against a lot of the Bloodless, like if you can have a strong enough opening, you can kind of take away their tempo where they start playing a bit too reactively, and then you can kind of snowball that into a game win as well.
This is the last game. You have no idea how nervous I am, Chris.
These are your people. This is the lights of SEO. Oh my god! No!
Okay. But both hands are good. Both hands are good. SadFeeder doesn't have a traveling true.
True.
Oh, but he has no 2-drop. He has no tempo 2-drop. That's massive.
He could still find it.
If SadFeeder doesn't get Wolf or okay, there it is.
We got it.
That was almost scary, man. I was like stressing out.
To be fair, on a statistical level, when you play so many early drops in a deck, you're bound to find them if you haven't seen them yet, right?
But, you know, it happens.
It happens. We all know it happens. But, you know. Alright, this is great.
This is massive. Like, this trade. KurriCari will be able to push wisdom, but the stat line of the Axe Devil makes that completely moot, is the problem.
Yep. Exactly.
Oh, second fruits, though. Wait, hold up. That's actually pretty big. First fruits number 1.
Yeah, yeah. I'm assuming just 2 repair modes go into this.
Yeah, for sure.
And just hold the other one for later. Ooh,
I'm expecting a Miser turn next turn to deal with turn... probably not turn 4, maybe turn 5 Wrath. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7...
It might be turn 4 though, no?
It's not, because the Devilish Diva won't have a target to run into, right?
Oh, you're right.
Because Devilish Diva needs a target to activate Wrath this turn. Well, wait, never mind. Never mind, forget I said anything.
Well then. He gets a storm on this thing too, already pushing so much damage.
That's so
bad. Good start.
SadFeeder. Okay, from last turn's like insane slash play into this game's turn 4 Wrath activation. I mean, the Miser's the only hope here, man.
You just have to play it out. He actually has triple Miser too. He just picked it up.
He does. I think you repair mode yourself and then Miser and then you don't overdraw.
Nothing stops me once I got my speed.
Well, you still overdraw 1, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's the nature of things here.
You do what you can, okay? You can't even full clear. That's the problem, really.
Yeah, because you're already overdrawing here, so this... Oh man, that 0-cost Rapid Fire getting burned really, really hurts.
That's such a big deal. Hey, why didn't he double Rapid Fire the... Why didn't he double Rapid Fire the Knight of Purgatory and then trade into the 3-3?
Oh.
That would have saved him the damage.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
But it does matter because Urias is going to deal 1 to 1, right? So.
That's true, it does clear out.
That actually is important.
Right. Well, we'll see if it comes back to bite him here or not. Horrible Knight being cast, choosing what he gets to keep.
You always do Cursed Aura and Nightmare Begins. I think that's pretty much standard.
Get a bit of chip damage.
It's looking pretty grim for KurriCari right now.
It is. Only 2 Evo so far as well.
Oh,
you're not getting that heal from Guild Assembly anytime soon? Alright.
You can clear this with a Miser, but you... it's not great.
It does not feel good whatsoever.
Yeah. He's gonna heal a little bit here, okay. Respectable. Well, it's off the top, right? That's the question.
Yeah, exactly. The draw, Parasol Witch.
Parasol Witch should heal, because he's at 3. So Marie, right?
Yep.
So he can recover. Alternatively, he can fruits, but that seems bad.
I feel like you might just value the heal more highly here, right?
No, to not get brought down. It's a tough. This is a tough turn. Okay, you can deal with it with Eleanor into Splendid Conjurer, but you leave up a 2/2, which leaves you open to Devilish Diva. That's big.
Yeah. Alright, that's gonna be the turn for KurriCari coming back.
That's really big. That's really big.
Devilish Diva coming down first. Right, here we go. Time for damage.
5 heal.
Yep. That's so big. All that tempo that KurriCari was building up is being slowly taken away from him.
Just completely gone at this point. Like, Parasol Witch to heal?
Yeah, he's going for it.
So he could Tetra Iolans, I suppose. That would let him evolve Tetra for free. But then what do you do after that?
Well, that puts him to what, 4 evolves? So, not getting to the Guild Assembly threshold yet either, right?
Yeah, you need way more than that.
Yeah.
This is rough! SadFeeder just had
KurriCari.
such an amazing start on the play. Top decks the Axe Devil. into just the perfect curve with Urias on 5 as well.
Don't forget to snag some merch.
Yeah, this has to be done. He needs to get the Evos out.
Yep. Just level up as much as possible at this point. This takes him to 5. So at least the guild assembly is healing.
His guild assembly will be completely active next turn, right? Because he has Awakened Robot.
Oh, you're right. That is true.
But second Urias is massive.
Oh my god, yeah. You can see KurriCari, he's showing the pressure signs already.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is so huge because that means that he no longer has to even be concerned about the enemy's board state to set up his inner Diablo lethal. Because he has the second horrible knight. Like, that's massive. It's gotta be Awakened.
Back to full health.
It's gotta be Awakened Robot into Guild Assembly, right? Like, that's all I can see that survives. You could also Tetra...
Farewell, Iolon.
Tetra Marie Guild Assembly
Marie
also
does it.
Powers is profound.
That might be a little better.
Yeah, you can burn one of the Delta cannons here first, yeah. It's so rough.
I'm so nervous.
I'm so glad this set is going to Game 5 though. Like, both of these players are just incredible to watch.
I'm glad.
Heartbreaking to know that one of them, will have their journey kind of like stopped here, but man,
I'm glad, but my blood pressure is not happy. Okay, let's see what happens. Guild Assembly will heal by a lot, thankfully.
Yeah.
As the homeworlders do.
That was almost
Okay,
amusing.
smart. Getting stuff off the board so it doesn't die to Xeno or what have you.
Yeah, I think that's the right move there too.
Funny thing is, Advent is active now as well. Jupiter.
Ooh, we forgot about that there. That's huge. That's also heal too.
Yeah, it's heal, it's sustain, it's draw.
Removal, it's everything.
Oh, and he's not giving Xeno Diablo enough. I love this. Okay, Kari, if there's anybody who can navigate out of this, it's KurriCari. Okay.
My god, the fact that there's still, he's finding ways out of this, he's finding ways to survive is just so impressive.
It's really good, right? And that's what I'm saying. I think that if piloted correctly, maybe Evo Rune can find an out and survive. The only problem is you're playing against the best player of Wrathblood ever, who's been playing the deck for months. So, it's a little less simple than that. But
there's an interesting turn where he's gonna basically go up to almost full health whilst pushing a little bit. I wonder what KurriCari can read from this too. Is it just Jupiter? Yeah,
it's gotta be. It's gotta be.
Thunderbolts shall guide you.
Right.
If they don't kill you first.
Grimnir pickup is huge. Grimnir pickup is actually huge.
Is he actually gonna play Advent of Peace here? Am I dreaming?
Are we actually gonna see it come down?
Dog Detective is really not what you want this stage in the game.
No, it's a little bit too late. Just a little bit too late.
Yeah, you get rid of the Awakened. Yeah, get out of here.
I agree with that.
I have been waiting for
Grimnir 2? Ooh, Guild Assembly 2. Okay.
That's good too. That's good too.
Tell me how you
really want to
really
find the
feel.
second Grimnir.
You do.
You only plays 2 as well, which is the common ratio, but how else can you like even out the damage?
Vincent is active, isn't it? Or was that last game? My brain is scrambled eggs.
I unfortunately am bugging on the same level.
My brain is tossed salad and scrambled eggs right now. I'm going full Frasier. Okay.
I want to say it's not active.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Okay. Ooh, Omni face off the top. No Xeno though. No Xeno's big.
For the time being.
The thing is, you have to be careful because at turn 10 they get Dark Feast back, which can just completely clear you.
If there wasn't enough ways to secure lethal and blood,
yeah, right. And I mean, he's doing it. He's pinging himself to make sure Dark Feast bat is lethal next turn.
Yep, I love it. Another Jupiter pickup, but you're just gonna have to do it because that's more sustained. Like, just
you need to heal basically to full now going into turn, man. Like, This is
I
so
don't see another
stressful.
way.
Man, I was so optimistic about this matchup. I like to believe, but I think that SadFeeder is just way too proficient in the lines that he can play with Wrathblood. He's been playing this deck, like I said, before it was even good, right? So like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Like it's one thing to go up against the average user. One thing.
Wait,
to go up against
Parasol
SadFeeder.
Witch does full heal though.
This gets him back.
I don't think Darky's bat's at 20. Like if he does full heal, he should be okay.
Keep in mind, he did pick up Xenon Diablo though. So
That's true.
gonna chip him way down once
As
again.
the homeworlders do.
Oh, there's the Vincent now.
That was delightful.
I think you just want to push. You need that little bit of chip damage at this point to get to the Grimnir point, and even if you do, they can still sustain. It's so rough.
Both these players are sustaining so far high up. It's ridiculous.
They just have to.
Yeah, they do. They do. I don't think this is game. What's it at? 19. That's game then, because Horrible Knight.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Dark Feast Bat coming down. You can see
crazy.
the emotions on the players.
That is heartbreaking.
SadFeeder.
I mean,
we'll take it.
With both players being SCAO, I am cheering for both of them, but that game was truly heart-wrenching, man. Playing for the second time in Swiss, the same two SEAO players, and this time for their tournament lives, went all the way down to game 5. The suspense was unreal.
Dude, it's like, he won, but at what cost, right?
Yeah.
At what cost? The fact that they had to even face each other in the first place is just heartbreaking. I'm just thankful that it went down in a set like that. Like, we went to game 5.
Yeah, it went all the way down to the grinder. I will say that Horrible Knight into Dark Feast Bat, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Off of SadFeeder, like, I've never seen that before, and here it is now.
We've been seeing that a lot today.
That's insane. I mean, it just goes to show you, both these players are so close to skill, or rather in skill, and it went all the way down to the wire, and SadFeeder just was able to eke it out. With his signature deck, which I guess you can't ask for a better outcome, right? Like in terms of a game like that. Which means
if
that
you can take that to grand finals, that's also just such a nice flex as well. Like, I took blood to grand finals.
That would be amazing. But yeah, that means that SadFeeder still technically has a shot to make it to grand finals if his tiebreakers are really good. At a 4-2 record right now. Unfortunately for KurriCari, that means his journey in World Grand Prix is over. Pour one out in the chat for my boy.
Well, to be fair, he can still keep playing the last round to up his winnings, but it's gonna be rough. It's definitely gonna be a rough run, and just gotta not lose momentum at this point, right? Every single match matters. As long as you can keep going, upping your prize pool, why not do it, right?
Yes, that is.
It's heavy, man. Like,
Sorry, I'm still emotionally processing what's going on.
Everyone needs a breather after that set. It's just that we've seen nothing but like region kills like over and over and over again, man.
Yeah, today was brutal. That was like that set dealt emotional damage to me, like on a personal level. But I will say, like, even so, it was amazing to see that set. I loved seeing SadFeeder's heads-up play. I mean, some highlights for me, the 1-1 Bane, right? Like, to set up for that mobilized factory. That was massive. That was huge. And then the lines with his Wrath, man, are so tight that he knows exactly what to do, like, from the word go. Like, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, 100%. Like, he knew everything. Also, like, let's talk about the artifact game. Like, that was immaculately played as well. Like, these aren't just your average players. These are the best players of the region, and like, you can feel it from their plays. You can feel that they think on a different level.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been saying it. I'm just glad that SadFeeder gets to showcase this on the world stage, because I've been seeing it. I've been blessed to see it the whole 2 years, right? But now he gets to showcase it on the world level. So everybody in chat, please send your energy to SadFeeder, because if he has a shot, he needs all the help he can get to grand finals. Remember, this is top 4 of these 24 players are going to be able to make it. and that is that.
Yeah, like he is our hope right now. Like he is the SVO hope of the entire scene right now. So even if you're on, on the west side, you gotta root for the boy, because we gotta make it, man. We gotta make it. Like
we gotta make it.
It's always exciting when we have SVO players in the final day, and oftentimes they make it to the finals. They make it to the finals.
That's true. That's true.
We could see another Paul Washer. We can see another Kamaru Red.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have day 2, of course, but in terms of day 1, SadFeeder, you can do this. Twilight Knights, go. But yes,
your energy.
Yeah, absolutely. Funnel all the energy into it. But yeah, that is going to be wrapping it up for our feed of round 5 here. Or round 6, rather. Man, time flies, man. The tournament has lasted all day, but it feels like my adrenaline is at an all-time high. Like, I'm still feeling it.
Especially this, like, how do we just see 5 games and it felt like the average length of like one full match? Like, it's insane. It's insane how quick it feels.
They just know their lines, and it's so funny too, because obviously KurriCari, SadFeeder, they would have played each other a lot over the course of the 2 years. Who would have thought they would go to the World Grand Prix and end up playing each other again?
That's just the reality of it. That's just the reality of it. But man, I hope we can also just talk to him later on as well about how it feels now, and like just the fact that he had to run into his teammate twice. We're not teammate, but like his region mate twice in Swiss in the same tournament. Like that's still crazy to me that he's had to play him in the Take-Two round and also in Swiss. Or like in the constructed Swiss.
And we got to see like both sides of it too, man. I'll be honest, Chris. I was watching those Take-Two matches and I'm like, I wish I could have been there. Wish I could have been there popping off.
Yeah, true. They got all the good stuff.
They got blessed over there, man. For sure.
It's all right. We get the high tension games. This is like when everyone's super stressed. You get you walk into the tournament, you're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be great today. I'm gonna win. But at the end, it's like the energy's starting to run out, and you're just like, let me play one more card. Let me play one more game. Let me get one more win and make it to grand finals. This is, I think, like the peak tension, which is excellent to have.
Absolutely, yeah. It's great to see. Now, that is going to be it from our feed for round 6, but I just got word we do have access to another feed that we can just commentate. They're going into their game. They're going into their game 5 right now. All right, here we go. This is ZTY versus Jack. Jack already starting off here with aggro sword. No way.
And this is game 5 as well. I mean, it makes sense. Of course, if we went to game 5, we're going to see other sets at the same level as well.
Can I just say, Jack, only player bringing aggro sword, and only one of 2 players bringing sword in general. So this is very, very exciting for me to see. I want to see if this can do actually any work. I mean, aggro sword really fell off with the nerf to Mistlina and Baleon. Does it still have the gas?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see how it's actually going to play out here.
Ooh, Chris.
Yes, sir.
ZTY is taking all the time he needs to think through the turns here, which is totally fair. I believe this is like not going to be a matchup he's like familiar with, right?
Yeah. So it looks like we're in turn 3 right now. Yeah, it looks like it. Playing down the Shama just to board clear. All right. That's.
Oh, Jack's happy about that.
He's popping off.
Oh, and we see some of the interesting technology in this list here. Let me just go over it real quick because I do have notes on here. Jack's aggro sword list has the 1 of Outlaw Gunner, 2 of Albert, 1 Swordmaster Swing, 1 Odin, 2 Victorious Blader. Like, it's an incredibly teched out list.
Yeah. Like, he actually, as you said before, it's like, it's the good old stuff. He's running the Alberts. He's got the Odin tech in there as well. Like, it's looking good, but at the same time, ZTY's hand is pretty cracked.
Yeah, he's got bounces for days, Latica in hand as well. And the problem with aggro sword in general is, outside of royal summons and Squirrel, I guess, like, you can often run out of gas too.
Yeah, it's like you have to keep finding ways to like not just pressure your opponent, but also just like keep drawing cards, right? And like for this Flying Messenger Squirrel, you got to hit the Rally 10 to actually like get more draw out of it. So for Jack, it's looking a little bit rough.
See if we can make this work. ZTY is planning like many turns ahead here, which you often have to do with combo forest. Of course, he has Vladika in hand, wisps as well. Can he make an early combo work? Yep. It's just a consideration he has to be planning for.
Just like use the timer as much as possible. Not just your own timer, but your opponent's timer too. Just think, because especially with this like execution heavy list, you need that time.
It's pretty funny too, because ZTY, like you said, is running a execution heavy list, so he does need to think. But Jack is just like, his deck is very tempo based. So he's just gonna drink some water and relax.
yeah. I mean, there's not much to like consider when you already have your plays for next turn kind of queued up, right?
Beyond on the vehicles, man.
Oh, that's gonna be a big one.
You pre-evo that too, don't you?
I'm assuming
you do.
So.
You have. Oh.
Okay, we're good.
And that means next turn he has Swing Bandit. He has Swing and Sword. He has Swordmaster Swing and Sword Swinging Bandit, which is pretty funny.
Right. As much of a mouthful as it is.
The sword swinging, hash slinging, bash flinging slasher.
Exactly. What he said.
Hey, double Attica in ZTY's hand though. Can't sleep.
Yeah. You can see he's just kind of like, it's almost like he's admiring his hand. He's like almost looking at it like a painting.
He's at the Louvre.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is a fine creation I have here.
It's beautiful. It's a work of art.
He's literally he's painting out this game. You know, he's basically like choosing the like stroke order in which he will choose to deliver lethal.
Yeah, it's calligraphy, man. Like, it's amazing. Okay, but listen. It is looking great combo-wise, but if ZTY just does nothing while trying to build up these pieces, the sword might run away with it. So you do have to be a little bit careful as well. It is only turn 5 for him after all. He might just Latica manual Evo. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's fun. Like you get to clear out as much of his board as possible, and you get the spell in hand as well, which is very important.
We've had OTK next turn. Yep. Latica, claw, claw, wisp. Hold up, math. I think that should be lethal next turn.
I think so, yeah.
Unless Jack just wins, right? Wait, Jack is lethal.
Hold up. Oh my god, wait.
Jack just wins.
Wait, he's got 3.
ZTY has lethal next turn, but Jack has lethal.
He's popping up. He knows it.
Go! He's gonna involve a sword swinging bandit, and that's just it, man.
Swing for 4.
We got so distracted by the Louvre over there that we didn't see the graffiti on the side, man. Like, this is it.
Just like that, Jack is gonna take it and continue to advance with the sword in his lineup.
Can I just say, it was very brief, but I'm very glad that we got to see Aggro Sword burn very brightly there, which is amazing. I mean, listen. Osav bringing Evo Rally, and we saw that perform. Jack bringing aggro, and we're seeing that perform. Like, hey, maybe there's something there, man.
Absolutely. As a sword main, I couldn't be happy, to be honest.
That's true. Like, I must live, right?
I must live. Man, it's just... There's also just so many other ways for him to have closed the game off the top there, you know, whether it was like an Erica or an Albert or anything like that, but he had it. He had it just like that, already queued up, and he was just basically waiting. The whole time was like, yeah, I'll let you plan out your combo. I know you have a lot of sequencing to think about, but I already have this nice little 4 damage face that is gonna decide it already.
God, it was almost like a meme template, Chris, of like, you know that SpongeBob episode where King Neptune is making all of the Krabby Patties, and SpongeBob's there with his Leon, like, yeah, this is gonna win me the game.
I have what it takes. I have the secret.
It really does feel that way. Yeah, that was amazing. And hey, I'm just glad we got to get a glimpse of some of the other games going on. Like, it's not just our feed. Like, if you look at all the other feeds as well, there's many insanely amazing games going on at the same time.
Yep. Exactly, and it's just like, you know, we're highlighting the SPO players, but the level of talent across all the regions is so fascinating. You know, whether it's they're kind of like the local metas that are coming to the spotlight on the global stage, or whether it's just, you know, their player skill. Like, look at Shimon. I wonder if he's still undefeated. Like, can he actually finish this day with 7-0?
If anybody can, it's him, because he's the only one left that is undefeated, right? Like, can you imagine?
And his track record is just crazy too. Like when you think about what kind of player he is, like he went Rage Spring last year, second place. Rage Autumn last year, first place. And then Rage Summer this year, second place. Like,
yeah.
How many players can you name that have top Rage that many times in such a short amount of time when you know the context of how just cutthroat Rage is as an event and how hard it is to persevere in that environment?
Well, I do have the answer for you, Chris. There's a concrete answer, and there's no other players that have done that. Shimon is the only one.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is going to be it from us on round 6. Do not go anywhere. We are going to be back with round 7, the final round of the day. Stay tuned if you're going to find out who's going to actually make it to the grand finals in December. It all comes down to this, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
See you very soon.
welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2021. We are here at the final round of the day. It all comes down to this. Chris, how you feeling going into this, man?
Dude, like, I already know who we're going to be watching, and I could not have asked for a better set to end it on.
Oh, yeah,
right now,
sure.
You know, it's going to be, we're going to take a look at the standings later, but the way that things are developing today, it's going to be so close. Like, if you are X2 right now, you need to win this last one because you have such a good chance of actually making it into the grand finals. I can't begin to imagine what the players are feeling right now, Igni. Like, it's how do you keep calm under all this pressure?
I think you just do the best you can, honestly, because at this point, like, the human factor is such an element as well, like the nerves, how you manage that kind of thing. Man, it's looking real dicey for the X2s right now. They have just a slim chance to make it in, and it all rides on this. For what that means for SVO, you know, everybody lend your energy to SadFeeder, who still has a chance. He's the only one left.
Our only hope for today. We have more forms of hope tomorrow, but for today, everyone just get your energy together for SadFeeder because he is the one that will potentially secure a spot in grand finals for SVO on day one.
All right, let's
take a look at these standings.
Okay, I do have a story here. Shimon, who was going undefeated the entire day, just got knocked down to third by Meow944, who beat him 3-0. Chris,
3-0.
That's insanity. And that puts Meow at the #1 spot now.
Yep. It's actually incredible. And also, like, Meow's lineup, we didn't even talk about it. It's something that I think you're particularly happy about. He's actually running the buff dragon, which is just incredible to think about.
Hey man, that's all I'm saying. Meow944, he knows the tech. He was in WGB before, 2017 under the Euro banner, now under the SNC. And man, he made it all the way to first place going into the final round with one of my favorite lineups, man. But you know, enough about that. Let's talk about the other scores here. Shimon 5-1, as we talked about, so we're going to be seeing his game versus Negima, and then of course Xanax 4-2. To see a titan of that region be so close to not making the top cut is nerve-wracking, man. And of course, SadFeeder, our boy as well.
There's still hope.
Yeah,
dude. Like,
there's still hope.
Man, like these 8 spots right now. The 8 players that are X2 right now, like, they need these wins to make it in, and it's so stacked. Like, you have all of these big name players. Like, you're in the presence of Meow, Negima, Shimon, like Gale, Jack, Xenex, like all of these names that everyone knows. And then now, like, the match we're gonna be watching is gonna be so intense. And look at that, Shimon versus Negima. For those of you that keep up with the Rage Leagues, you know how big of a deal this is. This is the match that got Negima here. This is where Shimon actually lost in the finals. And he is, like, you know, Negima is known as one of the players that can beat Shimon, which is an achievement of its own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is how both players qualified to this tournament in the first place. So back in 2020 Spring Championships in Rage, Negima won over Shimon, and now to rematch that exact same match in the final round of the first day of World Grand Prix is just insanity. And they have the exact same record too. If whoever wins this is pretty much secured for top 8, and whoever loses, well, it's down to tiebreakers then.
Exactly, and we have to keep looking at the other games, right? Because basically the first 4 matches, you should be looking at all 8 of these players because any one of them can make it in. Of course, between Negima and Shimon, I think even if one of them loses, they should be safe because they have just insanely good tiebreakers right now.
Yes, of course, yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if SadFeeder makes it in, or if Meow makes it in. Like, it's gonna be really close.
Of course, here at the other end of the bracket, or at the other end of the standings here, KurriCari is fighting Roaring Rum, Older versus ETY, Kaga versus Pakorin, Hiro, Kankafi, Silver, Dolan, Nishino, and Noir. And remember, even though they don't have the chance to make it into the grand finals, every game won is a significant upgrade in terms of the prize money they take home. But here are our players. Oh, there they are, Chris, in all their glory.
I was saying this during the break, but I feel honored just being able to commentate Shimon's game.
Like, oh yeah, for sure.
This man is a legend of the scene. You know, he's even dyed his hair red. He's going full protagonist mode. He is Hiro himself.
Yeah, he's Hiro Ryugasaki, man. He's making it happen. Oh yeah,
He walked into this tournament with a statement. He knew what he was doing.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. Like, their lineups might seem very similar, but keep in mind that both their Forest decks and their Portal decks are wildly different. So what do we have? We have on this side Negima's list. He is running, let me take a look here, Aggro Latica with the 2x Sekka, Last Word Shadow, of course, as well as Machina Portal Craft with the one of Goddess of Rebirth technology. No Genesis Artifact. Very interesting.
Yeah. We've seen Genesis Artifact be so important in this deck throughout the day that I wonder how this is going to pace out. But of course, you know, these players are both X1, so what do we know, right?
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
You know, you said, of course, Last Word Shadow, but we've seen Last Word Shadow kind of struggle at times. We've seen it be able to like build up nice boards and tempo its way out, but it's going to be a struggle. I want to see how Last Words is going to be able to fight against, you know, basically his rival almost, right?
Hey, I said, of course, to get on the wave because both X1s are having Last Word Shadow right now.
That is true.
I want to be part of this club. Let me in. Yeah, but yeah, even though their lineups seem very similar class-wise, their Forest and their Portal Craft differ quite a bit, which we will see when we get to Shimon's deck list as well. But I am so excited for this. Like, the story behind both these players is insane. Like, to have them face off, Shimon the favorite to win, widely considered, but Negima the one man that beat him last time back in the spring finals, man. Like, this is a huge game.
This match has history behind it. This match has a whole narrative behind it. Like, I could not have asked for a better set to end it on. And here we have Shimon, you know, just the titan of the game right now, the man standing at the top and basically dictating on who's gonna pass and who's gonna make it to day 2 or not. And we can see his lineup again here. We see the Latica Forest, but he's running quite a different list. We see like Natera's Future. I've seen it in a few lists. Lonely Beginnings as well. Like, there's quite a few interesting choices that we don't really see too often in these Latica lists.
Yes, I think this is a whole other archetype at this point, right? Because there's really 3 ways you can go with Forest Craft. You can go Sekka Forest Pure, you can go Aggro Latica, which we see most of this today. But Shimon is going pure combo Latica. We see Friendly Embrace, like you said, Lonely Beginnings as well. So this one is, in my opinion, much harder to execute on because the amount of planning multiple turns ahead that you have to do to be able to execute your combo on the turn that the earliest turn you can really matters a lot. And we did navigate away from the deck list there, but just to recap, Shimon's portal list is Artifact Portal Craft, so completely different from what Negima's running. Shimon running very execution-based decks, like super high level.
It's like putting yourself in this position where you're running through 7 rounds of Swiss with such an execution-heavy list, you know, just speaks of a player's caliber. And I have nothing but respect for Shimon right now, but Negima, of course, is no slouch. If there's one man that can defeat Shimon in this situation, it is Negima, the man himself, and we're gonna see a Last Words mirror match.
Negima did not look happy about that. He was like, oh, Last Words mirror, it's time for a grinder right off the bat. Well, let's go ahead and get straight into it, Chris. Oh boy. Looking okay on Shimon's side. He super quickly kept the Tyrant, which is of course fantastic turn 2, and Gatekeeper as well. I mean, his hand is looking very high tempo right now.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Negima was just thinking about how he's gonna pace out this early play because he's going first as well, right?
Yeah. Ooh, not bad, not bad.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right. Oh, and there's a Dreamer as well.
Dreamer. All right.
He does have the aggressive plays going first here. Let's see it.
Amazing.
Oh, the emotes come already. I will say, I mean, like we said, there's history behind these players, right? So I really love that they're having fun and emoting. I can't believe this happened. You know, whatever Luna said just now.
Absolutely. Like, the thing is, right? It's cool to see, you know, these players from different regions fight against each other. But when you have a matchup that has this much history behind it, it's just on another level, man.
Yeah, right. And like, who would have thunk that they would end up fighting each other in WGP yet again? And it's such a climactic turning point too in the last round.
That's right. Both players just trading away, setting up their skeletons.
Ooh, top decks the otherworldly. That's very strong. But do you want to save it for the Evo turn? Is the question. And that's the question Negima is asking himself right now too.
Yeah, it's like, do you value the extra follow you get out of this enough? I feel like he will still commit to it.
It's also good just because it thins the deck a little bit, right?
Yep, exactly.
What's he hoping for? Well, I'm loving how expressive these players are as well. We're coming down to the end of the day. The players are, I mean, their nerves must have been running high this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, they've been running this tournament from the very early morning Japan time, so this is, you know, it's where the exhaustion might start kicking in. You know, it's not just the nerves and everything, but you have to make sure that you can keep making those precise and just perfect execution with your deck list as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially with, like we were talking about, the lineup that Shimon is playing too, right? Like, I mean, he is an amazing player, no doubt, but when the lists are that dependent on the play-by-plays, like when you get to hour 7, hour 8, hour 10 of the tournament, like that's when you start seeing, can the player have the metal to get through this? You know what I mean?
Exactly, and it's like that's the challenge that you're taking. You know, when people talk about bringing what lineup they're going to bring into an event, you know, what kind of decks they want to actually take into a tournament, that's something you have to consider. Like that's a very important factor. It's like, sure, these may be the best decks, but can you mentally actually keep up with them and play at the caliber that you need to reach the top?
It's very different than, you know, like round 1 mental state, very different than round 7 mental state. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, trading the Kagero into the Dreamer here, so he's going to be able to get that Soul Strike back, and
the Dreamer of his own. That's fine.
Not committing the Ominous. I see. So he's going to save the Ominous to be able to clear Chris boards on the opposite side, is what I'm considering.
Ooh.
Because like we said, it's really going to come down to Chris, and if you can get a board to stick to then finish with Necro Impulse, right? So maybe the Tyrant's just going to be saved for the long game at this point.
I'm assuming so, yeah. Alright, Luna's gonna get blessed with the last words effect there.
Blessed, I like that.
Step back.
Their lurking close pretty ineffectual here as well. Shimon running the hold up. Goblin armor?
And he only runs one armor goblin in his list. That's incredible.
That's
like
amazing.
We were saying, like, Shimon's lists are full of all kinds of forms of spice. It's just...
Here's another thing that you want to consider. Shimon's list does not have any Kagero. It has 3 Advents of Peace, and it has
just saw that.
1 on Wings of Tomorrow. Shimon, hey, there's a reason why the term Shimon list is like a thing, right? Like he brings he brings the tech that nobody's expecting and ends up winning the entire thing.
Yeah, like it almost feels like he's on a different plane of existence at times. Like he's seeing into like the meta of like 2 months later or something and bringing in all this spice, and that's just how he ends up at the top. Like you can test and scream as much as you want, but you can't attest for everything. There will be outliers. There will be things that you have not prepared for, and Shimon is the extreme example of that. Just everything that you didn't prepare for.
Oh man, this is so exciting. I'm so happy to be able to see the list that he's bringing, man, because like it's a last word shadow mirror, but because of the changes in deck technology, it's like it's completely like you throw the conventional knowledge of what you think the matchup is like out the window, man.
Exactly. And then it's also the question, like, how will this matchup even things out with that knowledge in mind? Ooh. That's an interesting roll. Does he get to attack? Okay. That's a bit rough.
That is pretty bad on Negima's side. That skeleton.
You can see he wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, just sitting there with a 6-2, and I mean at this late stage, I mean yeah, like you do not want to be making these kinds of mistakes at this late in the stage.
Again, you got to keep in mind it's been 7 rounds. They've been here for so many hours.
It's true.
And even if you're the best player in the world, you're still human. You can't change that.
I mean, that's kind of the beauty of it too, you know. That's the whole part of the game that people often don't talk about as much. That I think is definitely a huge part of it. The human factor. All right, double is null. Yeah.
Down.
Amping up the amount of last words played. There's Chris on Negima's side. It is active.
11. Oh, you could see he's just thanking whatever forces brought this Chris to his hands.
But he can't really. Unfortunately, he can't really develop that much alongside it. That's a bit of a bummer. You don't want to commit the Tyrant here either.
No. You hold that. You hold that for sure.
Yeah,
that
for
is
sure. So what do you do?
reserved for the opposing Chris turn.
Oh yeah, definitely. How does it feel to be such a good card?
I know, man. It feels great to hear my name this many times in a whole year.
Okay, he's gonna do it. Yeah, I mean it's the best play, but it's not.
Soul Strike into Chris. I think that's just how you got to do it.
It is the best play, but it's not exactly ideal. Of course, the effect does go off, but he doesn't have a huge tempo swing this turn with it, and he's starting to run out of fuel a little bit. Meanwhile, Shimon is completely topped up. He's 2 Luminous Dolls popping off, and he has Psycho Pump in hand as well. Not to mention that any big target that Negima develops, Shimon's tech of the advent of peace, like that just deals with it like off the rip.
Yeah, it really does, and that's what might dictate this matchup too. So it's like even though Negima reached the last words count earlier and managed to hit the Chris already,
Can you tell how
there's a
excited
Shadow
I
Berserker
am?
coming through right now.
Can you tell how excited I am?
The viewers don't see this, but we're both literally like face on screen, just like completely.
We
on
are
the edge of our
leaning
seats.
so far forward, man. Okay, he's gonna go ahead and Psycho Pump the Skeleton. I was gonna say, if he ends up a Lord of Shadowsing that Chris, that would have been the nuttiest thing I've ever seen, but doesn't go for it. This is much smarter to do.
Yeah, finally finds a Tracy. He's been missing it this whole time.
Now, Shimon's looking for his own Chris as well, of course, but at least he's got way more resources in hand right now. Oh,
Yeah, like
another Tyrant.
Be fair. Well, he doesn't have a Chris. At least he's got gas. Like, for Negima, you're slowly approaching the point where you're playing off the top, and that's not a place you want to be when you're playing against essentially your rival.
Yeah. Absolutely. He doesn't have Chris, but he has a hand, which is probably more important. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you just Ominous here? Like, how do you even deal with a 5/5? Like, this Shadow? Are you kidding me? Are we seeing Shadow Berserker at the top level of play right now? Doing actual work.
This is WGP 2021. This is the timeline we live in.
Can I just say how happy I am to be witnessing this game as our final round? I feel like
saying this is the start.
break time. I was eating my sandwich. I'm like, all right, I'm getting a little relaxed now. The matchup was announced, and I'm like, dude, it's better than coffee. I woke right up.
Word. Is he gonna go for the Tyrant? I feel like
what else do you do? Like, your entire hand is completely bonk, unfortunately, on Negima's side. This is the only thing he can do.
Yeah. That's what it's gonna be. 8 with a ward. At the very least, he's gonna hold it down for the time being.
A Lord of Shadows doesn't work on that, unfortunately.
Did I want gold again?
Alright, Psycho Pump with the Dreamer, get that bike
that's
out.
big. That's big, that's big.
Gold Mine. Yep. Wicked Rebirth.
It's pretty massive.
But make it fast, bone to be
Okay, so you run the Bone Fanatic in here, but what is the play after that? Okay.
Yeah, this should take it up.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and he drew Chris. That's huge. That's very, very important.
Oh, you're right.
I want to get
You're
it all
so
back.
right. And with this tempo that he's had, that might actually be what decides this matchup. Because, like, let's say Negima finally starts to find his draw engine, right? And he's able to start so many pieces. Once Shimon establishes that Chris, like, he's got so much juice to back it up with that I feel like he'll be able to snowball this game in his favor very quickly.
Shimon's gonna establish that Chris soon. And then Negima plays Tyrant. And then Shimon just does it again. And then what does Negima do, right? That's the question.
And just deep breaths.
Deep breaths.
So you give him the bike.
He's not gonna
Assuming that
evolve
he's
the other
not
world.
gonna-
Okay.
Yeah. A third Tyrant. Not what he's been looking for.
You got the bombs, but you don't got the the gas. This is bad.
Yeah.
If he Tyrants now, he clears board, and then Shimon just does it again.
I'm gonna quickly make a confession.
Yeah?
I have been kind of blanking on the neck rumples in that hand on Shimon's side.
Yeah, true.
So depending on what's left up here, this game might end quicker than we thought.
Yep, it seems like maybe an inevitability, right? Like, if Negima runs out of fuel, Shimon's eventually going to get something to stick, and then the Necro Impulse should be able to finish it.
Yeah.
Like, I think that with Shimon's hand, the game plan is pretty clear, and with Negima's, you're living on a prayer right now, and that's, like you said, not nearly where you want to be in this match.
Well, at the very least, thing is, you shut that down. You shut down the spells for this turn.
Yeah.
But that just tells Shimon, it's like, oh, really? Well, I guess I'll just Chris then, right? It's the perfect opportunity to just take that tempo as like you had X, Y, Z options this turn. You got Z shut down, so just go with X and Y, right?
Yeah. Oh, and he can even evolve the Otherworldly here for more, or he can evolve the Chris. The options are limitless right now for Shimon. What an amazing...
But Shimon doesn't have her tracing. If there was a tracing hand, it'd be like, oh, this is perfect. Icing on the cake.
I think this is going to force out a Tyrant.
It kind of has to, I think.
Tyrant plus Link Staff,
Yeah. Push that in for... That's still 7 damage. 9 potentially if he tries to push with it, but... I feel like that is big. Might be very key later on.
That is big damage, though, from Negima.
Yeah. It's turning the tides, but I wonder if it's going to be relevant enough, or if Shimon can just bounce back now.
I think it really depends on what Negima draws in the next turn, because if he is able to find anything that draws, basically, ideally like Psycho Pump.
Where his Psycho Pumps, where his like Wicked Rebirth. It's
real Wicked
like,
Rebirth as well, yeah.
Oh, man. Thing is that, like, I guess we've been talking about how like the Chris is really important, and it establishes the board for Shimon to just like go wide and kind of like, you know, exist. But as long as there's Tyrants in Negima's hand, he can kind of maneuver out of that.
But this is his last one, right? Like the one in hand right now.
That is the last one. That was the last one. But
is it enough? We'll have to find out.
I wonder if that can like help him kind of like snowball in his own way to just find the burst damage he needs. Because now he's gonna cash in 7 to 9.
Don't be afraid.
What's a big enough burst after that? His low Necro Impulse?
It still won't be quite enough, right? Advent of Peace number 2. And it gets the Shadow General. Celeste Omega to prevent Necro Impulse on the opposing side.
Oh, you love to
Shadow
see
General
it.
evolved to summon the Shadow Commander.
This is what we expected when we saw that it's going to be a last words mirror match.
What is happening? All the shadows come out, dude. This is Nexus of Serenity at work right here.
Literally. Man, like, again, it's just Tyrant is your option, and I can't see what else you could do. And thing is that, like, Negima's just been playing reactively for so many turns, and last turn finally got to push some offense, but it's just not enough.
And again, if he Tyrants here, he has no other moves going forward.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, Gatekeeper, I guess, because he does have Chris Live, so at least, like, that will allow him to go a bit wider with the wards, but there's a Tyrant and Shimon's hand, too.
Did I walk forward again?
Alright, the squad is back to play.
Welcome back to the land of the
Coming down, I agree with this. Finds a Kagero, that's good, too. Soul Strike might actually be pretty big. I actually wonder, like, the Soul Strike, if he can manage to recur it enough, depending on how much Shimon can sustain here, I think it might actually be quite huge. Oh, but
that might be Negima's out to lethal, yeah, but that's a Celeste.
Oh my god. Oh dear. Well. But at the same time, how else is he gonna take care of this board, right? He has the Luna spell.
Luna spell to take Kagero.
Yeah.
Nah, he doesn't run Kagero in his deck, but now he has.
I do.
Everyone needs an
I love it.
That's very good. Oh, and Negima did not like that Tyrant. Like, that was backbreaking. Now, Shimon, like what Negima has been doing to Shimon for the past 3 turns, now Shimon can do right back, man.
I clear up board space.
Emptiness.
Oh, he's gonna gold mine. The Kagero?
Kagero, I assume, right? Yeah.
Or he just plays the Skeleton Dreamer. Yeah, I was wondering why he would gold mine there.
Yeah, because it's an extra ward that you can keep up.
This seems much better.
All right, well, Soul Strike can do things. We can
Yeah, but he
run
only-
another Kagero
He only
to
has
get
8.
another one.
Yeah, he only has 8 damage with the Soul Strikes right now. It's not quite enough. It's not quite enough.
This doesn't take care of that much of the board, to be honest.
Yeah, if like we said, we called this like 5 turns ago, right? Like once Shimon gets anything to stick, then it's Necro Impulse to finish.
Yeah. And look at the Psycho Pump, right? Like, yes, he finally drew his like draw engine, but it came at the most awkward time when that Kagero wanted to run in and trade. And instead, he's kind of with this awkward situation of like, oh, I have to actually get rid of this to be able to have any more gas going forward.
Yeah.
This is heavy, dude.
so
This is so
awkward.
heavy.
This is, I mean, this is a game, man. This is one to watch. Okay, Lurching Corpse. Not the best res, I guess, but
I won't let you make us cry.
again, any last words, this is going to become a huge threat no matter what, right? Because of the,
Around everywhere.
Oh, goodbye, Kagero. Tonight. But of course,
I think he just has
I
to
love the
sit.
Soul
He
Strike.
can't, if he puts anything down and gets Soul Strikes, then he dies to Necro Impulse. I think
Exactly.
he has to pass. This is brutal.
Negima. Yeah, like you literally have, like if you give him a Soul Strike target, it feels like it's basically over.
Yeah.
Because at the moment he has what, 5? Alright, retracing, that's not really what you want to see.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So he's gonna just play Celeste and be safe.
Yeah, just delay the...
And that's
delay
huge.
whatever we have. Oh, Negima's not
That's huge.
happy about that.
This here's the shady.
Yeah, as you said, like this is all he needed, and now he's gonna pass on a very wide board once more.
It really does feel like Shimon did this so textbook. And we were able to call this out like many turns ago, and it's exactly how we said it would go.
And I'm pretty sure Negima knew this as well, and both players
That's the
exchanging
thing.
emotes.
You don't want to just GGs. You got to play it out. You got to play it out.
That's
And that
right,
means Shimon takes game 1 of the series. Will he be able to beat Negima and revenge himself? You know, avenge himself from the loss he suffered in 2020 Spring Finals? Or will Negima be able to bring this back and make it a repeat of the event where he beat Shimon in the first place?
How is this set so intense? Like every single turn feels like they're just like, it's such a nail biter. It's couldn't have had it any other way.
Yeah, they're truly on another level, man. It's also just so fun to watch.
It really is. It really is. Like it almost feels like we're being like treated like it's an early Christmas present.
Ooh,
to be
yeah,
able to
this
watch
is
the
nice.
game.
Yeah, I'm glad we're here. For sure.
But now, Shimon, 2 more wins, and you have the safest spot in the entire bracket. But of course, for Negima, he's gonna run it back. Do you change list choices here? Let's find out. What is he bringing?
He is going to
did.
change. He's going to change to the aggro Latica Forest Craft, which is a very common deck that we've seen a lot so far. Shimon is going to be playing his
artifact.
Yes, with the one of Goddess of Rebirth, one of Dual Swords, and wait a minute, one of Quicksilver Aegis?
Oh yes. I saw that this morning. That was the first thing that stood out.
That is insane. Okay. Quicksilver Aegis reduces a paradigm shift, right? And also takes
There's the
away
little Vincent
effects
effect.
of an enemy follower. I wonder what that's targeting. Maybe Last Words.
I guess it can be last words, but
It's pretty flexible though, you know? Like as long as you're generating a paradigm shift, it's a good card.
yeah, that's true.
Okay, let's go. Shimon also has, of course, the one of Goddess of Rebirth, which is huge because if you get that down, you get Dawn Splendor out, Aggro Latica becomes a lot less effective on their power turns, right? Like their elemental slash turns, if they don't want to push so much damage, it ends up being completely ineffectual.
Yep, exactly. Like you are just delaying their whole kill turn so much, and that usually will give you the breathing room that you need to deliver lethal yourself.
Ooh, but Negima is definitely still in it. He has the Tree of Wonders and the Fairy, so he's able to tempo trade this with Walder. Really interesting. So not opting for the Tree of Wonders this turn. He might go for Raccoon next turn then.
It's time you got a taste of your own despair.
Yeah,
shuffle.
not choosing Tree of Wonders was quite surprising here, but let's see how it's gonna play out.
Shimon has an amazing curve here, right? Because he just plays Carrier next turn on the Accelerate.
Yeah. Finding that is actually huge.
And this Ewan survives this turn as well.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
What?
Gonna push damage and pass. At least you get the ward up.
I'll handle this.
Still not bad for Shimon at all. Carrier comes out, of course.
Yep. Get your ward up here as well. First paradigm shift found as well. Looking good so far.
I mean, he can clear, right? You just Raccoon, Blast Fairy, go face for one, but...
Yeah, it's a play, that's for sure, but... You don't have a bounce, so you're also kind of just like... using it to clear nothing else.
Yeah. That's at least one draw. I mean, I think you do need the draw. You want the Aria, right? So... He's gonna Elemental Slash instead. Very interesting. So he might Slash...
Doesn't that feel like you're losing out a lot of your potential bursts?
Let me check how many he runs.
Yeah, I was literally about to do the exact same thing. Only one.
Yeah, that's his only slash. So his outs for slash lethal is now gone.
Yeah. That's huge. I wonder, because there were other ways to approach that situation, but we're gonna see how it's gonna work out.
It's time you got a taste of your own despair.
Okay, the Ewan shuffle. Man, Ewan is... Oh! That is massive!
Now, to exact my vengeance.
Dear God. Finding the mobilized factory there right before turn 5-2.
Oh, and not to mention the Miriam as well. Yo!
Yes. Another paradigm shift has been acquired.
Stop right there.
Shimon is looking very good right now.
And Ewan's already doing work clearing up this board. I mean... I think Negima needs to be able to double draw, so he's gonna have to play that Raccoon for the combo.
Yep. Blast Fairy. Yep. Feeling just the one.
He wants the draw. He needs it. Okay, got Sen, but no Aria. Interesting.
Yeah, the Sen is a nice pickup, but it doesn't feel like it's enough.
This is too massive. I don't think he trades the Raccoon. He has to evolve Blast Fairy because he cannot leave up an empty board for Mobilized Factory.
Oh, that's true. You need to keep the pressure going.
I said that right as he did it. I got it in right in time. I was just thinking about it. I'm like, you can't do that. You can't do that.
That's so true. I wonder how Shimon's going to respond to that, because you can't just leave 5 damage up on the board like that.
That's huge.
Wow, this might just be changing the pace of the game now. Negima taking it into his own hands. Oh, dude.
Why is this so intense? I mean, we know why, but like, it
We
is.
know why.
It's too much. It's too much.
It's a sentence of admiration.
Oh. Okay. I think he's taking the time to think this through. He's gonna pass.
Yeah. Just use your timer as much as possible.
Oh my god. I think Shimon might be able to recover.
I think the Genesis there is actually what he needed, because
that's like a perfect draw.
Yeah. Alright. It's working out.
Oh, yes. Down. Of course, he gets the free paradigm shift because he doesn't get destroyed.
That's just such a clean interaction as well.
Oh, but Negima got the Aria off the top. Yo!
Oh, God. I can imagine that for Negima, that's like a sigh of relief. That is just like one important component just off the checklist.
That's big, yeah. Oh my god. Okay. And this is good too. Like, that Evolve Blast Fairy trade prevented Shimon from Mobilized Factory on 5, which prevented a turn 6 Genesis on turn 5. Like after turn 5 Factory. So like, it's massive. Like the little considerations have like overarching effects over the rest of the entire game, and by extension the rest of the entire series.
You are literally dictating the pace of the game. You're literally changing the way the whole game is gonna go, and that is what Negima needs right now. He doesn't need to just change the pace of this game, the whole set. He needs to win back the momentum and take this game as well.
Oh my god, I'm getting shivers, man.
I know.
Okay. So Fairy comes out, trades the 3-1. And you just leave the 4-6 up? That seems really dangerous too.
It's risky, but he's gonna do it.
You don't really have a choice, is the thing.
Yeah. You need these pieces for your Latika turn too.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That's what it is.
Once Shimon finds a paradigm shift low enough, this mobilized factory is going in. But he doesn't have to rush it.
Like, finding the timing for a mobilized factory in general is like, it's so rough if you're not ahead. Like, if you're ahead, slam it down 5, you're Gucci, right? You just leave it up, go in on turn 6, and you're fine. But like, once the opponent knows how to fight for tempo like that, you gotta just wait for the right moment. As you mentioned, it's basically just like waiting for the right paradigm shift to cue it in with.
My heart's beating. Okay, so we're gonna plucky this turn into bifurcating just to get the paradigm shifts down. That guarantees a paradigm shift plus factory play on turn 7, which isn't too bad.
That's right, yeah.
And he's going for non-splendor here, of course. Okay, I like this.
Yep. Alright, it's good. You get the trade out, you leave a bit of your board up as well, and the paradigm shifts are looking good as well.
Oh, but this is I think this is lethal.
Yep. I think Negima already knew this. He did the calculation during his plan.
Yeah,
It's coming down. He's got the bounce, he's got the wisp, he's got the fairies and everything.
This game, Negima evolving the Blast Fairy, changed the entire set.
Everything. Everything. Literally at that very moment. Fairy Wisp coming down. He still has 2 more to go through.
Fairy Wisp. He still has the Embrace as well. Attica's Embrace.
Very good. There's the Evo.
Sekka is
coming
up.
down as well.
And he can free Evo the Phantom Blues now too. Insult to injury, man.
Oh, he literally
is massive.
What a game. Negima just showing the world that this isn't just Shimon's show, you know?
Yeah.
We're not here just to see Shimon dominate everyone and walk away with a #1 seed.
Negima is like, hey, guess who beat Shimon last time, right?
That's right. Did you miss Rage? Here, let me reenact it for you.
That was amazing. That was amazing. And the thing is, like, me with perfect knowledge and being from the comfort of my own home, I was able to spot it. But imagine being Negima playing after 10 hours on the spot, spotting it before I did. Like, that is the level we're talking about here. Like,
there's a reason why these players are here. You know, there's a reason why they are in the seats while they are at the World Grand Prix. And now we're going into game 3. There's still so much more to go. We're gonna see Negima go back to the shadow list. This time queuing into the forest.
I put my all into every shot.
How does this matchup actually pace out?
oh my goodness. Negima is really thinking about the mulligan too.
Yeah, I mean, Bone Fanatic feels like a keep, but you need your good turn too here. Oh, but you know, he saw in his last shadow game, he's like, I was really missing the draw engine, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, and now we get plenty.
Oh, it's too many Wicked Rebirths, man. Where's the Pompous? That's what I'm asking this whole time.
Yeah.
But make it fashion.
All right, just playing it down. Oh, that's another one of the texts that we see Shimon running there as well.
Yeah, Shimon is
The
playing
friendly embrace.
Forest, but it's very, very different. Like I said, it's combo Latica pure. So it's friendly embrace, you know, running the Naturance Future to get the trees to be able to fuse as well, Lonely Beginnings, to get the cards played on higher faster. It's a very, very different kind of list. Oh, but Negima is just not happy with this.
Yeah, it's like you got your draw, you got the Wicked Rebirth, but
it's
not enough.
Okay.
Especially like going first, you want that nice tempo.
He has to do it. He's gonna burn it, and he's gonna retracing the past on it. Otherwise, he's just doing nothing for the next 2 or 3 turns. Like this is his only play on turn 2. I think he had to do it.
Blast Ray is gonna take this one out. No problem there.
Don't get me wrong though, it was his only play and it was the best play, but I'm still not feeling good about it. Like for sure.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude.
I'm not lonely.
Okay, we had Luna at least. Okay, so we can Luna's doll, ramp our last words count. It's not the worst. It's not the worst, but he needs to start drawing into Pampas soon.
Yeah, like find a Pampas, like find actual, you know, bodies to play with. Like, where's Dreamer? Where's everyone? Where's the whole squad?
Yeah, right. Where are they at? Otherworldly Gatekeeper, come on out. You know, don't be shy.
Yeah, I got the whole list right here. Let me just start naming names.
So he can Wicked Rebirth again, but you really don't want to burn the other one, do you? Like that seems insane.
No. There's no way. Yeah, I feel like I think it's more of a just question of what can he even do next? Because like again, we've seen people that were forced to play like Chris early without many bonus effects on it, and it definitely does not feel good.
Oh yeah.
And if that's what you're looking at for turn 4, it's like, ugh.
That's the thing. Negima is like, why is this deck failing me? Like, it should be super consistent. It should work super well. But if you don't have the engine early game, the rest of it falls apart. Because as a quote-unquote quest deck, you do need the conditions to be met first, right? And if you don't get that down, like if you don't get those last words counts up early game, your mid and late just feels way, way less powerful than it could be.
Repair mode.
You gonna cry?
Just getting stuff out of hand at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, on the 0-0 trade. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Hey, there's the otherworldly. Okay. It's happening, it's happening.
Finally show your face.
This turn still kind of sucks though, Chris. Like,
yeah.
You want to play the otherworldly next turn, obviously, for the evolve, just to get your gas going, but that leaves the question of what do you do this turn, right? You don't want to play Chris. Skeleton Dreamer alone seems extremely weak.
Yeah, he's hovering over the rebirth, but that also you want to keep for later on. Like you've already burned one on essentially just like setting up a board.
Yeah.
So
just to be able to play retracing the path. That was painful.
Yeah.
So he's gonna play the otherworldly because it is the best play. Anything else just felt incredibly bad.
But he finds arguably like the least best target from the deck too.
Yeah, true. Hey Kagero, where are you at, man?
Yeah, come on.
Pick up the phone. I know you're a ghost. You don't understand technology. Well, you still need you over here.
Gonna have to understand for just this one time because Negima needs you to pick up to take him to the first seed. 3, 4 last words destroyed now. He trades in the skeleton and he's gonna burn the Wicked Rebirth.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to do. Like,
oh, there's a tiger there as well.
The good news is, like, with Negima's incredibly aggressive use of Wicked Rebirth this game, at least it presents some kind of tempo on the board so that Shimon doesn't just sit there accumulating combo pieces all game. But Shimon did have the Arya draw last turn, which will bring this back as well. Man, it's just a back and forth.
It really is. It really is. And it's like, I think also it's important to think about whether Shimon, how much you can read into this, right? Because obviously everyone that's playing this event knows how this event, how this deck works. So you can also pick up on the fact that it's like, oh, my opponent seems to be playing in a very odd manner and not putting down the usual 2 and 3 drops. So I'm assuming that he's got a bunch of late game stuff in hand. Can I use that information to my benefit? You know, can I use that to start, you know, getting away with more greedy plays here and there? So we'll see. I think Shimon is definitely a player of that caliber. We can start making those reads.
Yeah, I mean, he's already keeping the Wisp in hand, even though there's no Latica in sight, right? So, like you said, he's probably like, I don't need to use this right now. I'm totally fine.
Exactly. So 6 last words destroyed.
Not
Mr.
quite
Chris.
there, but I still think you play it. It's just huge tempo. It's 9/9 stats for 4, and then you just evolve the otherworldly probably. Right?
Yeah. See what you start out of this first.
Step back.
And I see what you can
Afterlife services.
Dreamer, that's nice.
Not bad, not bad. You can even Necromancer if you like.
Yeah, Golden Necromancer is actually on the table too. But I feel like you might hold that. You know, the function of this card has changed a lot over the update. It was kind of your way to self-proc your win con in the past, but nowadays it's just kind of like good stuff value.
Good stuff value, yeah. Also, last time you could get it to proc Ceres and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Or res your Ceres even. I think he just, he's just gonna hold. He's just gonna hold and make sure Chris gets to 10. Interesting. Because he wants the wards to be able to block all the damage coming his way, and it starts here. Friendly Embrace is a massive draw engine for this deck. You fuse an Atron Suture, you just do it again. He's looking for the Latica.
Feel me? Touch sensors activated.
Excuse me? Latica, pick up the phone, man!
Excuse me? Another Aria comes through instead? Uh-oh.
That is pretty bad for Shimon.
And that's where we reach. We're gonna have the Tree of Wonders on the 5th turn just to find the pieces.
Yeah, and you're leaving up a heck of a board, man, too.
It's gonna trade into one of them, but feels like a bit of a struggle now all of a sudden. Although Negima was the one that started out in Struggle Street, suddenly now it's Shimon.
I think Shimon was really hoping for the Latica off those 2 friendly embraces and no dice either way. Kind of crazy.
Raccoon is still not it. Oh, I can see Shimon is also not entertained by the draws.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is not ideal.
8 last words.
That's sort of the benefit. That's sort of the benefit of the other aggro lists over pure combo Latica list, right? Like, while pure combo Latica can get the nutty combos super early on, super consistently, 12 cards played, if you don't get exactly what you need, it ends up sort of like the game plan just fizzles out. But meanwhile, the aggro plan, you at least have like a contingency, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you have that kind of like plan B. If things go wrong, just aggro, right?
Yeah.
But here it's like you are all in on the combo, and if you're missing, the main act of the play, then it's gonna be rough.
And the production never happens, right? Like that's the thing. Finish your analogy there.
That's true.
Afterlife services at reasonable rates.
And he's chipping away pretty consistently. We haven't really been picking up on that as much, but Negima's slowly chipping away where he might just be able to secure lethal with the neck rimples or something.
If he just builds a board here, he might. Yeah, I was gonna say I love this. Really involve the Chris, get a board up. They are forced to spend their resources to clear, which builds up your Shadows or Necro Impulse for lethal, right? Like that plus Soul Strike.
Yeah,
I'm loving this. He does get the Fairy Slugger though.
Yeah, this heals you back a little bit. It's nice to have, but still not Latica, still not being able to find the things he needs. So now it's just gonna be playing out the wisps and just clearing out this board.
And that 7/7 ward was such a heads-up thing for Negima to do. Like we should talk about that. He pre-evoed the Ghostly Rider to tank all of this and make sure as much as possible survives, right?
Yeah, and it's an excellent play because this might just take him to a lethal point.
Thing is, okay, so Shimon can clear most of this. He needs to Raccoon Enchanter. But if this ward hits the Otherworldly Gatekeeper, okay, it doesn't. I was just gonna say, if that happened, that would have been pretty disastrous.
Yeah, absolutely, but another Soul Strike pickup, that's really big as well. Depends what stays on this board now.
Isn't that lethal?
I wanna say yes, especially with the bike in play.
1, 2, 3.
And there's no way you can clear the whole thing. He has to leave 3 up.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I think it's 2 off.
Maybe I think this Gatekeeper staying actually is what is ironically gatekeeping him away from winning the game.
I think that's 2 off, man.
3, 6, 9, 12.
2,
I
3,
think so,
4.
yeah. Not having a target for Soul Strike is what's what's hurting it here. Heads up from Shimon there. You just Chris again?
This here's the
I guess so. It's so close. But the Chris here is going to be really, really strong. I think if not last turn, this is the turn. It's make or break now.
Yep. And I mean, look at this board. Oh, that hurts.
Okay, so the Latica is in hand, but I don't think... Can he make this work? Like, even with
4 wards in his way?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, that second Chris was like, it's backbreaking, right? Like, how are you going to get through this?
I mean,
Unless
let's
Shimon
see
sees
if
it.
Shimon can attempt it. Yeah, like, if there's anyone that can see a way out, it is Shimon.
I'm going on ahead.
Yes, yes, okay.
Full wrist. These will disappear.
Just playing out.
Meow. Ready to pounce.
Shaman. You play the spells, right? So it can,
I'm assuming so.
Can kill Kagero here.
Ready to pounce.
Play down the other one.
Is there a
This is
way?
the Evo, yeah. No, but still, how does he get through all
Oh, you don't
4
have it. He doesn't even have 12 cards this turn.
It's beautiful.
Walter, Ranger of the Forest. At your
There's a
service.
Walder that comes down, still at 9 though. Timer's ticking.
I think all he has to do is, he needs to just reduce the damage. It's not OTK. It's very sad. Instead, it's
So
very
this is
sad.
just Latica to trade this board away, essentially.
Yeah, and he couldn't even get to the 12 cards. Not that it really matters, but
I mean, that's one way to answer these threats, but of course, the board is gonna run a Chris, so it doesn't
that's
really do much
GG!
more. Double Soul Strike Necro Impulse Negima is gonna be the one to take the lead. Just like that. Look at this man. Exasperated by these games.
that was an exhausting game. I mean, like, the amount of decision making on both sides there was truly immense. Like, Negima had to do freaking the Wicked Rebirth onto
The Wicked, like, dude, when I saw that starting hand, I didn't want to say, but I was like, how do you get out of this? How do you get out of this? Like, your pieces aren't coming by, but he managed to find ways to cycle, managed to find ways to just draw through his deck to find the parts he needed. And now it's match point for Negima. He wants to reenact the Rage Spring Finals. He wants to show the world that I can beat this man. You may think that Shimon is the greatest, but I have been able to triumph him before, and I will do it again.
Fate cannot
Oh,
shackle me.
for sure,
I put
man.
my all into every shot.
Oh, it's so intense.
I can't handle it. I can't handle it.
Okay, like the amount of play. Okay, I just have to say, Negima playing Wicked Rebirth proc specifically, retracing the past on turn 2, like that's a play that could break a man. But Negima just kept calm, and he just kept through it, and he found the way out. Like, that's insane.
Like, having to lose such a just like instrumental part of your draw engine like that just to get out of that situation is unthinkable for a lot of players.
Okay, but Shimon. Okay, Shimon's got a pretty good hand.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for Negima, not much in terms of early plays. None
He
of the
does have-
Aeolans for the
he does
search
ha-
either.
Yeah, he does have the Ramiel at least to ramp on 4, but like, what are you doing between now and then, right? Like, you Colossus on
Exactly.
3. Yeah, Shimon just hard cast the Friendly Embrace. Really, I don't think you that. Yeah, I was gonna say, because Friendly Embrace, you want to cast that on a turn where you can combo with something else. Maybe next turn you can do Friendly Embrace plus another tree. Would be fine.
That's a draw. That's a draw.
I love how expressive Negima is being right now. I feel like every draw he's like, "Thank you."
Yeah.
Or he's like, "Oh
every
man."
Every card he sees has a meaning, you know? It's like, because for these players, it's just, especially when it comes down to this, right? The question of whether you'll be able to continue or not, these might be, you know, for every player today, this round, these are the last cards some of these players will be playing for the rest of this year in the official tournament. Like, you just have the desire to play one more card, one more game, get one more win that can take you higher and get to the grand finals. And you can see these like desires clashing in this match right now.
That's beautiful, Chris. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Gotta start busting out the poetry books.
Starts with the magic
What's
leap.
going on?
Hey, let's play.
Okay, this is gonna be the
Oh, wait,
ramp.
look at
Oh,
this.
and he gets the ultimate. That's big. That's
but
big.
look at
Especially if he can ramp into it, right? And then he has tolerance in hand as well.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Oh, but is he forced to play Nefarious here? That's a 5-2 behind a ward.
Yeah, this is. You lose the Ramiel for the rest of the game, though, and he's thinking about it. He knows.
But can you manage to do, like a 5-2, man? You're just gonna tank that face against like a deck that just needs like a little damage to get the Latica lethal?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Exactly.
You can't
Maybe
see this
the
chat, but I am leaning so far forward right now.
My God, man. I feel like this might be where you give up on the Ramiel. Like, it's just.
It's too much.
of a
It's a
sacrifice, yeah.
5-2. Like, we're looking at it right now.
Look
The
at
mouse
that.
is hovering over
The
it.
production is literally highlighting it for you.
Yeah. I mean, if he does it, then what do you play alongside, right?
Exactly.
Dawn Splendor is no good this turn. Like the mitigation to Storm does not matter turn 5. So what do? You just spin Aria?
Been chosen.
Or do you just play
Aria's
Dawn Splendor for the
artifact.
body?
I guess, but thing is, I need to check his list, but I don't think he has a target for the Spinaria's artifact. Yeah, he does not run Genesis.
So, and he's not fusing into Dolphmet either. So he can't get the 3-drop tentacle out. And meanwhile, Shimon does have the Aria to blast through this ward and push 8 damage to the face this turn. Or less.
Yeah.
He wants to keep the Wisp, but yeah, either way, it's still a lot.
Man, I feel like now having the Aria online as well,
A plague upon you.
I think. I don't know, like Shimon feels like he's like starting to dictate the tempo the way that Negima stole it from him in the previous games.
Right, yeah.
Although now we're still on a nice Nefarious turn, but it looks like he's gonna just go into the spin area.
The thing
you
is-
get the heal back up too.
Yeah, and this was enabled by the Ramiel play. So even though he loses out so much on that turn, now he's starting to recover it a little bit. Unfortunately, it still doesn't full clear.
Nope, not entirely.
I'm fine by
Takes care of
myself.
the Wisp, runs into the Aria, leaves the fairy up here. So it can't just run in itself either.
You notice how they're taking so much time, or Negima did that turn previous, because every risk is so calculated, you know, like you're running through the pros and cons in your head every single time.
Yeah, because every card you play down will potentially change the outcome of the entire set. You know, and we saw that very much so in the previous games. Like one single play determines everything.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Okay, Primordial Colossus for the bounce back. Ah, and he's gonna deny himself overdrawing by treeing here.
You feel
Friendly
me? Touch
embrace.
sensors activated.
So he's gonna overdraw 1 now, unless he Walders.
Walder face just to cash it in.
Unfortunately, Walder will enable the Colossus to have a target, which really reduces the. It really reduces the amount of things from tolerance. Oh wait, he gets the fairy.
Yeah,
from
the Fury was gonna do it anyway. Yeah.
Ah, that's rough. That's rough. Now
That
this
was
is like
accounted for.
this is a -6. Oh, it's even better.
I
Right.
mean, it's turn
Wait.
7. Like for Negima, there's so many options he has here.
If he plays, he can either play Nefarious Invasion or Combustion. Combustion would be -13 for the tolerance, which would be. This is -9, I believe, right?
I know.
Because the spell itself doesn't count, so he can evolve and hit.
Yeah, true.
Or if he doesn't want to evolve, it'd be -7.
Yep, looks like that's new. Oh.
-7 puts
Check
it.
just yet.
Wait, hold up. -7 puts it to 8, which is playable next turn if he wants. But I don't think he's gonna do that.
Yeah, because thing is, like, even if he evos here, it's down to 12, so you're barely off. Anyway.
No reason to evo here.
Yeah. So you just want to commit this damage, let your, just let the squad of tentacles get cleared up.
That's an interesting way to put it. This is looking really good for Negima. He's in a very strong position. Shimon's on the back foot looking for his combo pieces, and none of them are showing up, man.
And this is match point for Negima. Don't forget, he's 2 games ahead. Shimon is the one that needs to earn it back despite being the one that looks so strong in game 1.
This is pretty astounding of a recovery, though, at least, on Shimon's side.
Double fairy is so big here. Oh, we're grand slamming it up ×2.
So what do you think? Nefarious Invasion yet again next turn? You might want to start considering playing the Dawn Splendor. You don't know if you're Negima. You don't know that the Latika's not in hand, right?
Exactly.
Like you have
Assume
no clue.
the worst, right?
Yeah, so you might want to play that Dawn Splendor, man.
Pushing the 1. Let's see where this... Okay. That's
okay. Not the worst, not the best.
Not the worst, not the worst, yeah. Another Nefarious. It's asking to be played. It's a Enforcer.
Yeah, not bad. That's also fusion fodder for Belfnet coming into turn 9, right? So he can double fuse now.
Yep.
And that confirms him for turn 9 Belfnet, which is pretty amazing. Which means that he can probably play Dawn Splendor this turn, which is good.
Yeah, I think this is the turn for it. And he's going for it as well.
I think you double fuse Belfnet here.
I don't see many other plays, to be honest. You're just setting yourself for a very safe, like, coming next turn. Almost feels like it's one of the first few Belphemets we've seen on stream today, too.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Pretty amazing.
Well, there's not much else for Negima to do other
Well,
than
he could evolve the Dawn Splendor trade or evolve the technical trade. Either way, it's fine because Belfmet's going to recover him an evil point anyway, right? So it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, considering you're getting it back, and also staying he'll get next turn as well, it's like, now that you've committed, like, it's a really nice kind of like answer as well, because it's like, assuming the worst, right? Dawn Splitter keeps him alive, and then next turn he has a sustain from the Belphomet as well to just basically, you know, last for another turn.
If he passes, that's fun as well, honestly. Gets less, there's less HP on the board to get traded into by wisps and stuff. So Haseka is still 7 followers off, it's still a while away. And no Latika in sight for Shimon here. Where is Shimon? Not answering the phone.
Yeah, bottom 20 already. How much deeper must we go?
Bottom 17 even, man. Like, it's crazy out here.
Yeah. Yeah, second we can get bounced back, farm up 2 spells, from playing it.
Does he have Seka lethal? No, I don't think so, does he?
Oh, hold up. Bouncing.
Wait, yeah, with the bounces plus double wisp, double trade, I think that is enough for Seka to be active. It's close,
though. You might be right. Yeah. You might be right.
Shimon's calculating it. I think that might be enough. He has 2 wisps. What's that now? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's enough. That's GG.
Oh my god, he's gonna reach it.
Wait, no, it's not GG. Because he doesn't have to play points for the Nine-Tailed Fox. It's GG next turn.
So right.
It's GG next turn.
He has to get there.
But the Belphomet's coming out, and that's going to be a huge sustain.
Yep.
Not to mention that heal.
Yeah, the 4 heals also. He's going to push him down to 15 here.
Ah!
Oh
Chris!
my god.
This is stressful. Okay, so Belphomet is the guaranteed play, right? Like, you set it up this entire game. You have to play this turn. There's no way you don't, I don't think. This is your best play as well.
Because I feel like also, if you don't heal up here, you're just risking. Like, you just saw him bounce the Seka like 3 times. Like, I don't think you want to be risking it after you saw that. Like,
Wait,
that's public information.
Even if he Belphomets, isn't that Seka lethal still, right? Like,
is it at full health?
Because it destroys the ward.
Oh, you're right.
So
you're
it's
right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
4, 8, 12, 15, 19, plus whatever things you want with wisps. I think that's GG.
The rival, let's see it. Negima can be able to trade away his board.
Yo, this is looking so dominant for Negima the whole game. Shimon's playing a pure Latika list, and he's like, don't eat it. Don't eat it, dude.
Yep.
It's Seka time. Yeah, that's GG.
All right, it's time to
That's
commit.
GG. Double Wisp trade. Bring them down to 18. Sekka. Yeah, you trade the double Wisps.
4 Dispels in hand.
4,
This is
8,
just
12,
so
16, 19 damage, right?
Yep. Resolve the 9, Tailed Fox here, coming down all the way to
Plus
17,
Shamu Shama.
plus
Yeah. He's just flexing at this point, man. What is this? Hey!
He's gonna just throw it all out here. He's gonna take us to game 5, and I would not have had this.
Will have my victory one
19
day.
to the face, and Shimon's gonna tie it up with a 2-2.
That is nuts. And he was playing to that out, basically, right? Because he only recently drew the Sekka. So it was either Sekka or Latika, and he found the lethal with it. Like, that's crazy, Shimon, man. It's going down to game 5 with a portal mirror, but it's not really a mirror, is it? It's artifact portal versus Machina, so it's gonna be huge.
Exactly. I think for Shimon as well, this is what it all comes down to. You know, this is also just a question of his own pride, right? This is someone he's lost to in the past. Winning
Yeah,
this
you
is
don't-
huge because chances are you're both gonna be at the grand finals as well, so you gotta make a point. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, and Negima wins here. It's like a huge psych out, right? Like, hey, see you in December.
Yeah, exactly. They gotta make a point. I love their banners and everything, dude. It's
Fate
just
cannot shackle me.
it really feels like
The
just a
mission is
clash
all
of
that matters.
champions.
Yeah, right. And it all comes down to this: Ewan versus Ewan, game 5, in a match with so much history, in the final round. Like, you couldn't write this stuff, man. Like,
Yep.
it's all perfect.
Oh, what a good
Oh!
volume. Jesus. Oh,
Negima, what? No way!
Negima, wherever you're getting these blessings, I'd like some as well.
Hey, but let's not count Shimon out yet. He does have the plucky into bifurcating into Genesis. It's still a game. It's still a game. Oh my, but that's really
He
good.
searches the Belphomet off of it too.
It's not over, but this is very good for Negima.
That's putting it lightly, I think.
Oh my god. Okay. So you trade, obviously, get the tolerance reduced, and now you have fuse target for Baphomet, which means you can Baphomet Tentacle next turn free. Oh boy.
Very good. Very good. And also, like, I like that, you know, you're trading because you know that if you leave it up, that's like a search. Let them just draw into whatever. It might be what they want, might not be. Alright, Baphomet fusing.
And the turn after turn 4, you can just do it again, plus Iolan, and then just keep searching and have a 4-2 storm.
Yeah, like maybe you can find like a Mega Enforcer or something along the way just to keep discounting the damage off of the tolerance.
There's Maisha.
With a Maisha coming in.
I think Baphomet Fuse is going to happen. I think it's going to be Baphomet Fuse, go face, plus Iolans. That's what I'm predicting.
Just keep pushing that kind of aggression there.
It reduces tolerance by 6 and it forces them to play. And remember, if you're ahead, they cannot do factory, so a lot of their power plays are cut off too.
Oh, yes. We've seen that be very important earlier too.
I mean, exactly as I said, here we go. 6 damage to the dome. I want to see it.
Yeah.
Let's go, Negima. Yo, his opening hand is actually zooted beyond belief. I can't believe it. Oh, he's going to
choosing to trade. I mean, that's still damage. You're missing out on 2 of the discount, but it's okay.
It's still okay. It's still discounting 2 because it's only damage that the followers do. It doesn't matter what target it hits, right? Yeah. So Genesis is coming out, which is of course fantastic here.
Yeah, you needed this too.
You know what? That trade was really good from Negima because he knew that Genesis was coming out most likely, right? So. Oh!
Oh, you must be joking.
Yo, what's happening, dog? Tell me how you really feel. Is this for real? Is this for real, Chris?
I'm just thinking, like, for Negima, like, he's been in such a nice position, but now the turn 5 is like, I guess you have Enforcer. But what else? It's like, Baisha.
Yeah, I guess. No, you can just Enforcer and fuse again, right? Get another tentacle. That's not too bad.
That's true. That's true. And you can see Shimon's also just like going through it. He's just looking at his hand, trying to see what he can actually make happen next turn as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a fuse. This is going to be a fuse into an evolve, and then next turn Spinaria, and we just go from there.
Now is the time to
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's working out. It's working
Negima
out.
is like, hey, remember Rage, buddy? Crazy, man.
This invention could be my claim to fame.
Man, I would, if we weren't commentating this match, I would feel jealous. You know, it's like, this is the kind of feature you want to end on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get a trade. Gets the 0 heal. He's going to cash in 4 damage.
Fudo
So
off
far,
the
so
top.
good.
That's not bad.
That's good. That's good.
It's either that or Spinaria, right? Fudo might be better, right?
Fudo's a full clear.
Yeah.
Unless it like goes miserably and hits the Genesis twice.
Don't be putting that kind of energy out into the universe.
I've done it.
Come on, man. Spinaria is okay as well, though. Yeah, either option's fine, I think.
Both options work. It just depends how far you want to commit to it.
Fudo is thinner, I agree.
Fireworks.
Okay, yeah, we're fine.
What?
That's fine. That's still a full clear.
That's still a full clear. It's
I will
fine.
fulfill
Oh, actually, this is
my
better. This is better than if
Yeah,
it
if
clears
anything,
on
you
its
get more
own.
damage out. Yeah.
Because you get more damage tolerance. This is actually the best possible outcome.
Did I
Very
overreach
good.
myself?
Very good. Excellent. Things are looking really good for Negima.
That was the best possible outcome for
Yeah.
Negima.
It actually was. It actually was.
Amazing. Okay. That tolerance, man. It's at 0 on turn 7.
Turn 7.
You can accompany that with either Nefarious Invasion or Spinaria, and you know, things are looking pretty nice, man.
Yeah, like even when this gets traded away, like, dude, Shimon's at 12 health. It's way too close for comfort right now. And look at his hand; he doesn't really like have much to back it up with. He's like retracing.
And then he can at least heal up with
Paradigm
Paradigm Shift into Keen Edge, right? So that's a thing. That's a
Has
thing.
to be. There's no other choice.
Oh, he's going Airstrike? Hello?
You
Heal
do
two?
get both heals proc. Does this hit a 2? Okay. He's got 3 out of it.
Tolerance number 2!
Wait a
Okay!
second, no, we're short. Barely though. That dude.
It's barely.
That retracing actually saved him.
What is that, 13 damage?
Yep. Right now looking at 13.
It's still pretty good play. Like, you just do it.
I feel like
man.
Nefarious might still be the because you get rid of the board, you push damage. Your second tolerance is gonna start queuing up there as well.
Yeah, minus 13 to your second tolerance is not a big. I mean, it is a big deal. I mean, do you want to save the tolerance for a sneaky play, or do you want to spend it now? That's also another question.
I feel like for the time being, you don't have to exhaust it just yet.
Chris, it's 8 p.m. and I feel like I've just woken up, man. I feel like I'm the most awake I've ever been in my life.
I feel that very much so. This is just what these players bring out of us, man. Like this entire day, it's not just us. East and Lewis were going, for the first 4 rounds as well for just like crazy Shadowverse action the entire day.
Yeah, for
and what
sure.
a way to close it out.
Does he commit the second tolerance? The first tolerance. Okay, let's go. Let's go. That's minus 13.
That's so big. The next one is already queuing up. Shimon.
Ah!
Oh my god! Not
Where
like
are
this.
you?
Not like this.
That is massive! Oh my god!
The time fault lies with you.
Losing it there, but I don't know if
he can recover.
I'm
Okay,
starting
let's
to
try
lose
and
the
heal up as
ability
much
to
as possible,
speak.
man.
Such a genius.
Yeah, come on. We gotta heal up as much as possible right now. He can full heal, right? All he has to do is hit the 4-2 and it pings off his own guys.
Yeah,
and he heals for the full amount. 1-1, 2-2,
2-2. Okay.
and Keen Edge time. It looks like
There's,
Keen Edge time, man.
It has to be. Oh, I don't know what to say. It's just this is incredible. So he heals here. I guess he can burn an impulse. Yeah,
he has to. He has to. Like, there's no other choice. And then this is so bad for Shimon, man. He's in such a bad spot right now.
Wait a second. Yuan?
He's only at 6.
6. Okay, no face damage. No face damage.
But Yuan plus Spinaria is actually not bad, right? You can also like commit airstrike plus barrier, plus barrier because Yuan will deal with it himself.
That's right. This is kind of where I wonder if maybe holding on to that tolerance would have been interesting, like, because that would have changed the way that Shimon would have acted, right? Because then maybe he wouldn't have like played as defensively, and then you might have been able to just like win lethal on this turn instead.
No, it's crazy. And we saw like a glimpse of the future that could have been, right? With the burn on the mobilized factory as well. Oh my god. Okay, so repair mode phase. And you have Beltmet set for next turn.
Yeah.
And that's like almost irrecoverable. That's almost irrecoverable. Okay, he's got it. He's got it. Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
What is this game?
Yo! No, it's not enough.
It's not enough. Let's trade. I don't. Miriam still doesn't get him anywhere. He just gets another.
It doesn't really do anything. I mean, he clears the board, but
we all know that that's not enough.
It's got to be Belfi, right? What's the other play?
Is there anything else? Unless that Yuan isn't a high enough amount,
it's not.
No order. Even then, it was only. Alright, Negima.
Oh, Negima's praying. He's like, please do not be able to clear this.
This is
last stand. If this sticks, Maisha's lethal. So all he needs is to survive. But wait.
For the triple. Oh, and he gets a full effect too.
Yo. Shimon gonna bring this back?
Shimon! You gotta do it! Oh my god!
Yo!
Had an artifact coming down.
No, there's no way, right? There's no way. Am I crazy?
I'm afraid to speak at this point. Oh my god!
Yo, okay. True blade, or dual blades, dual swords. What the name? Brain broke.
Brain broke.
Dual swords of longing. Okay. Oh, okay, that's good. That's fine. He's got Bane.
Bane one goes in.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Okay, so he's got Paradigm Shift in hand, and remember they do have Rush as well because he's in the factory too.
Is he full trading this entire board?
I don't think. Yeah, he might be able to clear everything, but no matter what happens, if he doesn't win this game, I think Maisha just wins, right?
Yeah, like he has Maisha queued up for next turn. Oh my god, there's just
It's not enough.
No.
Shimon almost took the board back, but it doesn't matter. We have the Maisha in hand, and that's gonna be more than enough, especially with Colossus as well. And that means
Negima knows it. The 5 damage at the start of the turn. The Maisha comes down. Evolve and win. Negima will be the one to take this legendary set 3-2.
Yo, look at him pop it off! Let's go!
Oh my.
That was incredible! After a set going all the way down to game 5, edge of our seat, top level plays every single match in that entire set. Negima does a repeat of the tournament that got them here. Rage 2020 Grand Finals in spring. Hey, it's happened again. And these players, after having so much history, Shimon cannot get a dub on this guy, man. Oh my god, that was amazing to watch.
This is almost like, for Shimon, this might develop into almost like a curse. Like, if he runs into Negima in the future, he might have to face him in the Grand Finals. This isn't just a victory that secures Negima the potential first spot in the standings. This is a mental victory for these two players that have so much history between each other. This is WGP. This is Shadowverse. This is the peak of this game right now.
I think it's no overstatement to say that that was maybe one of the best sets of Shadowverse I've ever seen. Like, that was incredible.
That's like every single game, no, every single turn felt like a nail biter. Like every decision they took from the mulligan onwards, it's just...
Yeah, I mean, like some highlights. I mean, like Shimon's incredibly clean line with his last words. Negima evolving the blast fairy.
Oh my god,
that was huge! And then Negima playing the Wicked Rebirth to be able to retracing, coming from an almost untenable starting position into a dub. Like, that's incredible. It was truly insane.
I almost want to just beat these players and shake their head, like, just for putting on the greatest show possible. Like, that set was legendary in every possible way.
Yes, that was amazing. Congratulations. Well deserved to Negima, who's basically confirmed for grand finals. For the rest, we will have to wait and see all the calculations to see who ends up making it to the grand finals. Again, 24 players today, 4 are going to make it into the grand finals in December. Just 4. I
think everyone needs a breather after that. That was just what a set, what a series. Just I'm running out of words, man. That was just incredible.
Yeah, that was amazing.
This was WGP, man.
I mean, we really couldn't have asked for a better game to end it on, right? Like, that was truly incredible. And I think that was also, like, that was the last match of the entire thing. Like, we were the last one, so everybody was like waiting with bated breath to see what the results would be. They were right there with us, man.
Keep in mind that these people are a lot of people's tiebreakers, so you gotta see who's gonna win, who's gonna pull you into the actual top 4 as well.
Absolutely. So, oh man. Okay, we are gonna take a short break to figure everything out. When we come back, stay tuned, because you are gonna find out who of these 24 players, which of the top 4 are going to make it into the grand finals. Okay, so you do not want to miss this. We will be right back after this.